Chapter 1601. Tank. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Spinning throw, aerial twist. Two skills in quick succession. Dancing Rain's health dropped in chunks like an elevator going down. However, the combo counter was only 2. For combos, grapplers were in an even worse situation than spell-based classes like elementalists, witches, spellblades. This was because of how grab skills worked. Other classes could rely on their experience and instinct to find a way to break out of a combo. But since grappler grabs could not broken out of, if grapplers could combo, then there would be no counterplay. Long combos were very difficult to pull off with spell-based classes like elementalists and witches. However, long combos were impossible for grapplers. Let alone against a pro player, grappler combos were extremely limited even against a motionless sandbag. As a result, when looking at a grappler, statistics on combos were completely ignored. Using a dot attack to increase the combo count wasn't considered a combo, and chaining together skills couldn't be done by grapplers. Grapplers had to rely on reads to perform inescapable combos that the system didn't count. Aerial twist. Dancing Rain was ruthlessly thrown towards the ground. It was hard not to think of the character as the player. It was as if Sumuching had been thrown towards the ground headfirst. Thinking of how Sumuching's beautiful face would look like afterwards, even the Samsara's fans couldn't help but sigh. Lu Buiyuan obviously didn't care. As soon as Chaotic Cloudy Mountain landed on the ground, he rolled and then stood up. As for Dancing Rain? Knockdowns from grabs could not be quick recovered. She could only wait until her face slammed into the ground. However, Dancing Rain didn't immediately stand up. She lay on the ground and turned, aiming her cannon at Chaotic Cloudy Mountain. Boom! Light flashed. Sumuching's response showed her experience against grapplers. No matter how she got back onto her feet, her opponent would have a way to counter it. She had to attack first or use some other method to disrupt him before he reached her. Sumuching had experience playing against grapplers, but Lu Buiyuan had taken her experience into consideration. Light flashed. A missile shot out, but Chaotic Cloudy Mountain suddenly dropped down. You think I can't hit you if you stay flat on the ground? How could Glory have such a huge flaw? Ground-sweeping attacks were meant for these situations. Even basic attacks had a ground-sweeping effect if they landed. Lying flat on the ground and not getting up wasn't an invincible buff. Elbow drop. Dancing Rain wasn't getting up, so Chaotic Cloudy Mountain might as well get down to the ground too. His elbow went straight for Dancing Rain's throat. Sumuching had been waiting for Lu Buiyuan to attack. Dancing Rain rolled to dodge the strike. Suddenly, Chaotic Cloudy Mountain stretched out his arm. Elbow drop was cancelled, and his hand grabbed onto her. One hand grab. Dancing Rain was suddenly pulled back. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain fell to the ground, but Dancing Rain was dragged back to the ground as well. In one fluid movement, Chaotic Cloudy Mountain rolled and got up. On the other hand, because Dancing Rain was knocked down by the skill, she was slightly slower. This was the foothold that grapplers needed to continue their attacks after grabbing an opponent. As for the side that was grabbed, breaking out from this hold was the key to taking back the initiative. And this was much more difficult for long-ranged classes like launchers. As a class that was extremely bad at close combat, having a grappler close in meant that she was already halfway to losing. Sumuching needed to bring back victory from defeat. Roll. Dancing Rain immediately tried to get up. This wasn't the smartest choice, but on occasion, choosing the bad option could catch the opponent off guard, making it a good option. But unfortunately, Lu Buiyuan wasn't caught off guard. After Chaotic Cloudy Mountain got back onto his feet, he immediately locked onto what choices Dancing Rain could do to get up. Lu Buiyuan never overlooked the options that seemed bad and that no good player would choose to do. Ground toss. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain planned on pinning her back to the ground. Just when he was about to grab Dancing Rain's head, he suddenly heard a loud boom. Fire and smoke flashed from beneath Dancing Rain, immediately sending her to the left. She had used the recoil from her shot to bounce away. He missed. He missed his grab. He immediately rushed forward to try again, but the moment Dancing Rain dodged the grab, she aimed her cannon towards him. Boom, boom, boom. 3 anti-tank missiles at such a close range. These 3 missiles aimed towards 3 different points. It could be seen that she had complete mastery over this low-level skill. Dodge. Lu Buiyuan had been ready for an attack, but the AoE covered by these 3 missiles had been outside of his expectations. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain tried to dodge, but he was still hit by one of them in the end. The explosion pushed him back. He had been wary of her attacks, yet he still hadn't been able to dodge in time. This time, Su Muqing had blocked Lu Buiyuan through pure technical skill. At this distance, Lu Buiyuan wasn't able to keep up. With one of the missiles hitting, Chaotic Cloudy Mountain lost the initiative. The distance between the two sides started pulling apart, and a distance of 2 or 3 steps was already too far for Chaotic Cloudy Mountain to grab Dancing Rain. Dancing Rain hadn't completely gotten back onto her feet, but she was still able to leap back. The distance of 2 steps became 4 steps. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain had finally steadied himself and immediately rushed forward. But then, Dancing Rain's cannon flashed again. I can't back down. If he were 10 or 20 steps away, Lu Buiyuan might not have forced it. But the two sides were only 3 or 4 steps away. Even though he couldn't grab her at this distance, it was still favorable for him. He couldn't use grappler skills, but launchers were greatly restricted too. Their weakness of a slow firing speed was fully exposed, and there was no threat of combos from them. Forward. Lu Buiyuan didn't hesitate. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain dodged. He had his body sway left and right irregularly as he charged forward to meet the attack. This wasn't a read. At the same time, Su Muqing had no way of reading his irregular swaying either. This was a gamble. At this distance, it was impossible for Chaotic Cloudy Mountain to react once the artillery shell was fired. Dancing Rain didn't have time to make any precise calculations either. One attack. Everything depended on this one attack. If this attack hit, Chaotic Cloudy Mountain would be forced back and the distance would widen even farther. If the attack missed, Chaotic Cloudy Mountain would close the distance, and Dancing Rain would once again be within his grab range. Would the attack hit? The entire stadium went silent. Everyone watched as Chaotic Cloudy Mountain swayed left and right as he ran towards Dancing Rain. Dancing Rain aimed steady, yet there was no pull of the rigger. Although she was also retreating, Chaotic Cloudy Mountain moved much faster than her. She would soon be caught, yet she seemed to be waiting. What was she waiting for? Close! Reach out! Lu Buiyuan hadn't expected Su Muqing to not do anything. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain had closed in, his hand reaching towards her. Even if she attacked now, he should still be able to grab her, right? Probably, right? Just before he grabbed onto her, her cannon suddenly lit up with a bright blue light. Not good. Lu Buiyuan realized it, but it was too late. There was no explosion. It was just a sudden release of energy. The artillery shell flew out slowly, but it was flashing with blue light, crackling like lightning. X1 extruder. At the last moment, Su Muqing had Dancing Rain used X1 extruder. It was a rare launcher skill with CC. Was this a read? A setup? No. It was another show of technical prowess. X1 extruder gave off light when used that warned the opponent. It also moved rather slowly. If she had used it immediately, even at a distance of 3 or 4 steps, Lu Buiyuan would have easily dodged it. If it missed, Su Muqing wouldn't have a second chance. Launchers had low attack speed. This attack speed wasn't referring to how fast the missiles flew, but rather the amount of time it took for them to reload and shoot again. Whether it was a basic attack or a skill, it required reloading. Launchers were slow because of this reloading process. No matter how fast your hands were, it wouldn't matter. The only way to speed up this reloading process was by wearing equipment that increased attack speed. Launchers couldn't combo at such a close distance because of this reason. Once they fired a shot, by the time they fired the next one, the opponent would have already closed in. As a result, there was only one chance. Su Muqing let Chaotic Cloudy Mountain get near her. She waited until he was about to grab her before launching an X1 extruder. Attack speed couldn't be changed through faster inputs. However, the input was what gave the command to use the skill. The faster the command was completed, the earlier the skill would be used. An X1 extruder one step away. Su Muqing relied on this daring move to strike Lu Buiyuan. There was nothing Lu Buiyuan could do. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain was immediately sucked into the X1 extruder and then sent flying away. He could only watch Dancing Rain move farther and farther away. The effects of X1 extruder could not be disrupted. Chapter 1602. True Assault. Nomiami. Nomiami. For both Lu Buiyuan and Su Muqing, distance was their advantage. Distance would be what decided the win. Seeing Chaotic Cloudy Mountain getting blown farther and farther away from Dancing Rain, all of the Samsara fans felt their hearts sink. Su Muqing's Dancing Rain set up a mounted gun again. She had used this level 75 launcher skill to great effect countless times in the playoffs. This skill restricted her character's movements but greatly increased her attack power. It represented a powerful assault with the intent to fight a bloody battle with the opponent. X1 extruder's final landing position was at the perfect firing line distance for Su Muqing. When the X1 extruder exploded, the artillery barrage from mounted gun arrived. Launchers were most threatening when their targets were at their firing line, and it had already been shown that Su Muqing's firing line was very flexible. It wasn't just a single dot or a line. It encompassed an area. Whether you moved forward, backward, left, or right, you would still be inside. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain was engulfed by the artillery fire. His zero-distance close-ranged character wasn't able to counterattack. He could only run away and dodge. But where should he run to? Should he go forward or backwards? This was the trickiest part about Su Muqing's firing line. You could go forward, but you wouldn't know if you could get close to her under such a heavy barrage without dying. You could go backwards, but you wouldn't know if you could actually retreat far away enough to a safe place. Long distance was the domain of launchers. It wasn't something that grapplers could touch. He was trapped inside Su Muqing's desired firing line. Lu Buiyuan didn't get discouraged. Advance? Retreat? He found a third option, an option that was only possible in this map. Sprint, jump, roll. It was hard to move around amidst the barrage of artillery shells, but he was still moving. He wasn't locked into place by Dancing Rain's assault. The stalagmite up ahead was his goal. He wanted to run over there and take cover. Once he was able to catch his breath, there would be more opportunities laying in wait. Lu Buiyuan acted on his plans. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain rushed towards that stalagmite. Su Muqing quickly saw what Lu Buiyuan intended. It seemed like Dancing Rain would need to make adjustments to keep up pressure after Chaotic Cloudy Mountain reached the stalagmite. But Su Muqing didn't make any. Dancing Rain continued to use her mounted gun and the buffs it provided. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain's health dropped rapidly, but he wouldn't die before he reached that stalagmite. Did Su Muqing have a way to burst him down? It was hard not to think of this question. Even though Su Muqing was a high DPS class, she didn't brute force things. She would often set up subtle traps that were only understood after being caught inside. Pan Lin and Li Yibo looked at one another. They wanted to say something, but were too afraid to say it, fearing that their faces would get slapped. They didn't dare make any predictions for any of the players today, let alone someone like Su Muqing who was so close to Yi Xiu. Just this relationship alone scared them. Let's wait and see. The two called for everyone not to ask them and instead wait to see it for themselves. And so everyone watched. The Samsara fans were worried and anxious. The happy fans were filled with energy and hope. 90%. 80%. 70%. 60%. Because Lu Buiyuan had held the upper hand at the start of the fight, Dancing Rain hadn't been able to deal much damage to him. As a result, most of the damage had been dealt starting from this moment. Starting from around 90%, Chaotic Cloudy Mountain's health dropped in chunks as he approached the stalagmite. Not enough, no? That was what everyone was thinking. However, Sumuching had only now retracted her mounted gun. No, to be more precise, her mounted gun's duration was up. She hadn't cancelled it. Dancing Rain moved and began chasing Chaotic Cloudy Mountain. But because she had been attacking from a fixed spot previously, Chaotic Cloudy Mountain had moved away from the center of her firing line. Even though she could still reach him, her attack rate couldn't compare to before and she couldn't restrict his movements. As a result, Chaotic Cloudy Mountain began moving much faster than before. Soon, he was next to the stalagmite. Then, he circled around behind it. If Dancing Rain wanted to attack him, she would need to go around in a huge circle to get to a different angle. That was it? The people who had been worried about Lu Buiyuan felt like their worries had been for nothing. As for the people who had their hopes up for Sumuching, their hopes were destroyed. This, Pan Lin and Liebo stuttered. They had been too afraid to make any statements when she set up a mounted gun. Now that they saw that nothing ended up happening with it, they were still too afraid to say anything. Everything else seemed to be a profound mystery, and the two didn't know where to start. The fight suddenly stopped. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain, now hiding behind the stalagmite, had 42% of his health left. He had taken tons of damage escaping from Sumuching's firing line. After all, Dancing Rain had set up a mounted gun. All of her attacks had been drastically buffed. But he was able to escape. He had won an opportunity to turn things around. He likely would not have had as good of an outcome if he had advanced or retreated. Lu Buiyuan was thankful for choosing the third option. As for Sumuching? From the eyes of the viewers, she had simply been trying to deal as much damage as possible. It didn't seem as if she had any intentions of stopping him from reaching the stalagmite, nor did it seem like she had any ideas for what would come afterwards. This shouldn't be a mistake that a pro player made. People who liked conspiracy theories suspected that she was intentionally sandbagging. But thinking of Sumuching's relationship with Yishio and how she had practically volunteered to join a grassroots team like Happy, sandbagging didn't make any sense. What is she thinking? Whether it was the fans who supported Samsara or the fans who supported Lu Buiyuan, they all felt a little bit suspicious. Anyone with a bit of glory knowledge would have given up on a bit of damage from mounted gun to chase after Lu Buiyuan's Chaotic Cloudy Mountain, no? The camera focused on Dancing Rain. In this situation, Pan Lin and Liebo had to say something. Lu Buiyuan has successfully escaped from Sumuching's firing line. Pan Lin summarized what had happened. Sumuching's offense was very powerful because she didn't stop using her mounted gun. Liebo wasn't going to fall behind. But why didn't she stop using her mounted gun? Pan Lin asked. Yes, why didn't she? Liebo said. You too. Someone from behind them shouted at them. People would usually be more respectful of Liebo since he was a guest commentator, but right now, Liebo was being yelled at along with Pan Lin. The director's patience was reaching its limits. If Sumuching had given up on her mounted gun earlier and chased after Chaotic Cloudy Mountain, do you think she would be in a better spot, Coach Lee? Pan Lin could only move on to a different topic. On the surface, yes, Liebo said. Okay. Pan Lin nodded his head. But for some reason, she didn't do that, Liebo said. Yes, Pan Lin nodded his head again. What was this reason? Everyone wanted to know what this reason was. We'll see, Liebo said. Pan Lin wanted to cry. To think Liebo would still use his trademark escape tactic at this crucial moment. Pan Lin was wondering whether "we'll see" would become a trending meme tomorrow. Would people use that to make fun of their incompetence? In any case, the words had been said. Liebo couldn't say it again. Pan Lin didn't want to bring trouble onto himself, so he might as well just let it be. The camera focused on Dancing Rain. Nothing unexpected that was worthy of a "let's wait and see" happened. Su Muqing just calmly packed up her mounted gun and then started moving horizontally to get to a different angle. Everything was calm, as if none of the previous crazy attacks had happened. It was as if the match had reset back to when the two came across each other the first time. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain had taken cover behind a stalagmite, while Su Muqing started searching for him bit by bit. Everything was the same as before. The only difference was that Chaotic Cloudy Mountain was at 42% health, while Su Muqing's Dancing Rain was at 87% health. 42% versus 87%. There was a difference in health between the two compared to before. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain was losing, and right now, Chaotic Cloudy Mountain was far away from Dancing Rain. The situation seemed to favor Su Muqing. Pan Lin and Li Ibor were at least able to make this sort of analysis. At the end, Li Ibor suddenly blanked out. A thought suddenly sprung into his mind as he watched Dancing Rain's calm movements. Could it be? Su Muqing knew that even now, she held the advantage. There had been no need to use that opportunity before to kill off Chaotic Cloudy Mountain in one go. That was why she hadn't cancelled her mounted gun, instead dealing as much damage as she could. She could still be calm now because she had a huge lead. There was no need to be nervous or worried. It was Lu Buiyuan who would be feeling those emotions. The Lu Buiyuan who was still rejoicing that he had escaped from Su Muqing's firing line. He would probably soon realize it. Escaping wasn't anything worth celebrating. Su Muqing wouldn't let him easily recover from the lead that she had gotten. Su Muqing was confident in this, and this confidence was her true assault. Chapter 1603. A fully deserved win. Nomiami. Nomiami. Artillery shells began being fired again. Before Su Muqing circled around to where she could see Lu Buiyuan, she began using the splash damage from her launcher attacks to hit behind the stalagmite. An electronic eye was released again to expand her view from another angle. Step by step, steadily and surely. Su Muqing played patiently. Her attacks weren't dense, even though she was using more normal attacks. Normal attacks didn't use mana. Their threat was low, but they were AoE attacks nonetheless. She didn't know where exactly Chaotic Cloudy Mountain was located, but it didn't matter if her attacks hit. If they hit, then it would deal some damage. If they didn't, then it would scare him. Lu Buiyuan was indeed feeling the pressure. He had thought of the possibility that Su Muqing would chase after him, but he hadn't expected her to play so patiently. Artillery shell after artillery shell landed beside Chaotic Cloudy Mountain. Sometimes, they landed far from him. Other times, they landed close to him. Evidently, the other side wasn't certain of his location. But at the same time, Lu Buiyuan didn't know her location. When he had taken cover behind the stalagmite, he had turned around to confirm her location one last time. However, it had been some time since then. As a result, he had no way of figuring out how far away Su Muqing was from him. He had no way of knowing whether rushing out from hiding would be an opportunity for him. He also had no way of knowing how much cover the stalagmite was giving him. All that remained was pressure. Explosions were still happening all around him. Lu Buiyuan hadn't forgotten that Su Muqing had electronic eye. The electronic eye didn't need to be placed right in front of him. As long as it was looking at him from a different angle than Dancing Rain, Su Muqing would be able to attack him more precisely. Her calm attack showed that she was still feeling him out. He couldn't keep waiting. He needed to act, but should he advance or retreat? He needed to make a decision. Lu Buiyuan checked his surroundings. The terrain wasn't ideal. He could try and move towards another stalagmite. It was somewhat far though, so this third option didn't seem to be a good one this time. Could it be? Su Muqing had intentionally let him move here? Had she known that this place was a dead end? No, it couldn't be considered a dead end. Lu Buiyuan was familiar with the map. When he had looked at this stalagmite, he had checked which nearby ones he could move to. But now, Lu Buiyuan turned around. The direction he wanted to move towards would leave him open to Dancing Rain's attacks. This path hadn't originally been a dead end. However, Su Muqing had blocked the path, turning it into one. He had fallen into Su Muqing's grasp. This was why she was calm and unhurried. Okay. Even if that was the case, he couldn't hesitate. He was trapped in a corner, and his only choice was to force his way out of it. Facing this predicament, Lu Buiyuan didn't become discouraged. Instead, he strengthened his resolve because there was no other way out. He would have to create his own bloody path. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain spun around to the other side of the stalagmite, exposing half of his body to the open. Dancing Rain saw him. Her electronic eye saw him too. Su Muqing reacted quickly, immediately adjusting her aim and firing at him. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain hastily pulled back, but the explosion landed right beside him. The splash damage hit him, and Chaotic Cloudy Mountain rolled on the ground to reduce the knockback. Then, he got up and went to the other side to try again. Left or right? Su Muqing only had two choices. As a result, Lu Buiyuan had Chaotic Cloudy Mountain expose his left side to as a feint to shift her attention over to the left. Then, he immediately rushed out from the opposite side to the right. He was fighting for this tiny opening. Last chance. Lu Buiyuan knew it was his last chance. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain moved like the wind as he charged towards Dancing Rain. Boom! Su Muqing fired at him as she jumped back, using the recoil to retreat. Dancing Rain didn't try to stand her ground and attack. With Chaotic Cloudy Mountain charging towards her relentlessly, she needed to keep away from him. Fire and smoke surrounded Chaotic Cloudy Mountain. He dodged and ran. There was only one option left for him: get closer. If he could get close to her, even if he was at his last breath, he would still have a chance. One advanced, while the other retreated. A chase had begun. The distance was slowly closing, but Chaotic Cloudy Mountain's health was slowly dropping too. From 42% to 35% to 30% to 20%. I can catch her. Lu Buiyuan was ecstatic. He had calculated it. He would be able to hang on until he reached Dancing Rain. This was the small opening that he had fought for in the beginning. That small opening allowed Lu Buiyuan to perceive that Su Muqing's offense wasn't perfect. Her tempo was slightly off, and the distance hadn't been perfect for her firing line. She had put pressure on him and blocked off his escape, but it wasn't nearly as focused and oppressive as before. I can do it! I can do it! This time, I have to seize this opportunity properly. I don't have much health, but it doesn't matter. 10% is enough as long as I don't let Dancing Rain escape. 5 steps. 5 steps away. The next step he took would be the turning point. Once Su Muqing was 5 steps away, there would be huge holes in her launcher's offense. Su Muqing might be able to use her experience to cut that distance down to 3 or 4 steps, but nevertheless, with this next step, her threat would be drastically reduced. He would be the one in control. Lu Buiyuan stared intently at Dancing Rain. He couldn't make any mistakes. Suddenly, he saw Dancing Rain suddenly put away her hand cannon and take out a rifle. Gun switching style? Lu Buiyuan felt his heart tighten. The gun switching style or the weapon switching style had its clever uses in combat. One of these uses was to help give the character another skill, since a skill could be attached to each weapon. Dancing Rain had suddenly switched to a rifle. Perhaps it was to increase her attack speed, but launchers that didn't use their class-specific weapon would deal significantly less damage. In addition, they lose the bonus from their class advancement skill Heavy Gunfire Control. All of their skills would become less effective. As a result, she wouldn't be using her launcher skills to retake control. What's more, the rifle was only slightly faster than the hand cannon. Then, it was very likely that the bonus skill on the rifle could turn things around. What could it be? Luckily, she wasn't an unspecialized, so there was no need to consider skills from all 24 classes. He could narrow it down to the 4 gunner classes. However, instantly coming up with an answer was too difficult. He could only be wary of it. At this moment, the rifle began to fire at him. What is it? Lu Buiyuan opened his eyes wide. He noticed something rise up from Dancing Rain's feet. It was a mounted gun. What? Lu Buiyuan wasn't the only one surprised. Hadn't mounted gun just been used? This level 75 skill's cooldown wasn't so short. It couldn't a mounted gun from her rifle. If the skill added to the weapon wasn't a new skill, then the skill level would be raised by 1. It didn't mean that the user would have 2 of the same skill. It wasn't possible for it to be a mounted gun. Switching to a rifle wouldn't refresh the skill and get rid of its cooldown. Huh? Refresh? He understood now. It was the sharpshooter skill Dual Load. It was a skill that let the user instantly refresh a skill on cooldown, and Su Muqing had chosen to refresh mounted gun. So it's like that? Lu Buiyuan let out a bitter laugh. He hadn't expected Su Muqing to come out with this move. This was his loss. Grappler grab skills were high priority moves, but there were things that couldn't be grabbed, such as the summoner's Devil World Flower. Once it put down its roots, it could not be moved. Grappler grab skills would only deal damage. There would be no secondary effects. To put it simply, grab skills only dealt damage when used against targets that could not be moved. A launcher using mounted gun was considered a target that could not be moved. His grabs would only deal damage. He wouldn't be able to stop Dancing Rain from attacking. Mounted gun would increase her attack power by a massive amount. It would also increase her defense and give her super armor. There was no way to stop a launcher using mounted gun from attacking. Su Muqing could easily finish him off. She would simply have to sacrifice a bit of health to do so. Boom! A satellite beam descended, and Chaotic Cloudy Mountain fell. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain didn't have much health left. He could not retreat. During his final moments, he could only try to deal as much damage as possible to Dancing Rain. When he fell, he was able to take out 28% of Dancing Rain's health. Even though his grabs didn't have secondary effects, just the damage alone was frightening. Unfortunately, Chaotic Cloudy Mountain didn't have much health left. If he could survive a bit longer, it would be hard to say who would win. Happy's Su Muqing had won with 59% health, giving Happy a substantial lead. This fight had the clearest winner and loser in the group arena so far. In the match between Jiang Buotao and Mo Fan, when Jiang Buotao had no skills available, Mo Fan had given him quite the beating. In this match, although Lu Buiyuan was able to take out 28% of Dancing Rain's health during his final moments, much more than what Su Muqing did to him during that period of time, it couldn't really be said that he had the upper hand the majority of the battle. Ever since Su Muqing was able to escape from his grasp, Su Muqing took complete control over the fight. She fully deserved this win. Chapter 1604. Believe in the Power of Love. Nomiami. Nomiami. In the group arena, Happy finally established a clear lead for themselves. Lu Buiyuan quietly left the stage. The Samsara fans in the stadium didn't blame him though. In this round, no matter who won or lost, it would be very easy to widen the gap between the two teams. This was something that any experienced Glory player would understand, simply due to the two players' classes. One was a launcher, and the other was a grappler. If an appropriate distance was maintained, the grappler would simply have no way to land attacks on the launcher. If the grappler could close the distance and latch onto the launcher wouldn't be able to put up a proper fight. Victory and defeat would be determined by the to and fro of controlling the distance. The resulting difference in health would definitely be influenced by the disparity in distance control between the two players, something decided by the uniqueness of their classes. In the end, the result really was determined by such logic. Samsara still had two players left. Would they be able to close the gap? The audience gazed at Samsara's player bench, waiting for their fourth player to take the stage. Du Ming. Samsara's fourth player was Du Ming, meaning that one of their ace players, Sun Slong, was set to come out as their fifth, a somewhat conservative arrangement. After Juzakai was the first to take the stage, the one viewed as the second best in 1v1s, Sun Slong, wasn't their third or fourth player, but instead their last. The purpose for this was already something that people had started to discuss as soon as the list of players for the group arena had first been broadcasted. But at this time, when Samsara had fallen behind, needing to win a 2 versus 2.5, having Ming go up first and Sun Slong bringing up the rear seemed more stable. Conservative, but also stable. As Ming rose from the player benches while talking to his teammates, he couldn't help but cast a glance at Happy's player bench. But no matter how many times he swept his gaze across, Tang Ru still continued to single-mindedly watch the review of the previous round that was being played on the large TV screen. What's the point in looking? It's not like anyone's looking back. Someone on Samsara's side noticed Ming's wandering gaze and said, "Could she be avoiding me?" Ming said to himself, "You joker? Quickly get on stage." Most of the Samsara players couldn't take it anymore. Ming raised his head, looking at the list of players for both teams displayed on the large screen. If he wanted to face off against Tang Ru, he had no choice but to fight till the very end. That meant that not only did he have to beat Su Muqing, whose character was still at 59% health, he also had to beat their next player, Fang Rui. He had to do his best. Ming silently clenched his fists, firmly walking towards the stage. "Is this why you kept suggesting that he play fourth?" Jiang Buitao watched all of Ming's actions and asked the cleric player, Fang Minghua. "Believe in the power of love." Fang Minghua wore an experienced look on his face. As one of the few married players in the Glory Alliance, he felt that he had a particular authority on the topic. On top of that, most of the players in the community were still very young, and were always on the computer, meaning that most of them didn't even have a girlfriend. At the very least, it's safe. Jiang Buitao evidently didn't allow for this arrangement of players due to such a childish-sounding reason. More importantly, he believed that having Sun Strong as the fifth player to bring up the rear was a more dependable decision. So in the end, Samsara's decision meant that they would bear witness to the power of love. Happy's group arena arrangements almost always seemed to have Tang Ru as their anchor. By putting Ming as the fourth player, if he happens to directly run into Tang Ru, he will use everything he has to defeat her, to make her take note of his abilities. If he doesn't run into Tang Ru, then he will use everything he has to kill his way to this goal. Once again, Fang Minghua expounded on why he believed in this particular arrangement. "Brilliant," Jiang Buitao nodded and said. Everyone else was completely speechless. Perhaps only their vice-captain would be able to accept all of these things without batting an eyelid. Everyone felt that Ming's looked extremely solemn and tragic as he walked onto the stage. What exactly was he fighting for? Ming walked onto the stage and entered his player booth. A new round began as the characters loaded in. Within Samsara, Ming could definitely be considered part of the main force, even though his fame wasn't as resounding as Juzakai and the rest. That being said, in the recent few years, Samsara had invested more and more into their team, making remarkable improvements to all of their characters. Even his Blade Master, Moonluring Frost, could now be counted as being mostly kitted out in silver gear. The lightsaber in his hands, Ice Shards, didn't have a high-class sounding name, but after repeated refinement, it was now considered to be one of Glory's top 10 swords by many players, so it was clearly exceptional. Deep breaths. Ming calmed himself. At this time, he couldn't afford to think too much about Tang Ru, who had yet to take the field. If he wanted to have a decisive battle with her, he still had to get past the next two obstacles. Now, he would concentrate and take out Su Muqing first. Battle start. Ming's attitude was resolute. Moonluring Frost quickly set off, directly moving towards the center path. On Su Muqing's side, Dancing Rain also didn't opt to take a roundabout way, and similarly headed for the center. However, she knew that the center path had a stalactite running from top to bottom, which would block her view of the other side. As such, Dancing Rain strategically headed in a slightly slanted direction from the beginning, so that her view wouldn't be blocked by the stalactite. Advance! The distance between the two characters continued to shrink. Just when the respective players had advanced halfway, Ming's Moonluring Frost instead changed his direction, heading horizontally to the side. He didn't resolutely take the middle path, as everyone had expected. Once he had taken the middle path halfway, he suddenly started to take a roundabout route. The roundabout route wasn't that far away, but with the field of view from the strategic angle that Su Muqing had Dancing Rain take, she wouldn't be able to notice Moonluring Frost's movement. With regards to using the stalagmites in this map, all of Samsara's players were extremely masterful. With the final path that Du Ming's Moonluring Frost took, instead of calling it a roundabout route, it was more like the strategic angle that Su Muqing had taken, slightly offset from the center. It was just that this slight slant made full use of the distributions of the stalactites. Obviously, this was a route that Samsara had researched to advance towards the center while still being able to conceal oneself. Su Muqing's Dancing Rain reached the middle of the map and stopped moving. Seeing that her opponent hadn't appeared, that meant that he hadn't taken the middle path, or that he had hidden himself. Even though she didn't exactly know what trick Du Ming had pulled, after these few rounds, the way in which Samsara used the stalagmites in this map was something that an experienced player like Su Muqing could already faintly infer. Instead of advancing, Su Muqing had Dancing Rain use an electronic eye. Afterwards, Su Muqing began advancing again, but she maintained an appropriate distance with each and every stalactite within her field of view. Her footsteps were so soft that the match was suddenly devoid of sound, as if someone had muted it. Through their omniscient point of view, the audience could see that both the characters were moving closer to each other, step by step. However, Dancing Rain maintaining a cautious distance from any stalagmite meant that Du Ming didn't have any opportunity to make a move. The Blade Master wasn't like the grappler that required a zero-distance confrontation, but it still couldn't take a long-ranged fight. In reality, this match actually followed very similar logic to the previous one. What would happen next? Everyone held their breaths and watched on. Chapter 1605. Extraordinary Du Ming. Nomiami. Nomiami. Moonluring Frost's head suddenly poked out from behind the stalagmite. Boom! Cannon fire immediately shot towards him. It was certainly unfortunate timing for Moonluring Frost. He had come out just when Dancing Rain was aimed towards him. When Su Muqing saw him, she immediately pulled the trigger. The artillery shells were aimed at the edges of the stalagmite instead of directly towards Moonluring Frost. Su Muqing had taken into account that Du Ming's Moonluring Frost would be able to take cover in time. As a result, she went for the splash damage instead, while simultaneously having Dancing Rain circle around to get to a different angle. However, Moonluring Frost didn't take cover. He came out of hiding completely. The artillery shell exploded, and the shockwave spread out, but Moonluring Frost was unaffected. How? Dancing Rain was startled. Moonluring Frost suddenly rushed out. Behind him were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Moonluring Frosts followed behind in quick succession. Shadow steps. Du Ming had used shadow steps. The Moonluring Frost that had been unaffected by the first shot was evidently a fake shadow. The shadows created from shadow steps were different from ninja shadow clones. Shadow steps produced afterimages, which couldn't be damaged. As long as the skill wasn't interrupted, these afterimages could not be destroyed. To interrupt the skill, you needed to hit the true body. Du Ming was able to produce 6 shadows. He had the ability to produce more, but not to this level of perfection. Su Muqing had already eliminated one of the possibilities with her first shot, but which one among the other 5 was the real one? Su Muqing couldn't distinguish between them from observation alone. In that case, she could only test them out one by one using attacks. Gatling gun! Dancing Rain lifted up a Gatling gun and swept across. The bullets flew towards the 5 untested Moonluring Frosts. However, the 5 Moonluring Frosts weren't just standing there like sitting ducks. Under Du Ming's control, all of them went in different directions to hide and dodge the incoming attacks. The audience suddenly realized that when Du Ming chose to hide behind this specific stalagmite, his objective hadn't simply been because he could no longer move covertly after reaching it. When the shadows from shadow steps scattered, the arrangement of the surrounding stalagmites was perfect for their escape. To dodge the Gatling gun, the 5 shadows went straight for the closest stalagmite. This didn't seem to be an impromptu decision. It seemed more like something he had practiced. Ming had clearly studied this map on his own in order to coordinate his shadow step with the surrounding terrain. Su Muqing realized that the situation wasn't good. With the shadows scattered, she didn't know which one to target. She didn't know which one posed the most threat to her. The terrain was perfect for Ming right now. Retreat first. Su Muqing had Dancing Rain retreat. However, Ming didn't stop to rest after disrupting Su Muqing's offense. The shadows immediately rushed out again, coming towards her from different directions. Which one was real? Let alone Su Muqing, even the viewers didn't know. Which one was the real threat? 5 shadows, 5 swords flashing with a dangerous light. Su Muqing discovered that she had no safe way to escape. Under Ming's meticulously practiced pursuit, from the scattered shadows back to a combined assault, all of her retreat paths were blocked. Her only choice was to figure out which one was real and attack it, or run away and leave it up to luck. Her chances were quite high. There was only one real one. All the others were fake and wouldn't actually deal any damage to her. If she chose one to rush towards, there was a high probability that she would run into a fake one. But pro blade masters wouldn't just watch quietly as the opponent ran recklessly towards one of the shadows. They would adjust what their shadows did depending on their opponent's movements. The shadow that you run towards might try to avoid you, but that didn't mean it was necessarily the fake one. The shadow charging towards you filled with killing intent might not be the real one. Experienced blade masters would control their shadows to make it very difficult to tell which one was real or fake. Choosing which one to go towards wasn't as simple as a gambling on chance. It would also test the opponent's courage and resolve. Which one will she choose? Ming stared intently at Dancing Rain. He was certain that Su Muqing would end up choosing one of the shadows to move towards, but no matter which one she chose, Ming had a way to make Dancing Rain take damage. He was confident because he had practiced this shadow step formation numerous times. The distance between any 2 shadows seemed random, but in reality, the distance had been carefully studied so that it was optimal. And then, through practice, he was able to set up this formation in a short amount of time. Come. Choose one. Let's end this fight. Ming was waiting. Finally, Dancing Rain moved. However, she didn't seem to move towards any of the shadows. She moved towards the center of their combined attacks. What is she thinking? Ming stared blankly at her. Dancing Rain lifted her arm, pointing her cannon into the air as if she were giving out a signal. Satellite beam. Ming immediately recognized what skill she planned on using. Had she somehow figured out which one was real? Impossible. Ming had even watched his own recordings when he practiced this 5 shadow step assault. He didn't remember which one was the real body, and he couldn't figure out which one was the real body either. Ming's execution of this tactic had reached perfection. There was no way she knew. She was probably bluffing, baiting me into making a mistake. Ming concluded. His control over his shadow steps was unaffected. The shadows grew closer and closer. Boom! The satellite beam descended, unexpectedly, with Dancing Rain in the middle. The smaller pillars of light spinning around the main pillar swept through the surroundings. Since I can't get you to make a mistake, then I'll just attack all 5. 6 pillars of light spread outwards. The 5 shadows were too close. 2 of them were immediately swallowed by 2 of the pillars. These 2 shadows weren't affected by the attack, fakes. 3 more. Su Muqing was just about to check them when a sword light flashed in front of her. A blue light tore through the satellite beam. Meteor form. The sword light was like a meteor, weaving between 2 smaller light pillars, straight into the main light pillar. A streak of red blood splashed into the air. Then, curving wind form. The blood suddenly curved back in the opposite direction, bringing Dancing Rain along with it. Colliding stab. After 2 level 75 Blade Master skills, Ming followed with a low-level Berserker skill. However, this skill was the key to breaking open this situation. Moon Luring Frost's weapon, Lingering Ice, pressed against Dancing Rain's stomach. When a Blade Master used Colliding Stab, the attack wouldn't have as fearsome of a knockback. But it was enough to carry along the opponent outwards. Moon-luring Frost escaped from the satellite beam's range, dragging Dancing Rain along with him. The stadium erupted with thunderous applause. Ming had made a brilliant play. The AoE from the launcher's satellite beam seemed to be non-existent to him. Such precise movements and attacks deserved the applause. Look, this is the power of love. Fang Minghua slapped his leg, laughing at Ming. The other Samsara players nodded their heads and applauded. Whether it was the power of love or not, Ming had made a beautiful play. It was an exceptional display of skill that could definitely woo any girl. Thinking of this, several Samsara players glanced towards happy seats, at Tang Ru. But what they saw was Tang Ru watching the match intently. She seemed to have an expression of worry on her face. It didn't look like she had been enchanted at all by Ming's incredible play. It's not enough, Ming. A bit more. Ming's teammates cheered him on. Ming continued to perform, but he wasn't thinking about all that. Beating the opponent in front of him was everything right now. He had to focus on this goal. Tang Ru? She might be one source of motivation, but she wouldn't be on his mind right now. He only had one thing on his mind: beat his opponent. Sword light flashed. With the colliding stab landing, he had closed the distance between himself and Dancing Rain. Moon-luring Frost immediately started his assault, using the blossoming blood to perform a brightly colored dance. Beautiful! The crowd applauded again. He had dragged Dancing Rain out of the satellite beam beautifully, and his follow-up had been beautiful as well. Su Muqing wasn't going to just have Dancing Rain stand there like a dead tree. She kept searching for a chance to escape, but the interweaving sword light locked her in place. She would occasionally find an opportunity to attack from close range, but these attacks never created any substantial opportunities for her. She didn't give up, but even when Dancing Rain fell, no opportunity had come. One combo to death. Even though Dancing Rain only had 59% health to begin with, killing her in one combo was an incredible performance from Ming. His moon-luring Frost had only lost 12% of his health. Ming had closed the 59% lead by 47%. There was only a difference in 12% health between the two sides. Ming didn't get too pleased with himself over this point. The instant Dancing Rain was killed, he immediately waved away Su Muqing from his mind. Next! Ming was already thinking. There was a bit of a gap in his thoughts right afterwards. If I win the next one, then I can meet with Tang Ru. And his next opponent was Fang Rui and his Boundless Sea. Chapter 1606. An Undeserving Pay. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Ming's in really good condition today. Be careful, Yi Xiu said to Fang Rui. In better condition than me. Fang Rui scoffed. Ha ha, Yi Xiu laughed. What's ha ha supposed to mean? Fang Rui could feel the disdain from Yi Xiu's laugh. You're getting paid the most out of all of us. Please, Yi Xiu said. Peh. Fang Rui wasn't going to fall for Yi Xiu's trap. He turned around and headed towards the stage. However, his actions didn't match his thoughts. Yi Xiu wasn't wrong. He was the highest paid player on Happy, and it wasn't even close. But ever since the playoffs began, what had he been able to accomplish? He hadn't been completely useless, of course, but not being completely useless wasn't really deserving of having the highest pay on the team. The core player on the team was usually the highest paid player. Fang Rui knew that he wasn't the core. Even so, he should at least be a deciding factor in the matches to correspond with that pay. But what had he been able to do thus far? He had only been a bit of use in the playoffs. Wei Chen, who was practically a dying grandpa in the pro scene, had more highlights than him. There was also Luo Ji, a college student who barely even played in the regular season. All of them had made plays that had won the team the game. As for him? He couldn't compare with Yi Xiu, fine. But not being able to compare with a young rookie and an elderly grandpa? What's going on? Fang Rui asked himself. In particular, in their third and final game against Tyranny, he had been carried by his teammates to victory. He had been extremely unhappy with his performance. He had been hoping to redeem himself against Samsara. In their first game against Samsara, he had been Happy's third player in the group arena. In the end, he had lost to Sun Song, who had been Samsara's third player as well. In the team competition, he continued to perform like he was just a placeholder in the team. The deepest impression that people got from him that match was when he was killed. "What am I doing?" He had repeatedly underperformed during the playoffs. Fang Rui felt like he should have already lost his position. However, Fang Rui continued to send him up. The team's trust in him only made him feel more pressured. "I have to change. What do I need to do?" Fang Rui said to himself as he came across Su Muqing. "Be careful. He's in really good condition today," Su Muqing said to him. "Fuck, are you two colluding?" Fang Rui replied. "What?" Su Muqing was a bit confused, but quickly realized that someone must have said something similar to Fang Rui, and she knew who that someone was. As if there was any need to collude, Su Muqing chuckled. Fang Rui was speechless. True. It was pretty obvious that Du Ming was playing really well today. How could Yishio and Su Muqing not be able to tell? The two were just reminding him and also worrying for him. "Relax," Fang Rui smiled at Su Muqing. "I, Fang Rui, am worthy of my name." "Ha ha," Su Muqing laughed. "Ha ha, what ha ha? You're becoming more and more like him, you know that." Fang Rui cursed. "Good luck." Su Muqing didn't bother bickering with Fang Rui. "Do you mind grabbing me some hot water? I'm going to need a drink after I beat him." Fang Rui waved his arms. Then, he turned around and continued to walk towards the stage. He entered the player booth, sucked in a deep breath, swiped his account card, and loaded into the game. The 7th round of the group arena. Happy's 4th player, Fang Rui, versus Samsara's 4th player, Du Ming. "Don't block my way." As soon as the match began, Fang Rui immediately yelled out into the chat. "Don't block my way." Du Ming wasn't going to be outdone. Moon-luring Frost rushed out. "Come!" Fang Rui shouted. Boundless Sea ran around in a circle twice and then crouched down, hiding behind the closest stalagmite. The crowd went into an uproar. That was the Fang Rui that everyone knew. Saying such bravado and doing something else wasn't a feat that just anyone could accomplish. Du Ming's moon-luring Frost didn't use the terrain to hide himself as he moved this time. He went straight for the center of the map. As for Fang Rui's Boundless Sea, he just crouched down behind a stalagmite as if he were bored to death. From time to time, he would type into the chat, "Are you here yet? Why are you so slow?" It had been such an intense match so far, but now that the lazy Fang Rui had come, it was like an eggplant wilting from the frost. The Samsara fans felt like their energy was being sapped. Fang Rui had completely ruined the tense atmosphere in the stadium. The peak-level match had suddenly turned into an in-game 1v1 in the Glory Arena. "I'm here. Where are you?" After Du Ming's moon-luring Frost reached the center of the map, he replied in the chat. It looked like he was quite familiar with Fang Rui's personality. You could never believe Fang Rui's words. Moon-luring Frost looked around and then continued forward towards Happy's spawn point. "I'm too tired to move. I'm waiting at the spawn point." Fang Rui replied. "Just wait there, so I can hurry up and finish this," Du Ming said. Moon-luring Frost continued to push forward. However, this time, he didn't move in a straight line. Instead, he did the same as when he played against Su Muqing. He chose to use the terrain to move around covertly. "If you're in such a hurry, why not just GG?" Fang Rui asked. The crowd went in an uproar again. "Enough of this bullshit. Can't you be more serious?" A lot of people didn't like how unprofessional Fang Rui was. Samsara started mass booing for the first time, all towards Fang Rui. Fang Rui couldn't hear them. He continued to talk nonsense. On the other hand, Du Ming's moon-luring frost was getting closer and closer. But because Fang Rui hadn't done anything since the start of the fight, Du Ming had no way of knowing where Fang Rui was. Was Boundless Sea hiding behind one of these stalagmites? Du Ming didn't move rashly. The home team players knew better than the away team players on how to use the map. Moon-lure frost quietly moved towards a stalagmite. He didn't overlook the possibility that Boundless Sea would happen to be hiding behind it. As a result, he put up his guard as he charged towards it. There was no one there. His lightsaber, lingering ice, hit nothing but air. Du Ming wasn't concerned. He went towards this stalagmite and suddenly jumped. 1 jump, 2 jumps, 3 jumps, 4 jumps. He went up and down 4 times before finally reaching the top of the stalagmite. But it wasn't like the stalagmite was that tall. If he couldn't see anyone before, he still wouldn't be able to see anyone. Du Ming's moon-luring frost didn't even look around. He stared straight at another stalagmite that was close by. Jump! Moon-luring frost jumped towards that stalagmite. Chapter 1607. You shouldn't have tried to play dirty in front of me. Nomi-umi. Nomi-umi. This distance. The audience felt their hearts jump. The stalagmites scattered around the cave weren't arranged densely together. Most of the time, the distance between them was too far to cover in a single jump. Du Ming had chosen 2 relatively close stalagmites, but it seemed a bit sketchy. Was he going to make it? Moon-luring frost fell from the air. It didn't seem like he would make it. The Samsara fans had already started crying out in alarm. Then, they saw moon-luring frost take a step in the air. His foot landed on the stalagmite, and with a push, he was able to bring his entire body over onto it. Applause! Even though it had just been a normal jump, that final step made it seem like he had just barely made it. The fans couldn't help but cheer out of joy. With a new view of his surroundings, Du Ming quickly looked around, but Boundless Sea was nowhere to be seen. In the meantime, the viewers also took a look, paying attention to any nearby stalagmites. Apart from going back the way he came, it didn't seem like there was any other stalagmite he could jump to. Moon-luring frost could take a step in the air, but he couldn't take 2 steps, could he? The normal players could tell that this time, there was no way he could jump to any other stalagmite. However, Du Ming didn't seem to have noticed. Moon-luring frost turned and went for a stalagmite that was clearly too far away. This time, not only did their hearts jump along with moon-luring frost's jump, the crowd went straight for cries of alarm. There was no way he would reach it. He would land in front of it, and his view would then be blocked. Moon-luring frost faced the stalagmite squarely, showing his determination. But in the game, jumping power was a number. Determination wouldn't change anything. Then, they noticed that although moon-luring frost was facing the stalagmite, he was jumping slightly off-center. This is? The audience able to immediately figure out Du Ming's goal using their omniscient view of the map. There was a stalactite hanging down from the ceiling. He wanted to jump off this stalactite to make a second jump, which would make it possible for him to reach the intended stalagmite. That was exactly what happened. Moon-luring frost went for the stalactite first. He pushed off of it and then jumped gently onto the new stalagmite. After seeing this jump, the audience immediately started paying attention to the stalactites, realizing that there were actually a lot of them that he could use. This sort of jump might be a bit tricky for normal players to successfully perform, but there was no way a pro player would make a mistake at something as fundamental as this. With a new view of his surroundings, Du Ming once again looked around, but he still didn't see Boundless Sea. However, the audience knew that if continued searching, he would find Fang Rui's Boundless Sea in the next try if he was lucky. By choosing the stalagmite where Boundless Sea was hiding behind, he would end up positioned right above Boundless Sea. Everyone was eager to see this ambush happen, particularly when the one being ambushed was the master of playing dirty. Du Ming was looking for where to go next. All of the Samsara fans were filled with hope. At this point, the happy fans were starting to question Fang Rui's inaction. How was he supposed to win if he just sat there doing nothing? Du Ming finally picked a stalagmite. The crowd immediately started clapping excitedly. Not only was Ming playing amazing today, his luck was out of this world. There had been 4 stalagmites that he could have jumped to, and he happened to pick the one that Boundless Sea was hiding at. If that wasn't luck, what was it? Jump! Moon-luring Frost jumped off a stalactite and then landed gently onto his destination. From start to finish, no sound had been made. He could already see Boundless Sea crouching behind the stalagmite. As if afraid to startle Fang Rui, the stadium suddenly went silent. The Samsara fans seemed to have put themselves in Ming's situation. Ming had to be carefully and quietly make his move. Coming! Moon-luring Frost stepped off the top of the stalagmite and suddenly dropped down. His sword descended, leaving an arc of pale blue light. As for Boundless Sea? Everyone quickly looked towards him. Boundless Sea had moved the moment Moon-luring Frost had taken the step. Fang Rui's Boundless Sea suddenly got up and stepped away calmly, dodging Moon-luring Frost's attack. Boundless Sea slowly turned his head to look at the sword light flashing in front of him. Ming was alarmed. He didn't think he had made any noise. He also didn't see Boundless Sea look up. How had Fang Rui known that he had attacked? Ming's attack had missed, and now Fang Rui could take advantage of it to launch an attack of his own. Chi Masters were a powerful mid-ranged class. They were quite threatening at close range, but not in comparison to the other 3 fighter classes. By pulling away, he would be able to effortlessly take advantage of the opening, and there was nowhere for Ming's Moon-luring Frost to run to. Boundless Sea had already started gathering chi, ready to attack. I have to act before I land. Even though he had no idea how Fang Rui had noticed him, it wasn't the time to ponder over it. His ambush had failed, and he needed to quickly do something before he got caught by Fang Rui's counterattack. He didn't have many options though. All he could do was try to make it harder for Fang Rui. As a result, Moon-luring Frost gently twisted his body. His movements needed to be very minute so that it looked natural. He also needed to do it before he landed on the ground. Ming wanted to push off the stalagmite so that he could attack first. But Moon-luring Frost had only just moved a tiny bit when Boundless Sea pushed out his palms. Dragon Wave! The wave of chi was filled with killing intent. This skill could be controlled after it was shot out. Ming could no longer bother with making his movement subtle. Moon-luring Frost straightened his body in a panic and jumped off of the stalagmite. His gaze was locked onto Boundless Sea. However, Ming discovered that he had no way to attack him. All the attacks that he could make were sealed off completely by Dragon Wave. Everything had been within Fang Rui's expectations. Could he dodge this Dragon Wave? Moon-luring Frost didn't have any place he could jump off of anymore. If he wanted to dodge while in the air, he could only rely on a skill. He saw the Dragon Wave roaring towards Moon-luring Frost. He had to act immediately. Falling Light Blade. Sword light flashed. Moon-luring Frost dropped straight down. The Dragon Wave wouldn't be able to keep up with Falling Light Blade. But Boundless Sea could? Noticing that Ming had his attention on Dragon Wave, Fang Rui had Boundless Sea rush forward. Dragon Wave? He had abandoned control over it. Boundless Sea gathered a new wave of chi. Not waiting for Moon-luring Frost's Falling Light Blade to land, he threw the chi at him. Ming finally had no options left. Flash Burst! Boundless Sea struck Moon-luring Frost with his palm. The Falling Light Blade was interrupted. Chi violently blossomed, sending Moon-luring Frost flying back. Ming lost control of his character, and the previous Dragon Wave hit him as well. Fang Rui had chained these 2 skills to perform a pincer attack from the front and the back. The damage dealt by Flash Burst couldn't be underestimated. Dragon Wave's effect was annoying. The target hit by it would have decreased attack speed and attack power for a period of time. Moon-luring Frost flew back to where he came from towards that stalagmite. Boundless Sea didn't give chase. Instead, he began gathering chi again. What was coming next? Sky-piercing strike? Boundless Sea pushed out with his 2 palms. The gathered chi swallowed the airborne moon-luring frost. Du Ming couldn't attend to what was behind or what was in front. The sky-piercing strike made moon-luring frost crash even harder into the stalagmite. The force of the impact was quite heavy. Bits of sand broke off from the stalagmite and fell. Du Ming was stunned. He realized how Fang Rui had noticed him. It turned out that his silent jumping would still give off signs. The stalagmite seemed sturdy, but whenever he landed, bits of sand would shake off from it, which Fang Rui had unexpectedly noticed. Fang Rui wasn't nearly as bored as he appeared. He had been very focused. Otherwise, how could he have noticed such a tiny detail? The shaking that he had produced from landing couldn't compare to when he crashed into the stalagmite due to the dragon wave. The bits of sand that fell off would be much smaller, yet Fang Rui had still noticed them. "Your biggest mistake is playing dirty in front of me." A message jumped out in the chat. His words were quite domineering, but when you thought about it more carefully, all of that loftiness seemed to disappear. Wasn't he basically saying that I'm dirtier than you are? There was no such thing as appearing imposing when playing dirty, yet Fang Rui had made it sound that way. Fang Rui was indeed very dirty. Chapter 1608. Everything hitting. Nomiami. Nomiami. Yup, you're dirtier than me, Du Ming unexpectedly replied back to Fang Rui immediately. He seemed quite eager and quite happy to acknowledge it. Fuck. You can't lose, even if it's in being dirty. Lu Buiyuan jumped out of his seat. He had been feeling rather unhappy because of his defeat in the group arena. Just when he was feeling particularly sad, he saw Du Ming admitting that he couldn't compare to his opponent and couldn't bear it. As for what was being compared, that wasn't the point. Well, Fang Minghua coughed. From the way Tang Ru plays, I don't think she's very appreciative of people who play dirty, Jiang Butao said. Fang Rui hit him right where it hurts. Fang Minghua said. That's why he immediately made things clear, Jiang Butao said. If that's all he's concerned about, how is he going to win? Lu Buiyuan was very dissatisfied with how Du Ming was letting his emotions affect the match, especially in one as crucial as the finals. Don't worry, Jiang Buti patted Lu Buiyuan's back, he's very focused right now. Even if he's thinking of Tang Ru, all that will be on his mind is to play his very best. Have trust in him. Lu Buiyuan still wanted to say something, but when he saw a new development happening on stage, he was able to restrain himself. After Du Ming replied back to Fang Rui, he immediately counterattacked. There was no dirtiness, only righteousness. He turned to face Boundless Sea, downwind sword slash. Sword light flew out. Moon-luring frost had just crashed into a wall after getting hit by dragon wave. His entire body was shaking, making it very difficult for him to attack accurately. Even so, Du Ming let out an attack. The downwind sword slash collided with Boundless Sea's chi. Blade Masters dealt physical damage, while Chi Masters' chi dealt magic damage. Physical against magical. It was much harder to calculate which one had higher priority. Boundless Sea had fired a Spirit Reaches to the Rainbow, a Chi Master awakening skill. Its might didn't need to be said. On the other hand, Downwind Sword Slash was a Blade Master skill with very high priority. When the two skills collided, there was no interaction between them. The Downwind Sword Slash moved right past the Chi, striking Boundless Sea. The Spirit Reaches to the Rainbow continued its journey forward, hitting Moon-luring Frost. Hit! Moon-luring Frost was hit again. Fang Rui had accounted for how far Moon-luring Frost would bounce back after crashing into the stalagmite. His attack had been extremely precise. However, Fang Rui hadn't thought that Du Ming would send out an attack of his own in these circumstances. It was a Downwind Sword Slash, too. Unfortunately, Du Ming was just a bit too slow. Because Moon-luring Frost had been hit by Dragon Wave. His attack speed and attack power had been reduced. As a result, despite beautifully executing the Downwind Sword Slash, it wasn't as powerful nor as fast as it should have been. Even so, it wouldn't be easy for Boundless Sea to dodge it. The execution from Du Ming had been too on point. Fang Rui wouldn't be able to avoid it unless he used a skill. As a result, instead of dodging, he blocked. Fang Rui was able to respond in time due to the attack's slowed speed. Boundless Sea pushed out with his palms. Qi gathered in front of him and then quickly enlarged, forming a Qi wave shield. Pi. Qi wave shield wasn't a material object. However, when the downwind sword slash hit it, the collision still made a sound. The immaterial Qi wave shield was like a material object, and it shattered just like one. He had blocked it, but Fang Rui still felt a bit of lingering fear from the attack. The downwind sword slash had been slowed because of the dragon wave, which gave him enough time to form a Qi wave shield. The downwind sword slash had been less powerful as well, which made it just weak enough for his Qi wave shield to resist it. If the downwind sword slash had been faster or stronger, Boundless Sea would have taken a huge blow. Although Boundless Sea was able to block the attack, because he had to deal with it, he wasn't able to continue his combo on Moon Luring Frost. As a result, one Moon Luring Frost recovered from the strike from Spirit Reaches to the Rainbow. He used triple slash to close in onto Boundless Sea. Qi Masters had close-ranged capabilities, but close combat wasn't their specialty. Against a Blade Master, who specialized at close combat, most Qi Masters would choose to run away. But Fang Rui was a dirty Qi Master. He seemed to be the type of person who would avoid these sorts of disadvantaged situations, yet he made a surprising move. Spiral Qi kill. Boundless Sea didn't retreat. He stood his ground and let out a Spiral Qi kill. The spiraling Qi instantly enveloped a large area in front of Boundless Sea. Ming didn't go into it. He just happened to be on his third slash of his triple slash, so he changed directions and slid past the Spiral Qi kill. Without pause, he slashed with his sword, using the fastest Blade Master attack possible, the level 75 skill, Meteor Form. But this time, before the Meteor Form arrived, it lost its radiance. Moon Luring Frost's right hand was caught by Boundless Sea's left hand. Empty-handed blade block. It wasn't a Qi Master skill. This was the skill Fang Rui had chosen to put on his weapon. Every player would take advantage of the extra skill that they had. Because not only was it another tool, it was an unknown to the opponent. When used correctly, its first usage in a fight would always shine. Yishio was able to take advantage of this principle almost limitlessly because of his unspecialized character and his special weapon. He could use a total of 12 different skills for the first time. Other classes were different. Everyone only had one opportunity, and because the range of possibilities was much smaller compared to an unspecialized, the opponent could sometimes guess what it was. It wasn't the case today though. Su Muqing's Electronic Eye and Lu Buiyuan's Cloud Grasping Fist had been used to great effect on their first use. Su Muqing had used Electronic Eye to finish off Jiang Buotou effortlessly. Lu Buiyuan had used Cloud Grasping Fist to successfully close in on Dancing Rain, giving himself the upper hand at the start. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to convert that advantage into a win. Now, Fang Rui had chosen empty-handed blade block, and it too was put to great effect. Fang Rui had predicted that Ming would easily dodge his Spiral Qi kill and had used the empty-handed blade block in advance, which was how he had been able to block Meteor Form, the Blade Master's fastest attack. It was a dismantle skill. Block and then throw. Even if it was only level 1, this basic structure would always exist. Boundless Sea blocked the attack and then hit Moon Luring Frost's stomach. If this skill was used aggressively enough, the throw would send the opponent flying back. However, Boundless Sea had punched very softly. Moon Luring Frost didn't move an inch after taking the punch. However, Ming's expression had already changed. Fang Rui had given up on the explosiveness of the throw to minimize the throw effect, so he could follow up with his own class's offensive moves. Ming had no way of dodging because with the throw, Boundless Sea's hand was already touching his stomach. The difference between Qi Masters and other classes when they attacked was that Qi Masters didn't need to make any arm or wrist movements to produce a force. Their attacks relied mainly on Qi, which flowed from their inner body. Since his hand was already on Moon Luring Frost, he could immediately attack. The Qi quickly traveled from his body to his hands far faster than Moon Luring Frost could swing his arms. Pulse Break, Break Intelligence. Break Intelligence lowered the opponent's intelligence stat, which reduced the opponent's magic attack power and magic resistance. Chi Masters dealt magic damage. Thus, the purpose of this skill was to drastically lower Moon Luring Frost's weak magic resistance even further so he could maximize his DPS towards him. Once the Pulse Break went into effect, the real offense began. It started with a gentle cloud pushing palm, followed by a spiral Chi rush. The combo was a very standard one. Not a bit of dirtiness could be seen. For the final blow, he ended with Qigong Blast. After a standard combo, he finished perfectly with a level 75 skill. Fang Rui didn't do anything new with his comboing. He ended it with a reliable Qigong Blast, pouring Qi into Moon Luring Frost. The light armor worn by Moon Luring Frost trembled from the violent Qi. As his body flew back, blood spurt out from Moon Luring Frost's mouth. "Admit it, you can't beat me not just in dirtiness," Fang Rui taunted arrogantly. His attacks had been extremely efficient. Apart from the spirit reaches to the rainbow that missed, all of his other attacks had landed on Moon Luring Frost. All of it had taken place within 1 or 2 exchanges, yet Moon Luring Frost had already lost 54% of his health. He only had 34% remaining. As for his Boundless Sea, Fang Rui's Boundless Sea hadn't lost any health. He was at a perfect 100% health. The entire stadium was dead silent. That shameless and despicable bastard, who just sat there behind a stalagmite in the beginning, was somehow dominating Du Ming, who was playing incredible today. Du Ming had shown that he was in amazing form during his match against Su Muqing. No. Even in this match, that downwind sword slash showed how well he was playing. Even so, Fang Rui was completely overwhelming him. Moon Luring Frost climbed onto his feet after getting blown back by the Qigong Blast and immediately counterattacked. A trace of blood still hung from his mouth due to the damage from the Qi. Isn't he being too impatient? Has he lost his cool? It was hard not to think these thoughts seeing Du Ming's impatience. However, Fang Rui felt a shiver down his spine. He knew best that Du Ming immediately counterattacking was the biggest threat to him right now. This bastard! He really is playing well today. Fang Rui couldn't help but admit it. Chapter 1609. Too Honest. Nomiami. Nomiami. The comboing onto Moon Luring Frost used up many of the skills Boundless Sea had available. During a combo, both sides needed to pay attention to which skills were used. The side performing the combo wanted to leave as few openings as possible for his opponent to take advantage of. The side being comboed wanted to look for opportunities to break out of the combo. Fang Rui didn't get so carried away that he would leave any huge holes for himself after finishing his combo. However, because he had chained together so many skills, he didn't have many skills left to use and his options were rather limited. If Du Ming counterattacked immediately, Fang Rui would be in greater danger. Fang Rui clearly felt this danger. Such a fast counterattack couldn't have been out of impulse. Du Ming had calmly calculated when exactly his counterattack would be most effective. Du Ming was playing like he was on fire. Boundless Sea had appeared righteous and grand just a moment ago. Within the next second, he became the reincarnation of vulgarity. He was rolling all over the ground, fleeing, and hiding, all to run away from Du Ming's counterattack. Du Ming is playing extremely well today, Yi Xiao once again brought up this point. But he's too honest, Yi Xiao sighed. So? Chengguo didn't understand. He lacks variation and finesse, Yi Xiao explained. Finesse as in, playing dirty? Chengguo asked. You could say that. Yi Xiao thought about it carefully for a moment before nodding his head. Du Ming knew the importance of making the first move and counterattacked immediately. But no matter how threatening he may be, Fang Rui had instantly seen through him. If he had mixed it up a bit, he would have made things much more difficult for Fang Rui. Playing dirty required one to pay particular attention towards controlling the pace of a match. The master of playing dirty, Fang Rui, was an expert in this area. Du Ming's counterattack was too straightforward and honest. Even though he had the initiative, the more time went on, the more feeble he seemed. Blade Master skills had cooldowns too. Every attempt Du Ming made to land the first blow was making his available skill pool smaller and smaller. On the other hand, Fang Rui was only focused on running away. Boundless Sea occasionally took damage, but he always avoided any critical blows. His skills were gradually coming off cooldown. However, Boundless Sea continued doing whatever he could to run away. There didn't seem to be any indication that he was planning on counter-attacking, and it was making Chen Gui extremely worried. Why isn't he attacking back? Chen Gui asked Yi Xiao. Because Du Ming is asking the same question, Yi Xiao said. Chen Gui was confused at first, but she figured it out after some thinking. Fang Rui was doing what Du Ming had been lacking previously. He was mixing it up by making Du Ming second-guess himself. It was a way of controlling the tempo. Du Ming felt like Fang Rui was going to start attacking back, but he wasn't seeing any signs of a counterattack. As a result, Du Ming had no idea what Fang Rui was planning on doing. It was making him uncertain on what he should be doing. Should he continue attacking? Should he slow down the tempo? Should he let out an opening to bait his opponent? His heart was wavering, and all of this could be seen from the way his character was moving. An opening. An obvious opening appeared in Moon Luring Frost's offense. Normal players might not have noticed it, but the spectating pro players immediately saw it. But Fang Rui didn't do anything. Fang Rui still didn't act. Boundless Sea was still rolling all over the place. What is he thinking? Even the pro players were starting to get restless. As for Du Ming, he had immediately noticed the opening and panicked. In a fluster, he started thinking of how he could bring things back. However, Fang Rui didn't act on it. Did he not see it? No way? What is he thinking? In any case, I really got lucky that he missed the mistake I made. I have to focus. Du Ming thought to himself. Spiral Chi kill. Whirling Chi suddenly appeared in front of Moon Luring Frost. Fuck! The reaction from the pro players were even more intense than the normal players. After all, most of the audience hadn't noticed Du Ming's mistake, so they didn't understand how sudden the Spiral Chi kill was. It was as if Du Ming had fallen off a cliff and was climbing back up, but during this time, Fang Rui just stood there, not doing anything. Then, as soon as Du Ming climbed up, narrowly escaping death, Fang Rui ran over and pushed him off. How dirty! How despicable! I can't even watch! Thunderclaps Dai Yinchi cried out. Many of the younger pro players nodded their heads in agreement. They were all too inexperienced to deal with Fang Rui's dirtiness. The spiraling Chi surged. Du Ming had been completely caught off guard, but there was still time to dodge it. Du Ming's condition today was godly. He had somehow reacted in time to this surprise attack. Moon Luring Frost stepped to the side, narrowly dodging the Spiral Chi kill. Just when he was about to counterattack, he suddenly hesitated. Why does this feel like déjà vu? The last time he counterattacked after narrowly dodging a Spiral Chi kill, hadn't Fang Rui caught him with an empty-handed blade block? Some of the more astute and experienced pro players noticed Du Ming's hesitation and had the same sentiment as Yi Xiao, he's too honest. Fang Rui had numerous skills that he could have used to attack, but he had specifically chosen to use Spiral Chi kill. His aim was to bring up an unpleasant memory for Du Ming and make him feel a sense of déjà vu. Advance or retreat? The decision needed to be made fast. On the other hand, hesitation was exactly what Fang Rui wanted. The hesitation had only been an instant, but Fang Rui had been waiting for that instant. Spiral Chi rush. It was an attack similar to Spiral Chi kill. The difference was that Spiral Chi rush carried the user forward as well, closing the gap created from Moon Luring Frost dodging the Spiral Chi kill. Du Ming shouldn't have been hit by it, but he hesitated when he couldn't hesitate. Hit! The spiraling Chi wasn't a quiet one. The moment Moon Luring Frost was hit, ear-piercing screeches sounded from the Chi tearing through his light armor. The dirty Chi master immediately looked bright and radiant again. Skill after skill followed. Wave after wave of chi struck Moon, luring Frost from close and from afar. The chi danced like a dragon, swallowing Moon, luring Frost's life. Ming refused to give up. It wasn't the last round yet. He hadn't come across the person he wanted to come across. How could he lose here? Immortal guides the way. Suddenly, Moon, luring Frost swung his sword, splitting apart the roaring chi towards Boundless Sea's chest. Empty-handed blade block? Let's see it. Ming was completely ready for Boundless Sea's empty-handed blade block. But to his surprise, Boundless Sea's two arms didn't rise up. Boundless Sea stuck his chest forward and took a step towards him, prepared to take the blow. Fuck! Ming cursed. He had been completely focused on the empty-handed blade block, but what came was reinforced iron bones. I guess that's it. Immortal Guide the Way's knockback had no effect against a super-armored target. Boundless Sea's chi wreaked havoc, destroying the last bit of Moon, luring Frost's health. Happy's Fang Rui, 1. Chapter 1610. Directly ignored. Nomiami. Nomiami. Fang Rui had obtained an outstanding win. Boundless Sea still had 77% health left. Ming left the stage downcast, but he received much applause from the crowd nonetheless. Even though he had lost quite badly, his win against Su Muqing had been beautiful. His fans wouldn't be so easy to forget his brilliant performance. Even so, Ming was dejected. After all, apart from winning, he had brought his personal feelings into the match. When he returned to his seat and he received comfort from his teammates, he couldn't help but glance towards Happy's seats first. There's no saving him. Might as well sell him to Happy. Ha, I was thinking, when we sell him to Happy, we should do it as a trade for Tang Ru. Wouldn't that be hilarious? It was the finals, and Samsara was behind, but Samsara's players could still joke around. It had to be said that the team had cultivated a healthy environment of trust and confidence. No matter what situation they were in, they always kept calm. Whether they were in the lead or falling behind, it was all a part of competing. They would face it with a hopeful outlook that they would win in the end. It's my turn. Sun Slong got up. He had a long history with Happy and with Yi Xiao. 2 group arenas had passed in the finals. He hadn't fought against Yi Xiao in either of them, which made his fight somewhat less storied. Right now, he was Samsara's last player in the group arena. He would need to beat practically 2 challengers from Happy to win. It wasn't looking too good for him. However, Samsara's fans seemed to be confident in this newly joined member of theirs as they cheered excitedly for him. Brimming with confidence, Sun Slong walked towards the stage and waved towards the crowd. Group Arena, deciding round. He would need to beat 2 opponents to win. Sun Slong was clear what situation he was in. Before he entered his player booth, he couldn't help but look towards Happy's side, at Tang Ru. The meaning behind his gaze at Tang Ru was completely different from Ming's. Ming had been looking forward to playing with her. On the other hand, Sun Slong was picking a fight, telling her, "I'll be waiting." He wasn't a stranger to Tang Ru's fiery fighting spirit. Tang Ru was a rookie though, while Sun Slong was a top god. Challenging a rookie to a fight seemed rather illogical. However, his challenge had another layer of depth to it. He was completely ignoring the 77% health Fang Rui. Fang Rui was an all-star player. He was the master of playing dirty. Just in terms of status, he was far more suitable target for Sun Slong to challenge. However, Sun Slong was completely ignoring him. In Sun Slong's eyes, Fang Rui's defeat was a foregone conclusion. The Samsara fans suddenly cheered and clapped even harder. Everyone on Happy was looking at one another. Their teammate was being disrespected, but when they remembered that the one being disrespected was Fang Rui, who had no idea what was going on, it all seemed rather funny. "I wish I could tell him," Su Muqing said. "How terrible." "Let's all give him a moment of silence," Yi Xiao said. "I kind of don't want to play in today's group arena." These words were quite rare coming from Tang Ru, who longed for a good fight. "Yeah, that's what we hope every match," and when he said, Tang Ru was usually placed as Happy's last player in the group arena. Her not playing meant that Happy would have at least a 2-point lead. It was an outcome that Happy always hoped for. And when he was saying the truth. I always hope that boss can 1v5, Steamed Bun really worshipped Yishio like he was a god. Even Yishio embarrassed at times. Let's watch Fang Rui play. Yishio hastily brought the subject back to the match. The two sides loaded into the map, and the match soon began. Surrender! Fang Rui started trash-talking Sun Slong. Unfortunately, poor Fang Rui didn't know that to Sun Slong, he was already a dead man. Ha ha! Sun Slong clearly had no interest in talking to a dead man. One autumn leaf rushed forward towards the center of the map. And to no surprise, Fang Rui's boundless sea was nowhere to be seen. Where are you hiding this time? Sun Slong asked in the chat. In a place where you're not expecting, Fang Rui replied. Is that so? Sun Slong said. One autumn leaf looked as if he were taking a casual stroll as he enjoyed his surroundings. He didn't seem to be in a hurry to find boundless sea. Soon, one autumn leaf arrived at a stalagmite. The viewers suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. Before they could recall where the déjà vu was coming from, they saw one autumn leaf jump, once, twice, thrice, 4 times. 4 jumps, and one autumn leaf stood at the top of a stalagmite. Everyone suddenly remembered. Wasn't this what Ming did? Was Sun Slong planning on reenacting the previous fight? What's the meaning of this? Doing the exact same thing? Is he trying to show that he's better than his teammate? Chenghua said disdainfully. Her dislike for Sun Slong made her even want to fight for justice for Samsara's players. We'll see. Yishio didn't make any hasty conclusions. Chenghua curled her lips and continued to watch the map. One autumn leaf took the same route as Ming's moon-luring frost last round. His jumping was smooth. It seemed like all of Samsara had done practice in this area. One autumn leaf. Chenghua always found the name particularly eye-catching. One autumn leaf was a character she loved to death. Who knew how many times she had cheered for him? Cheering for him also meant cheering for the player though. The owner of One Autumn Leaf had changed, but it was hard for fans to part with their feelings for the character. Every loyal fan was used to seeing their familiar player and familiar character together on stage. A change in player or character was always painful for them. One Autumn Leaf had switched owners, and the new owner was particularly irksome, who was also their opponent. It was unbearably uncomfortable for Chenghua. She couldn't say anything about it though because she knew that whatever she felt about One Autumn Leaf couldn't compare to what Yishio felt. In the finals of the Challenger League last year against Excellent Era, Yishio had personally fought against One Autumn Leaf. Chenghua felt her heart go sour just thinking about it. She had even cried a little bit in private. She dreamed of getting One Autumn Leaf over to Happy so that Yishio would be reunited with him. Even if Yishio wouldn't be playing him anymore, even if Tang Ru was the one using him, One Autumn Leaf wouldn't be their opponent at least. However, One Autumn Leaf ended up going along with the annoying Sun Slong to Samsara. And once again, One Autumn Leaf had become an obstacle in their path to the finishing line. One Autumn Leaf. Chenghua swore a silent vow. One day, she would definitely bring him over to Happy. Even if they wouldn't use him, even if he would just remain there as a memory, she really didn't want to see One Autumn Leaf as their enemy anymore, especially as an enemy to Yishio. But whenever she thought of this point, she felt scared because she knew about Happy's financial circumstances clearly. Even if Happy was able to gather enough money to buy a top-tier character, it wouldn't be so easy. Sun Slong was a young player, and he had integrated himself successfully into Samsara. This champion team wasn't going to give up an important asset on their team so easily. Taking back One Autumn Leaf was perhaps a thought for the future. As the team's boss, Chenghua had the patience and determination to wait until that day. But Yishio? How much time did he have left as a pro player? Would there be a day where she could see him fight alongside One Autumn Leaf again? Chenghua knew that these hopes were small. All she could hope was for them to encounter One Autumn Leaf less often. At least they didn't meet each other in the group arena, last round and this round. Chenghua could only console herself in this way. One autumn leaf jumped nimbly from one stalagmite to another, searching below him. But this time, Fang Rui didn't copy what he did last time. Boundless Sea didn't crouch behind a stalagmite, waiting quietly for his opponent to come. Instead, he was constantly switching between hiding places. Even though he had yet to see his opponent, he was playing very cautiously as if his opponent was right beside him. There was no way Happy's players could use the stalagmites as cover as well as Samsara's players, who had practiced with this map. However, the dirty Fang Rui was doing everything to the utmost of his abilities. The broadcast had quite the experience by now, paying close attention to Boundless Sea's movements. The broadcast zoomed out and looked around from different angles to show the audience how difficult it was to notice Boundless Sea's movements. However, this difficulty was constructed on the basis that he was on the same level as his opponent. Sun Slong was jumping between stalagmites like Du Ming had done previously, but it didn't seem like Fang Rui had noticed. Boundless Sea continued to scurry stealthily across the ground, but Sun Slong had finally located him from above. One autumn leaf immediately changed directions towards Boundless Sea. At this moment, one autumn leaf was moving towards an area where moon-luring frost hadn't gone to before. By jumping, one autumn leaf moved faster than Boundless Sea. Whenever Fang Rui reached a stalagmite, he would always crouch there for a bit. Finally, one autumn leaf reached him. With a jump, he landed onto a stalagmite behind Boundless Sea. What? Fang Rui immediately noticed an abnormality. He realized that something had happened, but he didn't look above him. Instead, he stuck his head out from behind the stalagmite to look around. Chapter 16:11. You wanted me to see this. Nomiami. Nomiami. Sun Slong let out a smile, but this time, no one could see it. One autumn leaf didn't make any unusual movements. He simply leapt downwards. Everything so far had been going the same as Du Ming's fight against Fang Rui. The differences began after one autumn leaf jumped down. Dragon breaks the ranks. One autumn leaf crashed down like a meteor. By borrowing the force of gravity alongside Dragon breaks the ranks, his fall speed was many times faster than when moon-luring frost dropped down. Such a powerful force was naturally very noticeable, but Fang Rui still didn't lift his head to look up. Boundless Sea's movements weren't as unhurried as before though. He rushed forward, not to pull away, but to circle around the stalagmite. Boundless Sea circled behind the stalagmite. The fierce one autumn leaf seemed to suddenly freeze at this moment. Then, one autumn leaf pushed off the stalagmite, placing his spear, Evil Annihilation, horizontally in front of him. It seemed like he planned on changing directions before he touched the ground. However, it seemed like his timing was a bit off. In the end, one autumn leaf touched the ground and turned around, but he didn't make a large enough turn. His body was bent over, and the momentum from Dragon breaks the ranks completely vanished. It almost looked like he was plowing the fields. Ha ha ha, Chenghua didn't hold back her laughter. You wanted me to see this. Well, Yishou didn't know what to say. From Sun Slong's actions, if Fang Rui had done the same exact thing as he did last round, no matter how he mixed it up, the Dragon breaks the ranks from Sun Slong's one autumn leaf would be able to deal with it. His extremely technical right-angle turn in midair was truly quite brilliant. It wasn't something that just anyone could do, and as a result, that made it difficult for the opponent to predict. Sun Slong had fully utilized the information that he obtained from his teammate's fight against Fang Rui. He wasn't like what Chenghua thought, using the same exact method to show his teammate that he was better than him. He was using the same method so that he could replicate Fang Rui's response to it. Since he would know what Fang Rui would do, he could come up with a way to counter it. It was a perfect example of a group arena team strategy, taking advantage of the knowledge gained from previous rounds. Unfortunately, Fang Rui did something completely different than what he did last round. Boundless Sea circled directly behind the stalagmite. No matter how brilliant his turn was, it was impossible for one autumn leaf to circle around the stalagmite so quickly. Sun Slong had been caught off guard by it. The surprise made him react slightly too slow, and he ended up faltering on the extremely technical turn in midair. It was why one autumn leaf looked like he was a farmer plowing the field right now. Since he failed to execute the move perfectly, there was a small opening. Boundless Sea circled back and shot out a blast of chi. Sky-piercing strike. The chi flew rapidly, but it missed. One autumn leaf seemed to know that Boundless Sea had attacked from behind him. He jumped up, leaping over the sky-piercing strike. Then, he twisted around in midair. Battle magic was already gathering around his spear, evil annihilation. Crash down. Shattering the lands. Magic descended and then spread outwards. The surface of the earth swelled and then burst. The magic condensed and exploded, sending dirt flying violently into the air. Fang Rui knew that the situation wasn't good and didn't dare contend against it. Boundless Sea immediately ran away. Sun Strong had completely put a stop to Fang Rui's sneak attack. In this instant, Chen Gui hated to admit it, but she seemed to see a shadow of the former battle god. Brandishing his spear, one autumn leaf chased after Boundless Sea. As Boundless Sea ran, he would turn his head back to check behind him. He looked like he was in a panic. Soon, he reached another stalagmite and immediately hid behind it. Sun Strong didn't hesitate. One autumn leaf rushed towards the stalagmite at a diagonal. The moment you circled around behind a stalagmite, there would be a slight opening. This opening was too small though, and to most people, it wasn't enough time to respond to a potential sneak attack. However, Sun Strong had the confidence that he could. One step. There was no one behind the stalagmite. Boundless Sea had plans on making a sneak attack. After using the stalagmite to block Sun Strong's vision, he continued to scurry away. Sun Strong sneered. One autumn leaf continued to give chase. However, so far, there hadn't been any opportunities for one autumn leaf to create any neutral chasers. As a result, he didn't have much of an advantage in movement speed, and the two maintained the same distance between each other. Sun Strong wasn't in a hurry though. He just needed to keep close enough to Boundless Sea. He might not catch up, but what about after his Dragon Breaks the Ranks went off cooldown? Everyone realized it. The broadcast put a special countdown, showing the cooldown on Dragon Breaks the Ranks as if it was Boundless Sea's death timer. Chen Gui couldn't laugh. Last round, Fang Rui had looked dominant against Ming. This round, Sun Strong was chasing him around as if he were a stray dog. Is there nothing he can do? Chen Gui looked at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao understood her intent and answered, "Don't worry. Fang Rui is still in control." In control? Chen Gui looked at Boundless Sea. It looked more like he had completely lost control. If that's what Sun Strong is thinking too, then that'd be great, Yi Xiao sighed. What's that supposed to mean? Chen Gui replied. Ha ha, Yi Xiao pretended like he didn't know. Okay. Dragon Breaks the Ranks is about to be off cooldown. Pan Lin shouted, 3, 2, 1. Pan Lin soon swallowed his words because Sun Strong didn't do like he had imagined, immediately using Dragon Breaks the Ranks once it came off cooldown. Sun Strong wasn't in a hurry. He could see that Fang Rui wasn't in a panic. Fang Rui was still running away because he hadn't found any opportunities to counterattack. If he hastily made a move, he might actually be giving Sun Strong an opening to attack him. A single Dragon Breaks the Ranks wouldn't be enough to fully close the distance between the two of them. Sun Strong had completely ignored Fang Rui and provoked Tang Ru, but that didn't mean he was underestimating his opponent. From the start, he had used all the knowledge that he had to gain the upper hand. This was more than enough to show that he had respect for his opponent. Sun Strong wasn't as young and naive as when he was captain on Team Conquering Clouds, nor was he as arrogant as when he was on Team Excellent Era. He had matured, using the appropriate behavior to face a match. Are they just going to keep running until the end? Seeing that neither side was doing anything apart from running, the viewers couldn't help but be puzzled. The finals was a grand stage to be on. It couldn't just end up being a contest of who was better at controlling their stamina, could it? That would be too boring. Even though that was what most people were thinking, there really didn't seem to be anything apart from stamina consumption that would change the situation. The broadcast showed the stamina bars on the two characters, which was extremely rare to see in a pro match. "It seems like Boundless Sea will last longer," Pan Lin said. "I doubt either side will have any problems controlling their stamina properly. However, there's an inherent disparity between their classes. Even though one Autumn Leaf has a bit more stamina, Chi Masters consume stamina slower. It's probably designed that way to show how the circulation of Chi allows Chi Masters to more efficiently utilize their energy," Liebor said. "No one really cares usually though, no," Pan Lin said. "But right now, it's very important," Liebor refuted. "To think he would take advantage of such a small detail, no wonder his Fang Rui," Pan Lin said. "Yes. So he'll have a bit more stamina to use, which he can use to run a bit faster and move farther away from Sun Srong. And after that," Pan Lin said. "After that he can use it to find an opportunity to counterattack," Liebor struggled to explain. Pan Lin felt that it was a pretty unlikely justification as well. Such precise calculations, requiring perfect execution over a long period of time, all so he could get a bit farther away from his opponent. That didn't seem very logical. Some words weren't meant to be said out loud, but in their hearts, they were thinking the same thing. "I've already taken off my pants, and you want me to see this?" Once the race was over, it would just start again. This sort of development was too boring to watch. Pan Lin and Liebor had no way to hype things up. Stopping people from dozing off was the best they could do. "One Autumn Leaf is out of stamina," Pan Lin said listlessly. "Yeah," Liebor replied listlessly. "Fang Rui should know, right? He should know. Do you think Sun Srong has any ideas?" Pan Lin said. "If he had any ideas, wouldn't he have used them by now?" Liebor answered. "True. He's out." "Yup. So now, Dragon breaks the ranks, fuck," Pan Lin shouted. He couldn't help but curse, and he hadn't noticed it all. He was completely astonished. He hadn't expected it at all. To think Sun Srong would choose to use Dragon breaks the ranks once his stamina ran out. It was truly surprising. Fang Rui must not have expected it either. That arrogant Sun Srong was exceptionally calm. It was truly surprising. Dragon breaks the ranks. One Autumn Leaf rushed forward, and this skill's speed was far faster than a sprint. But there was a bit of distance between them. Dragon breaks the ranks would take some time to close the distance, and that was where the issue lay. But who would expect a Dragon breaks the ranks at this moment? A slight hesitation may result in Fang Rui not being able to react in time. But Fang Rui didn't hesitate. He had unexpectedly thought of the Dragon breaks the ranks. Boundless Sea moved horizontally, successfully dodging the Dragon breaks the ranks. Then, he responded with a spiral chi rush. However, one Autumn Leaf didn't immediately stop after Dragon breaks the ranks missed, like Fang Rui had expected. One Autumn Leaf continued right past him. As a result, the two seemed to swap places. One Autumn Leaf wasn't able to close the distance, but Fang Rui wasn't able to get his counterattack. However, Chi Masters were experts at mid-range. The skills that he had in mind couldn't be used because of the distance they were at, but he had many other skills he could use. Chi Blade. The attack was inherently difficult to see. With Fang Rui's sneaky methods, people who weren't paying close enough attention probably didn't even think Boundless Sea did anything. The Chi Blade flew out. Boundless Sea's palms continued to gather Chi for the next skill. One Autumn Leaf had turned around, brandishing his spear, but he couldn't make any attacks because of the distance. Suddenly, his body flickered. A trace of magic was all that remained in his original position. One Autumn Leaf had disappeared. Teleport. The skill that One Autumn Leaf put on his weapon today was Teleport. The first time using a bonus skill on a weapon would always be a surprise, but Teleport was a very common mage skill that people chose. Even when it was spread to all classes, Teleport was the most commonly chosen skill. No other superclass had a skill that was so beloved by everyone. Even if the teleport distance was rather small at level 1, it was an extremely versatile skill that could be used to escape or to attack. Was Fang Rui caught off guard by this sudden change? Chapter 16:12. Unable to play dirty. Nomiami. Nomiami. The sudden teleport surprised quite a few of the viewers. But to a pro player, teleport out was pretty much considered a required skill for mags. Thinking about it more closely though, since one autumn leaf had teleport, he could have easily combined it with the burst of speed that Dragon Breaks the Ranks provided and chased Fang Rui down. It didn't seem at all necessary to save it and use it at the last second. So did that mean he didn't use it just as a setup where Fang Rui mistook his skill build to not have teleport, and thus lure him to let his guard down against it? A normal player would not have given a second thought after observing this move. But to a pro player, there was often a deeper layer to things. A competition of endurance? From the start, this was only in the eyes of the average viewer. None of the pro players considered it to be that simple. It would be looking down on them if you expected a pro player to make a basic blunder like this. Up until they saw this teleport. This skill has lost its element of surprise because too many players added it on their weapons. However, in this situation, it had gained a brand new element of surprise. Many spectators felt a whole new level of respect for Sun Slong. Everyone who had played against Sun Slong, and even those who once called him teammate, clearly felt changes from him. Had he been enlightened during his time at Excellent Era? Had he learned during his time at Samsara? Perhaps both? Whatever it may be, this new generation player did his utmost to continually move towards perfection. Nice teleport! The spectators all praised to themselves. Because teleport could only be level 1, one autumn leaf could only move so far with it. But this teleport finally put one autumn leaf directly beside Boundless Sea. Sky Strike. One autumn leaf used the fastest skill in the Battle Mage arsenal. Evil Annihilation was thrust out the exact same moment that his body appeared. Roll. Boundless Sea rolled sideways. He dodged it. Pan Ling cried out in shock. The pro players also all felt that it was odd. Such an unexpected teleport and such an unexpected attack. Yet Fang Rui managed to react to it. The fact that he could react proves he was still prepared. The statement came from Wan Yongbin, the cleric player from Wind Howl, Fang Rui's former teammate. He clearly had a good understanding of Fang Rui. We gotta give it to the king of dirty plays. He always expects his opponent to have the worst intentions, eh? Misty Rains Li Hua said. This didn't sound much like praise, but it was spot on. Everyone watching felt like if they put themselves in Fang Rui's shoes, they would have let their guard down against teleport after seeing Sun Slong's plays. However, Fang Rui himself was still on guard against it, and that could only be because of his personality and play style. Sky Strike missed, but Sun Slong didn't look like he was going to be discouraged this easily. At least he had an opportunity right now and was in close range. One autumn leaf unleashed another attack straight away. Draconic Crusher. Evil Annihilation, which was swung up from the Sky Strike, crashed down and unleashed a Draconic Crusher. This skill had a knockdown effect and had extremely high priority. It was not possible to answer it with another skill. Boundless Sea had no time to get up after dodging the Sky Strike and had to quickly roll again. The magical energies of Draconic Crusher bombarded the ground and immediately smashed out a small crater in the ground. Evil Annihilation shot up once again, not giving Fang Rui any time to catch his breath. Dragon Tooth. Boundless Sea used the momentum from the roll to take a sideways step. He barely managed to dodge and at the same time, slapped out a palm. Cloud Pushing Palm. A low-level Chi Master skill. This tiny window was nowhere enough for Boundless Sea to even think about using a strong skill with cast time. He could only use a quick, weak skill to try to disrupt his opponent's relentless attacks. Cloud Pushing Palm had low damage but also had a knockback effect. This was a natural skill choice for Boundless Sea in his current predicament, who needed to create some space for himself. Circle Swing. He didn't expect one autumn leaf to not dodge and instead directly use this skill. The grab effect of Circle Swing would send him crashing into the ground. Even though Boundless Sea's Cloud Pushing Palm would still land and send one autumn leaf backwards, it was still unfavorable for him. Helpless, Fang Rui could only abandon his attack. Boundless Sea flipped backwards to dodge again. But he didn't expect Boundless Sea to not respond to his input. When Fang Rui suddenly realized why, Evil Annihilation had already pierced his chest and flicked him skyward. What happened? The normal player saw it as a whiff dodge, resulting in him being hit. But in the pro player's eyes, not dodging this attack was inexcusable. Something unexpected must have occurred to cause it. Boundless Sea ran out of stamina. Someone realized it and yelled it out, no one knew who. Everyone started. Then their minds were blown. They realized that the answer to their speculation over Sun Xian's intentions were far simpler than they thought. Sun Xiang was not trying to set up for a successful teleport earlier. His main ploy was to whittle away Fang Rui's stamina. Because of Fang Rui's play style. A dirty play style meant the player will never seek direct confrontation with his opponent. He would use all sorts of tricks to gain a slight advantage by avoiding bad positions and moving into good ones, meaning a lot of movement would be used. Sprints, rolls, jumps, these common movements are all stamina hungry. The vast majority would never feel that their stamina limited their movements, except for when they sprinted without a break. These movements were seldom used so frequently that they caught up to stamina recovery. Fang Rui's dirty play style would use these movements far more frequently than a normal player. Even so, his stamina had never limited his play. Stamina recovery was very quick, and it was usually more than enough to handle Fang Rui's pace of play. But in today's match, Sun Xiang and Fang Rui participated in a chase that wore down his stamina. Battle Mags had slightly more stamina, but Chi Masters spent slightly less. In the end, it was one Autumn Leaf who ran out first. Thus, Sun Xiang launched his attacks at that moment. Dragon Breaks the Ranks and Teleportation were used in succession to let him get within melee range. Even though he didn't hit Boundless Sea, he managed to seize the initiative. Thus began the close combat attacks. Fang Rui dodged continuously, naturally using the dirty play style that he was so used to. After consecutive rolls and sprints, he managed to wear down all of one Autumn Leaf stamina, while not having much left himself. As the circle swing came, Fang Rui had Boundless Sea forcefully cancel Cloud Pushing Palm. A forced cancel was an action that expended stamina. Here, it finally depleted Boundless Sea's stamina. The next roll that was meant to dodge Circle Swing had not been executed because he was out of stamina. Stamina, which seemed to never run out in a real battle, was depleted by this intense pursuit. The high-paced battle that followed meant that his stamina could no longer sustain Fang Rui's dirty play style. If you were to say before that what everyone felt in Sun Xiang was a sense of growth, you could say that now that what everyone felt in Sun Xiang was a sense of formidability. He was no longer the kind to rely purely on superior technique and skill to overwhelm his opponent. He had started observing and analyzing his opponents. Fang Rui's dirty play style had brought years of misery and headaches to many pro players. But today, Sun Xiang actually found a way to completely suppress him. Even though stamina recovered quickly, Fang Rui's dirty play style also expended it quickly. When his stamina bar was near zero, the recovery really wasn't enough. Sun Xiang just needed to maintain a tight offensive to make Fang Rui constantly feel his stamina deficiency. Slam! Boundless Sea crashed into the ground after being swung around by Circle Swing. In these few moments, the pro players have already finished analyzing Fang Rui's predicament. The players who used to be on the receiving end of his dirty play style were getting a healthy dose of Schadenfreude right now. When the dirty playing Fang Rui couldn't play dirty, then what would he do? Everyone was about to find out. Tyrant's Destruction. One Autumn Leaf once again swept Evil Annihilation at Boundless Sea, who was currently flat on the ground. Boundless Sea rolled to dodge. Again, he used what little stamina had recovered in the last few moments. Dragon Tooth. Another attack followed closely. If it was the regular Fang Rui, he would roll once to dodge, and roll again to end up on one Autumn Leaf's flank. But right now, He couldn't even roll consecutively. Boundless Sea stamina bar flashed repeatedly as if someone installed a red blinker light under it. Chapter 16:13. 1 second Sandbag. Nomiami. Nomiami. Sky Strike. Dragon Tooth followed by Sky Strike, a plain and simple battle mage combo. Sun Strong didn't do anything fancy after sealing shut Fang Rui's dirty methods. He used this ordinary but very effective combo to knock Boundless Sea into the air. Seeing Boundless Sea launch tumbling into the air, Fang Rui's heart turned ice cold. Stamina. He had indeed overlooked this aspect. His playstyle was quite stamina heavy, but over his 6 years of pro play, stamina had never been an issue for him. If you had no mana, you couldn't do anything. If you had no health, you would be dead. If you had no stamina, you just had to wait a bit for it to recover. It had always been this way. So it couldn't be said that Fang Rui had been careless. He had never thought that stamina would ever be an issue. However, in today's match, he hadn't been paying attention, while his opponent had. The issue of stamina now limited what he could do. Sun Slong. Fang Rui never had any rivalries with Sun Slong. In Season 7, Sun Slong had just been a rookie. In Season 8, he had joined Excellent Era mid-season and then was relegated alongside them. In Season 9, he had been in the Challenger League. Sun Strong had never been a player that Fang Rui had particularly cared about. To Fang Rui, Sun Strong was just another player competing in the pro scene. Up until this season, Fang Rui's professional career suddenly took a huge turn, and Sun Strong brought one autumn leaf with him to Samsara. Because of the complicated relationship between Happy, Excellent Era, Yi Xiu, One Autumn Leaf, and so on, Sun Strong became a rather special existence to Happy. Apart from him, the rest of Happy had played in the Challenger League. At that time, Su Muqing had been Happy's enemy as well, but her relationship with Sun Strong had always been quite unpleasant. Fang Rui quickly got along with the team. As a result, there was no way he would have a good impression of Sun Strong. What's more, the two had fought 1v1 in the regular season, and at that time, he had lost to Sun Strong. Their next encounter was today in the finals. Happy had lost the first game. If they lost the second game, their run would be over. Fang Rui beat Du Ming, and he knew that his next opponent would be Sun Strong. He didn't care who his opponent was. He would beat him. Happy still had a player left, but that didn't weaken his resolve. If he won, Happy would go into the team competition with a 2-point lead. As the away team, this 2-point lead would be very precious. Fang Rui had performed rather mediocre throughout the playoffs, and he really wanted to be useful to Happy. Starting from the previous round against Du Ming, he had been determined to win Happy this 2-point lead. But right now, Sun Strong was suppressing him, using such an ordinary combo to send Boundless Sea spinning into the air. What am I doing? Fang Rui was angry, not at Sun Strong, but himself. Stamina had never been a problem for him before, so he had never considered that it could ever be one. Fang Rui was furious at himself for being so careless. But I haven't lost yet. He may be out of stamina, but stamina recovered quickly. It didn't matter if he was taking damage. As long as he didn't do anything that required stamina, it would continue to recover. Fang Rui stared closely at Boundless Sea's stamina bar. His health was dropping, but he couldn't care about that right now. What he needed was stamina, only stamina. His stamina was recovering bit by bit. Fang Rui felt like it was recovering at a snail's pace. In the past, he had never felt like he had to wait so long for his stamina to recover. How much stamina do I need? Fang Rui was calculating in his mind when Boundless Sea suddenly dropped down. He stopped the combo? Everyone was astonished. One Autumn Leaf's comboing had been perfect. He could have easily continued it. Why did he suddenly stop? A mistake? The people who thought that felt surprised because it would be a very low-level mistake. Boundless Sea fell towards the ground. Out of reflex, Fang Rui did a quick recover, but just when he was about to act, he stopped himself. So that's it. Fang Rui instantly figured out what Sun Slong's motive was. Sun Slong had intentionally broke off his combo because he wanted to keep him at 0 stamina. Juggling Boundless Sea in the air wouldn't be enough to kill him. During this time, Boundless Sea would recover stamina, which would let Fang Rui respond and counterattack. As soon as Boundless Sea's stamina recovered just a little bit, Sun Slong intentionally stopped his combo to give Fang Rui an opening to react and use up what little stamina he had. Boundless Sea crashed to the ground. Quick recover? Usually, that was the right call, but if Boundless Sea used quick recover to get up, one autumn leaf would certainly be ready for him. Fang Rui's usual methods required stamina, and he would quickly exhaust what stamina he had left. Once his stamina was gone, he would once again be in a passive state. Then, once his stamina recovered a bit, Sun Slong would give out another opening, so he would use up his stamina. The cycle would just repeat endlessly until he died. I can't let that happen. I have to recover enough stamina before I act, even if it means I take more damage. Bang! Fang Rui didn't quick recover, and Boundless Sea fell straight to the ground. Sun Slong immediately grasped Fang Rui's intentions. He couldn't force Fang Rui into action. If Fang Rui insisted on trading his health for stamina, then he could only oblige and deal as much damage to him as possible. Tyrant's Destruction. Evil annihilation swept towards Boundless Sea. The people who had figured out both sides' goals thought that what came next would be a one-sided beatdown. The happy fans couldn't help bear to watch. But Evil Annihilation missed. Boundless Sea suddenly rolled, dodging the Tyrant's Destruction. He was using what little stamina he had left. What is he thinking? What is he thinking? The people who thought they understood were now completely puzzled again. If Fang Rui hadn't noticed Sun Slong's goal, then he would have quick recovered before. If he had noticed, then he shouldn't be using his stamina, instead trading his health for it. And where was he rolling to? What is he trying to do? No one understood. Sun Slong didn't either. He had already been ready to treat Boundless Sea like a wooden stump, a sandbag. He was planning on using everything he had to deal as much damage as possible within a short period of time. But Fang Rui unexpectedly moved. Boundless Sea rolled away to dodge one autumn leaf's Tyrant's Destruction. What's the meaning of this? Sun Slong didn't understand either. But since Fang Rui made a move, he should force him to use up his stamina and pull him into a cycle of death. Then what? Sun Slong suddenly blanked. He discovered a problem. After the Tyrant's Destruction, any other attack he made seemed awkward. It seemed as if no skill he chose would be able to perfectly accomplish his goal. Sun Slong figured it out. After seeing the ending lag from one autumn leaf using Tyrant's Destruction, the pro players also figured it out. Fang Rui, that bastard was too dirty. Everyone thought that his only choice was to trade his health for stamina. Sure, so he pretended like that was his plan. Boundless Sea crashed into the ground like a sandbag. However, this sandbag wasn't an obedient one. Sun Slong was determined to give this sandbag a fierce beating, but when he attacked, the sandbag suddenly dodged. When attacking a defenseless sandbag, what mattered was dealing as much damage as possible. There was no need for defense or for combos. But Fang Rui wasn't a defenseless sandbag, which meant that you needed to make adjustments depending on the situation. Attacking Fang Rui and attacking a sandbag were two entirely different things. Fang Rui had Boundless Sea pretend to be a sandbag. For a second, he displayed his dirtiness. Sun Slong saw that his target was a sandbag, but in the next instant, his target became a dirty Fang Rui. Attacking Fang Rui required a completely different mindset than attacking a sandbag. Sun Slong needed to make the switch, but he wasn't ready for it. The fluidness of his offense instantly vanished. Fang Rui was waiting for this moment, and it was more than enough for him to turn things around. Even if Boundless Sea didn't have enough stamina, what he needed to do next was to use attacks that didn't require stamina. Spiral Chi Kill. He had narrowly escaped from a crisis. Recover stamina? That wasn't the goal. Fang Rui only had one goal, to win. Whether he had stamina or not, he needed to win. Chapter 16:14. Forever Dirty. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Air and Chi whirled together and blasted towards one autumn leaf. Sun Strong realized that he had been wrong. He had thought too little of Fang Rui. Whether it was thinking of him as a sandbag or attempting to force Boundless Sea to use mana, he had completely overlooked the possibility that Fang Rui could counterattack. After his tyrant's destruction was dodged, he lost control of the tempo. Immediately switching to a defensive stance would be his best option, but he had forgotten that Fang Rui could be an offensive threat. Boundless Sea didn't have any stamina, but that didn't mean his skills were all on cooldown. Spiral Chi kill. Not a single bit of chi was wasted. All of it struck one autumn leaf's chest. The powerful twisting force of the chi warped one autumn leaf's leather armor. Team Happy's characters couldn't compare to characters on other teams, especially those on top teams. Even Lord Grim was no exception. It was mainly his transforming weapon and unspecialized that made things troublesome. In terms of actual stats, Lord Grim had no class advancement bonuses or armor proficiencies. His stats didn't come close to the stats on other pro characters. Happy only had 2 characters that could compete with characters on other top teams. One of them was Su Muqing's Dancing Rain. When the level cap was raised to level 75, Excellent Era hadn't given Dancing Rain their full support. However, after transferring to Happy, that gap was quickly mended. For one, the leader of Happy's R&D team, Guan Rongfei, had come from Excellent Era, so he was already very familiar with Dancing Rain. In addition, while Happy's low-end material reserves couldn't compare to other top guilds, they had accumulated quite a lot of high-end materials during Yishio's time playing in the game. Dancing Rain's equipment was upgraded from level 70 to level 75, and most of the materials were level 75 materials. Everyone had started the race for these materials at the same time. During this race, not only did Happy not fall behind, due to Yishio's participation in the race, Happy had a significant lead over the other guilds. Dancing Rain's strength quickly caught up to the other top characters. As for Happy's other strong character, that would be Fang Rui's Boundless Sea. Boundless Sea had been Glory's #1 Chi Master. Even if the character had been in the low-tier Team Seaside, the team had poured in all of their resources to maintain this title of #1. In Season 9, Zhao Yang announced his retirement. For Team Seaside, maintaining this #1 title became their team's burden. As a result, the team gave up on Boundless Sea and sold it to Happy. Boundless Sea had been #1 when the level cap had been 70. Once the level cap was raised to 75, he had the same advantage as Dancing Rain. Happy didn't lose to any of the powerhouse clubs in level 75 materials. Although Guan Rongfei had never touched Boundless Sea's equipment before, a Chi Master had been a main part of Excellent Era's force for many years. Thus, Guan Rongfei was no stranger to this class. Boundless Sea just wasn't as convenient for him to upgrade as Dancing Rain. Boundless Sea's equipment was soon upgraded to level 75, and the character kept the title of Glory's #1 Chi Master. The only problem was that his new owner was Fang Rui, who had switched classes from Thief to Chi Master. This new Dirty Chi Master playstyle was very unconventional. For a time, neither Chi Master players nor Fang Rui fans liked it. Boundless Sea falling out from the All-Star roster was unrelated to its stats. Boundless Sea was not weak, not even close. This was another big reason for why Fang Rui was very concerned with his performance in the playoffs. He was Happy's highest paid player, and he possessed one of Happy's strongest characters. But his performance in the playoffs was only so-so. He felt like he wasn't living up to his pay or his character. I have to win. Fang Rui's desire to win had never been stronger. The powerful Boundless Sea fired an enormous blast of chi towards one autumn leaf, towards the Battle God. At its peak, the Battle God had stood at the top of Glory, overlooking everyone else. Go! The whirling chi scattered. One autumn leaf's leather armor looked as if it was about to warp. The hair on his head rippled from the intense winds. Spiral chi kill. Depending on how the chi was used, the attack would have different effects. If the chi rotated clockwise, it would send the target flying. If the chi rotate counterclockwise, it would suck in the target. The spiraling chi was whirling counterclockwise. Fang Rui didn't want to send one autumn leaf flying away, because he wanted to win. Boundless Sea had enough stamina now, but he didn't need it. He just needed to get close and attack with all his might, pouring out as much chi as possible into one autumn leaf. The spinning force from Spiral Chi Kill locked one autumn leaf into place. As soon as it dispersed, Boundless Sea fired out another blast of chi with his other hand. Flash Burst! Another powerful attack. The chi violently surged around one autumn leaf as if it were trying to rip him apart. Taking advantage of the fact that one autumn leaf was stunned, Boundless Sea retracted his other hand and pointed with his 2 fingers, gathering chi around them. Pulse Break, Break Intelligence. Battle mags were considered mags. Their strength stat was higher than other mags, but their intelligence wasn't low either. Due to their leather armor proficiency, their equipment would usually have bonus strength and intelligence. Battle mags had high intelligence, and the Battle God One Autumn Leaf would be on an even higher level. Facing the killing power of another top character, Boundless Sea, One Autumn Leaf's intelligence decreased the damage from the chi attack by a considerable degree. After all, chi attacks were considered magic attacks. However, Fang Rui seized this opportunity to use Pulse Break, lowering One Autumn Leaf's intelligence by a large amount, which in turn would lower One Autumn Leaf's magic resistance. Boom boom boom. Explosions one after the other. Fang Rui was planning on using all of his Chi Master's instant Chi attacks. Right now, he didn't care about cycling through his skills. Chi continued to flood into One Autumn Leaf's body and explode. The shockwaves produced were more powerful than what any other class could create. This dirty Chi Master wasn't holding anything back, attacking with a reckless violence. Because I'm going to win. Spiral Chi Rush. The roaring chi carried along Boundless Sea, pushing One Autumn Leaf forward. After this Spiral Chi Rush, he would have to gather chi for his other skills. It was time for the finishing move. Qigong Blast. The finishing move was the Chi Master's strongest attack, the level 70 Qigong Blast. Even with the addition of the level 75 Pulse Break, Chi Masters didn't have a stronger attack. The Qigong Blast struck One Autumn Leaf, knocking him back. The chi exploded as One Autumn Leaf slid back. The series of chi attacks seemed to erupt all at once. Blood blossomed from One Autumn Leaf like a crimson flower, blooming and withering in an instant. 55%. The system showed how much health One Autumn Leaf had after this combo. He had lost nearly half his health. Fierce and aggressive. The crowd could feel their blood racing as they watched Boundless Sea's wave of attacks. It was almost hard to believe that this was being done by that dirty Fang Rui. But after the wave passed, it was hard not to be worried. He had used all of his instant cast skills. Although the combo had been immensely satisfying, it would likely be very difficult for him to hold off One Autumn Leaf's counterattack with his other skills that had cast times. They quickly discovered that they had been too worried. They unexpectedly forgot that the player who performed this crazy combo was Fang Rui, that dirty Fang Rui. Boundless Sea had recovered quite a bit of stamina during that combo. The dirty Fang Rui was back. Roll, climb. When Sun Slong's One Autumn Leaf counterattacked, Fang Rui's Boundless Sea began playing dirty again, sneaking around and scurrying about like a thief. Dodging, not running. Fang Rui patiently kited around Sun Slong. Whenever there was an opening, he would harass him using fast low-level skills. Chi Bullet. The cast time was extremely fast. It was practically no different from an instant cast. The Chi Bullet went straight for the eyes, blocking Sun Slong's view. Fang Rui had used this trick who knew how many times. It didn't create any particularly good opportunities, but Fang Rui never got tired of it. Counter Current. A knock-up skill used when his back was turned away. One Autumn Leaf narrowly walked right into it. Chi Blade. When you lost sight of Boundless Sea's hands, you didn't need to think about where he was hiding them. 9 times out of 10, what came next would be a Chi Blade. But you also had to be careful. Sometimes when he hid his palms, what came out wouldn't be a chi blade, but a cloud-pushing palm. Sun Slong had fallen for it many times and was hit by the cloud-pushing palm. The damage wasn't much, but he would be sent flying back. Endless tricks and endless hidden attacks. It was annoying, frustrating, and nauseating. Many players in the pro player group felt triggered recalling these unpleasant memories. It had happened when Fang Rui was a thief, and when he was a chi master. Times had changed, but Fang Rui's dirtiness never would. Even if he seemed heroic and flashy, in the next moment, he would be dirty again. He never disappointed. Sun Slong was a young player, one who had been extremely arrogant. This sort of player was the easiest to tilt. But today, he had held back his emotions. After Boundless Sea knocked him down to 55% health, he told himself not to think about Tang Ru's battle. Right now, beating Fang Rui and keeping 1 point for Samsara was much more urgent. Winning the next round might not even happen at this rate. He needed to give everything he had to win the current one. Keep calm and search for an opening. Sun Slong sucked in a deep breath. He calmed himself down and carefully contended with Fang Rui. However, constantly telling himself to stay calm was also a form of distraction. Seeing the careful one autumn leaf, Fang Rui seemed to see victory waving her hands at him. People who played cautiously would always be thinking more things. However, Sun Slong wasn't that type of player. Even if he knew that it wasn't his strong point, even if he was purposefully telling himself to be careful, Sun Slong was Sun Slong. He wasn't Zhong Xinjie. It was a crucial moment, and Sun Slong wasn't doing what he was best at. In Fang Rui's eyes, it wasn't wise. In contrast, it was easier to find an opening against this type of Sun Slong. Fang Rui kept making feints, releasing smoke, sending himself messages, all to make Sun Slong think and decide until those thoughts and decision became hesitation. Sun Slong lost his resolve, his drive. He himself didn't realize it. He thought that he was calmly and effectively dealing with Fang Rui's dirtiness. However, the pro players watching could tell that Sun Slong had fallen into Fang Rui's pace. Fang Rui was leading him by the nose. He was waiting for Fang Rui to let out an opening, but he didn't know that Fang Rui was gifting him the opening. This gift definitely wasn't candy either, but poison wrapped in sugar. "I'm coming." Sun Slong's eyes lit up. He had been patiently waiting for this opening for a long time. Finally, it was time to harvest the fruits of his labor. Charge! One autumn leaf charged towards that lie of an opening. Let's get ready for the team competition, Samsara's Jiang Buotao sighed. Victory had been decided. Group Arena, happy 5-3. Chapter 16-15. Historic Team Competition. Nomiami. Nomiami. We won. 5-3. Chenghua was excited. Although the match wasn't over yet, they had a 2-point lead going into the team competition. It was an incredible result, especially since this was Samsara's home stadium. Samsara had clearly practiced with the map, Dripstone Cave, and put it to good use, yet Happy had still been able to win 5-3. It was definitely worthy of being happy about. Everyone knew the importance of this 2-point lead. The fans in the away team seat started cheering loudly, while the home stadium Samsara fans were disappointed. Today's group arena had been vexing. Their captain, Juzakai, lost in the first round, putting everyone in low spirits. Jiang Buotao was able to bring things back, but Lu Buiyuan lost disastrously. Du Ming's exceptional playing made them overjoyed, but their spirits were immediately dampened by the dirty Fang Rui. Then, Samsara only had Sun Slong left. Their hopes of winning the group arena were rather low at this point, but Sun Slong's confidence made them think again. But the result? Everyone had been hopeful, but in the end, Sun Slong wasn't able to beat even a single opponent. Samsara's fans weren't at all pleased with Sun Slong's performance. When the group arena ended and the players came down from the stage, there were even boos towards Sun Slong from the crowd. Sun Slong lowered his head, silent and embarrassed. His teammates sympathized with him though because his loss hadn't been as bad Lu Buiyuan's. In contrast, Sun Xiong had his glimmering moments. Unfortunately, Fang Rui wiped it all away. Fang Rui. He had essentially done a 1v2, successfully earning Happy a 2-point lead. It was a result worthy of him being the highest paid player and having their strongest character. Fang Rui was satisfied, and the booing towards Sun Xiong was just heaven to his ears. Fang Rui wasn't polite. He grinned as he waved his hands towards the crowd as if they were cheering for him. Samsara's fans weren't happy with Sun Xiong, but they weren't going to just let the opposing team laugh at them. The look on Fang Rui's face made them stop booing towards Sun Xiong. Then, they started sending their boos towards Fang Rui. The players on Samsara, including Sun Xiong, couldn't help but look towards Fang Rui. Their gazes were filled with gratitude. Nice job pulling that aggro. But Fang Rui didn't care about that. When he returned to his team, he was in high spirits. What do you think? Just say it. How'd I do? Fang Rui asked Yi Xiao. Good job, Yi Xiao clapped his hands in praise. I appreciate your honesty, Fang Rui said. The gloom that he had been holding in throughout the playoffs was finally let out today. Fang Rui felt like he was playing great, his golden right hand was on fire. He couldn't wait for the team competition to begin. He couldn't help but look towards Samsara, but they noticed him and immediately looked at him with hostility. Where's that cup of water? Hand it over to him to cool off, Yi Xiao called out. Fang Rui had asked Su Muqing for the water when he went to the stage. After Su Muqing got back, she really did get him a cup of water. After Fang Rui got it, it seemed that he had forgotten about what he had asked for because he immediately gulped it down in one go. The water's still hot. Fang Rui yelled, have you guys heard the story of Warm Wine, the killing of Hua Xiong*? We've heard of it. Let's talk about the match, Yi Xiao quickly replied. Okay, the match. Fang Rui calmed himself down. He didn't let the joy get to his head. He was the master of playing dirty, an expert at switching up the pace, no? The two teams didn't return to their prep rooms. They stayed at their seats, discussing the upcoming team competition. A while later, the referee called for the two teams. The lineup for the team competition had been decided beforehand, which the large screen in the stadium displayed for the audience to see. Team Happy, Yi Xiao, Su Muqing, Fang Rui, Qiao Yifan, and Wenny, Steamed Bun. Team Samsara, Zhu Zikai, Jiang Buotao, Sun Xiong, Lu Buiyuan, Fang Minghua, Du Ming. There were some small adjustments to the lineup compared to their first game. On Happy's side, Tang Ru wasn't playing in the team competition. Qiao Yifan took her place. On Samsara's side, their assassin Wu Qi was on the bench, while Du Ming was the sixth player. Every player hoped to be a part of the participating lineup, especially on a grand stage like the finals. Du Ming's position in Samsara wasn't as stable as a core player's. Being able to play in the team competition in the finals was a rare opportunity. Even so, Du Ming couldn't help but hope for a bit more, but after seeing that Happy's lineup didn't include Tang Ru, his hopes were immediately extinguished. How unlucky! Du Ming really wanted to let out a sigh, but he suddenly noticed that his teammates were looking at him and hastily swallowed his sigh. It's just not right. It was a rare opportunity for him to play, but he was still a bit sad about it. Du Ming thought to himself as he collected his emotions. With his head held high, he marched forward, the first one to head towards the stage. How unfortunate, Tang Ru isn't playing. Behind him, Jiang Buotao and Fang Minghua stood close to each other, whispering. Yeah, we miscalculated, Fang Minghua said. But then again, Du Ming's playing really well today, Jiang Buotao said. Like I said, the power of love, Fang Minghua said. But his love's not even on stage. Jiang Buotao retorted. But his love's watching him off stage. Fang Minghua said. If we knew, we should have put someone else as the sixth player, Jiang Buotao said. We can make adjustments during the match, Fang Minghua said. Soon afterwards, the players on the two teams lined up at the center of the stage, giving their pre-match greetings to each other. Juzukai wasn't a talkative person. He pretty much just smiled to the players on Happy as a greeting. The first to say something from Samsara was their vice-captain, Jiang Buotao. "You guys played amazing in the group arena." Jiang Buotao shook Yishio's hands. "You're about to see something even more amazing," Yishio smiled. "I hope you won't be as scary," Jiang Buotao said. "You scared?" Yishio said. "A bit, but I still have to play even if I'm afraid," Jiang Buotao replied. "Why force yourself?" Yishio grinned. "You two, are you done chatting?" Su Muqing couldn't help but interrupt them. The pre-match greeting was just a formality. Usually, the two teams would line up and then shake hands, starting from the captain. But instead, Yishio had just gotten to Samsara's second player, Jiang Buotao, and the two were chatting up a storm. The two of them were holding up the line. The others behind them were looking at each other. "Ha, Sisu, don't be anxious," Jiang Buotao could chat with anyone. After letting go of Yishio, he immediately started making small talk with Su Muqing. Every match had its formalities. No one really cared what happened during them. Soon, the two sides finished their greetings, and under directions from the referee, each side went to their respective player booths. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Although Samsara had lost in the group arena, the outcome of this match depended on the team competition. It was very common to see a team win a team competition by more than 2 points. As a result, neither Team Samsara nor their fans were too worried. "Who cares if we're losing by 2 points? As long as we gain it back in the team competition, it's fine. If we gain the points back, we win today's match and the finals. We'll be the champions. It'll be the start of a new reign." A historic moment could happen today, giving Samsara's players and their fans endless motivation. It allowed them to keep calm despite being behind. As for Happy, they were facing a match that they could not lose. Even if they had a 2-point lead from the group arena, it wasn't enough. They had to win the team competition, so they could get another chance for a third game tiebreaker. If not, their journey this season would be over. No one on Happy wanted to see this outcome. "Good luck!" The players on the two teams gave each other one last round of encouragement before heading into their player booths. The referee looked at the time. For this potentially historic match, everything needed to be handled perfectly. Time was ticking. At 21:25, the referee announced the start of the team competition. The map and characters loaded. The loading bar seemed to be carrying killing intent, a battle between the two sides. Lord Grim finished loading. Cloudpisser finished loading. Dancing Rain finished loading. Empty Waves finished loading. At the end, the map finished loading, and the team competition was officially underway. The map was Selkie City Warehouse. The map was a city map, but because of the enormous size of the warehouse, the map had a large indoor area. As a result, it didn't feel like there were many layers to this map compared to maps in the wilderness. There were all sorts of commodities piled up inside the warehouse, creating a maze. Some of these commodities could be used in battle too. Teams that weren't familiar with the map would probably have a hard time utilizing it well. Pan Lin and Liebor introduced the map to the audience, while the two teams spawned at the east and west side of the map. This map was an actual part of a city in the heavenly domain. The Selkie City Warehouse was asymmetric. There were areas that could be utilized on both the east and west sides of the map. However, as the away team, Happy needed some time to observe the map. On the other hand, Samsara immediately set out as soon as they spawned. Instead of heading straight for the center, Samsara moved in the southwest direction. At the top of the warehouse in the southwest area, there was a tall chimney, which was the highest point in the map. Samsara was heading towards it. However, the chimney was actually closer to Happy's spawn point, and it was quite conspicuous too. Happy quickly noticed it. Chapter 16:16. High Ground. Nomiami. Nomiami. High Ground. Obvious. The communication going on in Happy's chat was short and concise. Sumuching had asked about the high ground. It was common knowledge that launchers with the high ground could more easily provide support to the team. The height of the chimney was neither too high nor too low. It was the perfect height for a launcher. If a launcher player saw this high ground and didn't have any thoughts about it, then the player wasn't suited to be a launcher. But Yishio quickly replied back with an obvious. The chimney was easy to notice. Samsara knew what Happy's team composition looked like. Samsara had also chosen this map, so how could not know what the chimney meant for Happy? Since they knew, why would they choose this map if it gave their opponent an advantage? It was unlikely. This obvious advantage was more likely to be bait. Closer, Fang Rui quickly typed. He judged that they were closer to the chimney than Samsara was. Happy could take advantage of this fact. If Samsara had left the chimney there as bait, then they must have a method to deal with a launcher holding the high ground. What was that method? Check, Yishio ordered. Happy set out. Their destination was the high ground. A total of 5 words had been said, but it was enough for them to get the message across. Even the average viewer could understand Happy's intentions from these 5 words. The high ground is bait, so don't rush over. Instead, check how Samsara plans on dealing with it and then search for an opening. The team advanced. Yishio's Lord Grim moved faster than the others, leaving the team behind. He planned on scouting ahead by himself. Happy had the advantage in distance, and Yishio had left the team to operate on his own. With Yishio's experience, even if he wasn't too familiar with this map, he would likely find the key to this map soon. However, the viewers, who could see everything, saw Yishio's movements and started lighting candles for him. Because Samsara had also split up to get there as fast as possible. It wasn't just one person either, but 3. Juzakai, Cloud Pisser. Sun Slong, One Autumn Leaf. Jiang Buotao, Empty Waves. The 3 characters were in a triangular formation. After setting out from their spawn point, the other 2 were left behind. Lu Buoyuan's chaotic cloudy mountain was left behind to protect Fang Minghua's cleric, Laughing Song. Happy didn't rush towards this obvious high point rashly. However, their caution approach was within Samsara's calculations. They had predicted that Happy would send someone to scout ahead, so they sent out their trio as a counter. Was Yishio's Lord Grim going to be killed in one go, just like this? The broadcast showed a bird's eye view of the map. The blinking lights were quickly moving towards the chimney. Yishio was holding nothing back though, using whatever movement skills he had on him. As a result, even though Samsara had left their healer behind to rush over, their speed couldn't compare to Lord Grim's. Samsara had started off farther away too, so Yishio would definitely arrive first. The question was how long he would stay around. The blinking indicators grew nearer and nearer towards the storeroom with the chimney on top. Selkie City Warehouse was composed of numerous large, medium, and small storerooms. This storeroom was a small one. It was no more than 3 meters tall. Even so, it wasn't a height that a character could make in a single jump. However, this height wasn't a problem for Yishio. Rotor Wings and his umbrella's ninjato form could easily overcome 3 meters. Lord Grim had transformed his myriad manifestations umbrella into its ninjato form. After 2 jumps, Lord Grim climbed onto the roof of the storeroom. The chimney was already in sight. It looked to be around 15 meters tall. Along with the storeroom's height itself, it was approaching 20 meters. It was indeed a very suitable location for a launcher. With a distance and movement speed advantage, it was impossible for Samsara to have arrived there before him. Lord Grim rushed straight for the chimney. Along the way, he looked around to check his surroundings. Storerooms everywhere. Selkie City Warehouse consisted of storerooms of different sizes and heights. The storeroom to the left of him was a small one, about 7 meters tall. The storeroom to the right was connected to the one he was on, and was 5 meters tall as well. 7 meters on the left, 5 meters on the right. There were numerous places where the enemies could situate themselves to force the launcher down. That would have been the case in the past. After the level cap raised to 75, launchers had a new skill, mounted gun, which Sumuching had employed effectively in today's group arena. When this skill was activated, the launcher wouldn't need to worry about knockback from attacks. During the duration of the skill, she would be able to provide even stronger support for Happy. Of course, it would also be at the sacrifice of her health. Whether or not the exchange was worth it depended on the situation. Ishio didn't think that Samsara's method of dealing with the chimney would be so unreliable. It was true that Juzukai would be the one dealing with this high ground, but banking everything on him would be too naive. Samsara hadn't won 2 championships through blind trust. What else could there be? In the blink of an eye, Lord Grimm reached beneath the chimney, which had stairs that could be climbed. Ishio had Lord Grimm climb up to the top. When he looked around, he noticed that the view was indeed extremely good. If the 2 teams fought here and Sumuching was positioned on top of the chimney, she would have a very easy time helping the team. It might even be impossible for Juzukai's sharpshooter to obstruct her. If before, Ishio had felt like it depended on the circumstances, then now, after getting an understanding of how effective this high ground was, Ishio felt like having support from up here would improve Happy's chances of winning a fight enormously. In that case, where was Samsara's confidence coming from? Was there some sort of dead angle, or could it be? Ishio looked down towards the bottom of the chimney. The chimney was emitting any smoke, but if there was a way to get it operating, then the launcher at the top of the chimney probably wouldn't be able to see through the dense smoke. Was Samsara confident in their control over the high ground because of the chimney itself? Lord Grimm crouched and jumped down into the chimney. A height of 12 meters was enough to induce fall damage. However, Lord Grimm's umbrella was still in its ninjato form. After dropping down for a bit, he swung his ninjato to safely land into a pile of garbage. He looked around. Then, his eyes lit up. He struggled out of the garbage and into the storeroom. He had come out from a huge furnace. Scattered all around the storeroom was a bunch of discarded junk. It seemed like this place was for burning trash. Ishio quickly found power switch. After pulling on it, the furnace began to burn, and the conveyor belt started up, sending trash into the furnace. As expected. Ishio was certain now. Because the chimney was still operational, it couldn't be used as a high ground. There's smoke. The efficiency of the furnace was astonishing. It had only just been turned on, but the chimney was already letting out smoke. Both teams noticed the smoke. It turns out the chimney can be used, Pan Lin said. It's a good thing Ishio found it ahead of time, Liabor said. The 2 sides haven't come across each other yet, but it looks like a battle of wits has already begun, Pan Lin said. But it looks like Samsara has thought farther ahead. Liabor looked at the info he had and smiled. Oh? Pan Lin asked. Look at the entrance to this storeroom, Liabor reminded Pan Lin, while also reminding the audience. The storeroom entrance. The broadcast gave a close-up of the entrance. However, only a portion of the audience members could see it. The other portion couldn't rely on the screen to understand the peculiarities behind the entrance. This was because everyone was seated in different locations, so they saw it from different angles. The entrance to the storeroom was facing to the east, so the audience members on the east side saw it clearly, but the audience members on the west were at a loss. Fortunately, the projection technology in the stadium could change depending on the situation. Previously, the projection only showed the area surrounding Lord Grimm, but now it extended to the entire storeroom, allowing everyone to see Lord Grimm's movements inside the storeroom. After being able to see the entrance clearly, the audience members quickly caught on to what Liabor meant. This storeroom only had one entrance, facing to the east, which Samsara was coming from. If Lord Grimm wanted to leave the storeroom, he only had one exit to choose from. But Samsara's trio was getting closer and closer to this entrance. They could stop Lord Grimm from coming out. The smoke coming from the chimney was a signal to them to rush in. But they didn't see Lord Grimm. After Ishio looked around the storeroom, he had noticed that the entrance was facing east and immediately realized the problem. Thus, he didn't go towards the entrance and instead turned off the furnace. Then, he tried to go into the furnace, but ended up losing health. The furnace's temperature was too high, dealing damage to him. Going back the way he came through the chimney wouldn't work. There were piles of garbage scattered everywhere around him. Yishio found a random one to hide in, while typing out, "Fight for the high ground." Chapter 16-17. Storeroom. Nomiami. Nomiami. High ground? Fight for the high ground? The audience was puzzled. Yishio had turned off the furnace, and his Lord Grim was guarding it. However, Samsara had 3 people, while Yishio was alone. He probably wasn't enough to hold down this place, no? But the people with this opinion soon realized something. They had an omniscient spectator view, so they could see that Samsara had 3 players there. On the other hand, Yishio never exited the room, so he had no idea what Samsara's arrangements were. As a result, his order to fight for the high ground was actually a good decision. The furnace was in his grasp right now. Even if he discovered that 3 people had come and he couldn't defend the furnace, it wouldn't be too late for him to tell Su Muqing to give up on the high ground. Happy's other 4 players were approaching. After receiving Yishio's message, Su Muqing's dancing rain immediately sped up. She left the team behind and rushed towards the storeroom. The storeroom entrance. Juzakai, Jiang Buotao, and Sun Strong had surrounded the entrance, but they didn't see any enemies. Juzakai's cloud pisser was standing farther back because he was long-ranged. As a result, he could see the top of the chimney. He quickly noticed that the smoke was gradually getting sparser. Turned off. He typed in the team chat. The others immediately understood that the furnace had been turned off. Turned off. That meant the high ground could be taken. However, Samsara didn't go for it. Enter. Jiang Buotao said. Sun Strong's 1 autumn leaf led the way. Jiang Buotao's empty waves followed next, and then Juzakai's cloud pisser. The 3 didn't split up and headed into the storeroom together. One to the left, one to the right. 1 autumn leaf and empty waves moved orderly and nimbly. They were clearly very familiar with the interior of the storeroom. The 2 split up and immediately searched the piles of garbage in the back, but they didn't find anyone. Forward. Jiang Buotao messaged again. The 3 of them split up again, each taking their own path. All of them moved slowly and quietly, pressing forward together. Step by step, they grew closer to the furnace. When they reached about halfway to the furnace, Juzakai's cloud pisser suddenly stepped on a pile of trash near him and jumped twice to get on top. He looked around and immediately noticed the hiding Lord Grim. Boom, boom, boom. But Lord Grim's myriad manifestations umbrella was the first to flash. He had been looking in that direction, waiting for a target to come into sight. Juzakai reacted extremely fast though. Cloud pisser immediately rolled backwards, disappearing from Lord Grim's view. Anti-tank missiles rained down, exploding the trash pile that Cloud pisser had been on. The trash consisted of a bunch of worn-out rubbish. The missiles sent the rubbish flying into the air, which then pitter-pattered down like rain. Juzakai's cloud pisser rolled backwards to dodge the attack. Then, he rolled forward twice, leaning on the pile of trash. His pristine windbreaker lay crumpled on the dirty trash. To the fans, it made their hearts ache. Bang, 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 bang. Cloud pisser took out his 2 guns and pointed them towards Lord Grim, firing at him. But Lord Grim was no longer there. The bullets splattered against the trash. The exchange of gunfire had attracted Sun Strong's and Jiang Buotao's attention. When Juzakai fired back, he also gave out Lord Grim's coordinates. Sun Strong and Jiang Buotao made their own choices on what to do with the information. They continued to go deeper into the storeroom to block off Lord Grim's escape path. Gone. Juzakai saw his target disappear and messaged again. The 2 received the message and put up their guard. Where would Lord Grim come out from? Some of the viewers couldn't see and started getting anxious. The projections were already showing the storeroom as translucent. Turning the trash piles inside translucent would only make things more confusing. This had been tested before. As a result, some members of the audience couldn't see Lord Grim's hiding spot. Since they couldn't see, they could only rely on the big screen and then compare it to the projections. When they made the comparison, they only became more anxious. Lord Grim was crouching at a spot, while Sun Slong's one autumn leaf was getting closer, one step at a time. At this rate, he was going to get ambushed. Just when one autumn leaf was 2 steps away, he suddenly stopped. On the other side, Jiang Buetao's empty wave suddenly sped up and rushed out. Their eyes met. Bang bang. Gunshots. In the end, thanks to Yishio's fast reactions, he was able to get off 2 shots as soon as he saw empty waves. But one autumn leaf's evil annihilation shot out at the same time. Furious Dragon strikes the heart. The spear pierced through the trash with ease. Yishio was saved by his good instincts. The moment he fired 2 shots at empty waves, Lord Grim also rolled back in case there was a possible counterattack from the other side. It was a defensive habit of his, and it let him dodge the attack. Seeing the familiar spear narrowly miss him, Yishio thanked the gods for his luck. He hadn't noticed anyone near him. Cloud pisser, empty waves, one autumn leaf. There were 3 people. Was there a 4th? Maybe even a 5th? If there was a 5th, then Samsara didn't have a healer. A healer couldn't have gotten here so quickly. If there was 5, then they had gone all out on the aggression. There should be no reason to take such a risk just for this high ground. Just these 3 players alone showed their aggressiveness. If he had been the one making the calls, he would have only sent 2 people to go past the team, while leaving 2 to protect the healer. In that case, Storeroom 3 people, intercept healer. Yishio quickly gave out an order. Deciphering these 5 words would require a bit of thinking. Intercept the healer, sure, but go where to intercept him? Yishio had provided information that there were 3 people in the storeroom. Happy was closer to the storeroom than Samsara, but 3 people had already reached there. Why? Because they had left the healer behind. Thus, the healer was behind them, en route to the storeroom from the spawn point. There was one healer and another one protecting him. Who was the one protecting him? Cloud 1 empty, Yishio quickly typed. Cloud pisser, 1 autumn leaf, empty waves. The information was thorough and clear. It was either Lu Buiyuan or Du Ming protecting the healer. In any case, Happy's healer was completely safe. He wouldn't be under attack anytime soon, and he could be left behind on his own. As a result, Fang Rui's Boundless Sea and Qiao Yifan's 1-inch sped up. Previously, it had only been Dancing Rain that had gone ahead. Now, she had reached the storeroom. Even though Yishio had told her to get to the high ground, with 3 of Samsara's players inside, having the high ground wouldn't be much help. The high ground was rather far away, if she wanted to intercept Samsara's healer. As a result, Su Muqing gave up on it. She used the recoil from her cannon to leap onto a nearby 3-meter-high storeroom before heading towards that storeroom entrance. This was a moment where players needed to decide on their own what was the right call according to the situation. Yishio had just given the order. However, it was likely that it wasn't suitable anymore because of a change in circumstances. The other players needed to decide for themselves whether it was the right choice and act accordingly. Inside the storeroom, Yishio was facing against 3 of Samsara's figureheads. There was naturally no way he could face them head-on. By a fluke, he had dodged one autumn leaf's furious dragon strikes the heart. He sent out information to Happy while throwing a grenade at the corner of a trash pile. Sun Slong's vision was blocked by the trash, so he didn't know a grenade had been thrown. The furious dragon strikes the heart had unexpectedly missed. He immediately had one autumn leaf rush out. But even though he couldn't see it, Jiang Buetao could. Dodge! Warning! Grenade! One autumn leaf's right foot, all of them came out at the same time. Boom! The grenade exploded the moment Sun Slong saw Jiang Buetao's warning. How could there be any time for him to dodge? One autumn leaf was thrown back. Jiang Buetao's empty waves rushed forward, but Lord Grim had already hidden himself behind another trash pile. Jiang Buetao's empty wave specialized in wave slashes, but he had learned wave formations too. he stopped and swung his short sword, Divine Chains, to gather magic. But just when he swung his sword, Lord Grim suddenly popped out again. Yishio had predicted that Jiang Buotao would set down a wave formation, so he came out to interrupt it. Jiang Buotao smirked. You predicted what I would do, but I predicted that you would predict what I would do. Divine Chains chopped downwards. It wasn't a wave formation, but a ghost slash. The emblematic purple light of the ghost god crackled as it passed through the air. This slash wasn't towards Lord Grim, but rather to the right a bit, towards the pile of trash that he was hiding behind. Yishio saw that the attack would miss, but he didn't capitalize on it. Lord Grim immediately jumped back. The ghost slash fell and sliced through the pile of trash. The pile of trash instantly crumbled. If Yishio hadn't jumped back, the trash would have swallowed him. Tricky. Lord Grim turned around to run. Yishio didn't forget to leave a bit of trash talk for Jiang Buotao. One reason was to taunt at Jiang Buotao, the other was to notify his teammates that he could handle the current situation. If not, he wouldn't have taunted Jiang Buotao and asked for help instead. He turned around and ran away again. Yishio tried his best to keep Lord Grim as low as possible. This slimy crawling and rolling gave the audience a sense of déjà vu. This was clearly how Fang Rui moved. What can't this guy do? Zhong Jiala couldn't help but sigh from the spectator stands. He had known Yishio for 9 years, and he knew that his title as the Glory textbook wasn't just for show. Yishio had innovated many of the playstyles and techniques used in Glory, but not everything. For example, Zhong Jiala's 100 Blossoms style, or Fang Rui's dirty play style, those were all their own original creations. These became their symbolic play styles, but that didn't mean that they were the only ones who could do them. People could learn. But Yishio used to be a battle mage, not a spitfire or a thief, yet he seemed to have grasped these play styles too. Then, he used his understanding of them to find their weaknesses. There was no one more annoying than him. They have 3 people, and they can't deal with him. Fight my ass. Huang Xiaoqian shouted. The pro players were getting worked up as if something had hit a nerve. Chapter 16-18. 1v3, Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Jiang Buotao's empty wave stepped on the trash that he had just struck down with Ghost Slash in pursuit of Lord Grim. Sun Slong's One Autumn Leaf continued forward, hoping to pincer Lord Grim with Jiang Buotao's empty waves. At the same time, Juzukai's Cloud Pisser continued to head over from atop the trash piles. Despite having the higher ground, he couldn't see any sign of Lord Grim. Yishio had used Fang Rui's shameless crouching position to move and prevent Juzukai seeing him from above. However, this map was still Samsara's map. Though they might not be able to see Lord Grim, the 3 from Samsara had an idea of where he was heading from the direction he had run in. Jiang Buotao on the left, Sun Slong on the right, and Juzukai above. Samsara wasn't just doing a pincer from 2 sides, but closing in from 3 different directions. Here! Jiang Buotao and Sun Slong had the same thought as the 2's characters closed in at the same pace. Once they both got to the corner, they glanced over at Cloud Pisser above. Great! Cloud Pisser had managed to keep up with their pace as well, taking the high ground and surrounding Lord Grim from 3 sides. Earthwave Slash. Tyrant's Destruction. One swung out from Empty Wave's short sword Divine Chain, while the other swept from One Autumn Leaf Spear Evil Annihilation forwards. As soon as Empty Waves and One Autumn Leaf charged out from this corner, they were already using their attacks to defend themselves and guard against the possibility of Yishio lying in wait to ambush them. However, the 2 had overthought things. Yishio's Lord Grim wasn't there, waiting in ambush. Instead, he continued forward, crouched. That was when One Autumn Leaf's Tyrant's Destruction swept out, blocking his path. Turning around, he saw Empty Wave's Earthquake Sword fly at him, sending trash flying. Above came the sound of Cloud Pisser landing on the trash heap. Lord Grim jumped back. After dodging the Earthquake Sword and twisting his body as he did so, Lord Grim attempted to climb up the trash heap behind him. However, Jiang Buotao had been anticipating this. Empty Wave's divine chain flicked up, and a light wave sword cut off Lord Grim's plan before he had a chance to enact it. Sun Slong's one autumn leaf was already approaching and saw Lord Grim rapidly form hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Sun Slong immediately thought. One autumn leaf stopped his approach, quickly turning to look around. No one was there. He quickly turned back, but there was still no one there. What on earth? Sun Slong was shocked, but then heard a noise from above. Underground tunneling technique. Yishio had actually made Lord Grim use a different ninja technique, burrowing underground. Yet when he reappeared, he had surprising done so at the top of the trash heap. Juzukai's position hadn't given him a good enough view to see Lord Grim, so he didn't know what the other was doing. Lord Grim erupted from the trash heap right in front of him, ninjato striking. Luckily, while Juzukai didn't know Lord Grim's exact position from above, Yishio wasn't certain of Cloudpisser's position either. His underground tunneling technique had sent him right in front of Cloudpisser, and a little ways away as well. This gave Juzukai enough time to react. Cloudpisser quickly jumped back, dodging Lord Grim's imperfect strike. His dual revolvers glinted in the light, shattered frost and wildfire, their mouths dark before gunfire sprung from them as one. Bang bang bang. Bullets flew. With only 2 steps between them, they were certain to hit. Lord Grim was shot, but no blood appeared, his form suddenly dissolving like a broken shadow. Shadow clone technique. Whoosh! A swift sound flickered past Cloudpisser's neck, drawing a splash of blood. Cutthroat. Lord Grim had used shadow clone technique to dart behind Cloudpisser, striking swift. Next, the myriad manifestations umbrella folded into 2 parts, turning into Tunfars. With a grab, he caught Cloudpisser and then threw him forward using fling. It had all happened in a split second. It was like Lord Grim had been pincered by empty waves and one autumn leaf the previous second, and in the next, he had appeared on top of the trash heap, darted behind Cloudpisser and thrown him out, blood still dripping from his neck. So fast. There was no other word for it but fast. It was like lightning, and it felt like chopping up. The word fast was the only way to really give it a description worthy of that speed. If it didn't reach that speed, how could it catch even Juzukai? Jiang Butao and Sun Slong only just heard the noise above, about to investigate, when they saw Cloudpisser thrown off. But it clearly wasn't the time for greetings. The two didn't need to think or discuss. They each took a path, one left, the other right, heading up the trash heap in pursuit. But just as Sun Slong's one autumn leaf's head peeked out, he saw a grenade land in front of his eyes. There was no time to think. Sun Slong subconsciously flicked his mouse, one autumn leaf spear stabbed forward right towards the grenade. Boom! In the rush, he wasn't able to control the force of this stab very well, but the grenade still exploded and it counted as a parry. The explosive force didn't throw him back, so one autumn leaf aimed to leap up again. But who would have thought that while the explosion didn't affect one autumn leaf directly, it did blast away the trash he wanted to land on. With that foothold gone, turned into a pit by the grenade, one autumn leaf's jump failed and his form plummeted again. Sun Slong over here just seemed a little silly, but Jiang Butao over there was the one in trouble. As soon as empty waves peeked out, he saw the myriad manifestations umbrella descend down onto him, like a meteorite. Starfall. An exorcist skill, one Jiang Butao obviously knew the priority of. In that moment, he had given up in his heart. An airborne character didn't have that much freedom. Jiang Butao hurriedly had empty waves guard. Starfall slammed him straight down, and he didn't have any footholds in reach. Juzukai, Jiang Butao, and Sun Slong, 3 of the Glory Scene's top 10 players, had all been thrown off the trash pile by Yishio in a 1v3. Though it was only a few moments, though it was clear how Yishio had taken advantage of the situation, this scene was etched into people's minds. The commentators Pan Lin and Liebo didn't know how to comment on this scene. Yishio's thought process and methodology were simple, even a normal player in the same situation could think of such a tactic. However, the problem was that the opponents Yishio was facing were Juzukai, Jiang Butao, and Sun Slong. 3 top players. It was easier thought of than done. Yet Yishio had done it, so the entire venue went silent, and even the TV broadcast lacked the voices of the commentators. Everyone watched, lost for words, as Lord Grimm turned and left. In the end, he didn't dare face the three head-on. However, this small victory was already miraculous. Before, the other pros had all thought that a 1v3 was sure to get rid of Lord Grimm. If they couldn't, then that would just be plain embarrassing. But in this moment, they all fell silent, too. After putting themselves in Samsara's shoes for a moment, they all felt that, in that moment, Yishio was unstoppable. The three on the field couldn't stop him, they couldn't stop either, and neither could anyone on this earth. Fuck. All these thoughts and words whirling around in their minds ended up expressed as one single short curse. It was a sigh, a shock, but more than that, it was admiration. They couldn't blame this on Samsara's three not being up to par, they could only blame this on their opponent being too strong. However, Samsara's three didn't plan on staying shocked and silent with the audience. Cloud Pisser, who had been thrown off the trash heap with a fling by Lord Grimm, had been knocked down due to the grab's effect. However, after being knocked down, he got back up as quickly as was possible. Cloud Pisser's movements were also stunningly swift. To most, it was almost like he had been knocked down onto a trampoline before being immediately thrown back onto his feet. Fire! He activated rage firing, but used it for aerial fire. The stronger recoil shot Cloud Pisser onto the trash heap, his body already twisting in midair. Juzukai's control of the attack's recoil, his own jump, and whatnot was extremely precise. After leaping up with help from the recoil, he turned, landing right down onto the trash heap in front of him in one smooth motion. Bang bang bang. The gunshot sounds never stopped, and the bullets were already heading Lord Grimm's way. Yishio was shocked. He had never thought that it would Cloud Pisser to recover and pursue him first, what with the force knocked down. Juzukai's reaction speed was far beyond his expectations, and he wasn't far enough just yet for Lord Grimm to take cover. This trash heap was nowhere near as reliable as solid ground, and moving along it would sometimes cause your foot to sink in. It was a plague on movement speed. Rolling to avoid the hail of bullets, Yishio managed to return 2 shots. The dodged bullets lodged themselves into the trash heap, splashing bits of trash everywhere and sending them dancing around Lord Grimm. Bang bang bang. Clink clink clink. Cloud Pisser never stopped firing, but amidst this, there was a strange noise. Thwack! Lord Grimm's shoulder was hit by a bullet, much to Yishio's disbelief. He was certain he had dodged out of the path of Juzukai's bullets. The trash. Yishio quickly realized what was going on. Juzukai had actually used the trash that the bullets had thrown into the air, making his bullets collide with them to not only increase damage, but also to alter their path slightly, making them unpredictable. In this time, Lord Grimm was hit thrice more. Twice by the flying trash and once by a bullet. His movement was slowed, and on the end of an attack like this, his rhythm was completely destroyed. With no other choice, he opened up the Myriad Manifestations umbrella. Thwack thwack thwack. Like pouring rain, bullets and trash bombarded the Myriad Manifestations umbrella's shield form. Yishio couldn't stay under the Myriad Manifestations umbrella's protection forever. With the Myriad Manifestations umbrella's current durability, it wouldn't be able to last for too long under Cloud Pisser's assault. Opening the umbrella merely gave him a chance to catch his breath. In the next moment, the umbrella closed and gunfire erupted from the tip. Gatling gun. A shootout. Chapter 16-19. Unbelievable control. Nomiami. Nomiami. With just the Myriad Manifestations umbrella's rifle form, Lord Grimm couldn't hope to contend. Bullets swept across the ground, launching trash up into the air. Juzukai's Cloud Pisser moved to the side to dodge, but all he could see was trash flying around everywhere. The bullets chasing after him began colliding with the airborne trash as well, making it difficult for Juzukai to figure out their trajectories. He could only do what Yishio did before, keep Cloud Pisser moving and try to get as far away as possible from the chaos. The two fired at each other, getting hit by each other's attacks. Blood, bullets, trash. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one had expected to see another fierce confrontation between these two right after a brilliant match between these two in the group arena. Gun Fu. This was Juzukai's famed Gun Fu, but Ishio wasn't losing to him. The two were even. The broadcast provided a slow-mo of the battle for everyone to enjoy. With the speed slowed down, the viewers could see how the bullets were bouncing off the trash, allowing them to realize that there was another layer to the fight. This is Delivery Gun. After watching the slow-mo, Pan Lin was able to see everything clearly, but he wasn't certain what exactly he was seeing. This is Li Ibor's voice was filled with uncertainty as well because he had never seen anything like this before. Delivery gun was a technique where the gunner used the knockback from bullets to send the target to the desired location. Juzukai had once used delivery gun to juggle a character to death in the air as part of an exhibition match. Even today, this play was still widely discussed. Of course, an exhibition match was completely different from a competitive match. Juzukai had never performed it in an official match. Oftentimes, delivery gun was used in the team competition to control where the target landed. By pairing it with the grabs from Lu Buyuin's grappler, it was a very powerful control tool. When talking about delivery gun, it was impossible not to mention Yishio because he was the one who had developed the technique. Although to many people, it sounded more like a legend than a fact. Most people couldn't wrap their heads around how he could have developed delivery gun. From what they knew about him, he had always been a battle mage player. Nowadays, many of the glory players didn't know the history behind the technique. When they heard delivery gun, their first thought would be Juzukai. Li Ibor had come from an older generation. How could he have forgotten that delivery gun had been Yishio's innovation? He just wasn't sure if what he was seeing could be considered as delivery gun. He couldn't quite grasp it. I'm not sure if it's delivery gun, but what I can say for certain is that anyone who can do what they're doing has reached great heights with delivery gun. Li Ibor finally concluded. His words sounded evasive, but his reasoning wasn't without logic. To do what they were doing, their shots needed to be extremely precise, and precision was a fundamental part of delivery gun. However, in contrast to the traditional definition of delivery gun, the two were not fixed on specific target. The two were aiming to hit the pieces of trash flying around. Perhaps this was just a form of delivery gun. Li Ibor had his own opinions on the matter, but he didn't say them. He had been taught a lesson by Yishio far too many times. Juzukai had slapped his face numerous times today too. He didn't dare say more than what he needed to say. But Yishio can't keep this up for long, no? Pan Lin asked. It's not that he can't, but his character can't, Li Ibor said. The only reason Lord Grimm could compete with Cloud Pisser in this fight was because he was using Gatling gun. However, Gatling gun had a duration. It would eventually run out of bullets. Even if his character could keep this up, the circumstances won't permit him to, Li Ibor added. He saw that Jiang Buta's empty waves and Sun Slong's one autumn leaf had started moving. The two didn't rush towards the garbage heap again. Instead, they circled around to the left and right of Yishio's retreat path. They knew that Lord Grimm wouldn't be able to keep this up forever. He would have to retreat sooner or later. One to the left, the other to the right. The two dashed along the outside of the garbage heap. Yishio couldn't see them from up above, and the sound of gunfire covered their footsteps. The two quickly made their way behind Lord Grimm and were now heading towards him. Juzukai's Cloud Pisser pressed harder. He had calculated that Lord Grimm's Gatling gun would be over soon. There were only a few bullets left. Tar! The Gatling gun suddenly stopped. Yishio cancelled Gatling gun ahead of time. His character jumped up and slashed out with his sword. Sword draw. Sword light swept towards the ground, leaving a clear mark. A circular arc in the shape of a crescent moon was carved into the garbage heap. Hooah! The piled-up trash suddenly started sliding down like a rock slide. Jiang Buta's empty waves and Sun Slong's one autumn leaf had rushed towards this area. The two of them saw Lord Grimm jumping from the garbage heap. Just when they were about to throw an attack at him, the garbage heap next to them collapsed, showering them with trash. The two struggled, but weren't able to stop the incoming flood of trash. In an instant, they were swallowed by the garbage, and Lord Grim disappeared from their sights amidst this surging sea of trash. Sun Slong and Jiang Buta both put out question marks in the team chat. They had lost sight of their target, and their characters were currently struggling to free themselves from the collapsed garbage heap. A third question mark soon followed. When Juzukai's Cloud Pisser arrived, he didn't see Lord Grim. He looked around, but didn't see anyone. Bang 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 bang. Cloud Pisser immediately fired at the garbage heap that had collapsed, sending trash flying into the air. But he failed to dig out Lord Grim. Jiang Buta's empty waves and Sun Slong's one autumn leaf finally freed themselves from the prison of garbage and climbed out. It was a 3v1, yet they were losing? They had chosen this map, yet their opponent was giving them this much trouble. What was being injured wasn't their health, but their pride. As soon as one autumn leaf climbed out, he immediately leapt into the air, shattering the land. Sun Slong vented, creating a huge explosion. Magic erupted, blasting the garbage heap apart. If Lord Grim was hiding underneath it, his cover would be blown away. But he wasn't. The Samsara fan sent their regards to their three generals. They had seen that the moment Yishio's Lord Grim toppled the garbage heap, he had run away with a shadow clone technique. With cover from the garbage heap, he was able to instantly vanish out of sight with the shadow clone technique. Lord Grim's real body had slipped away, going around Cloud Pisser and towards the exit. Juzukai, Sun Slong, Jiang Buotao. Three famous names, three top 10 all-stars, facing a single Yishio, and all three of them had been duped. Yishio hadn't truly been fighting against them. He had been doing everything he could to run away, but it was still a 1v3. Being able to escape was a huge success on his part. None of the three had taken much damage, but in everyone's eyes, they had been the losers. The more loyal the Samsara fan, the more deeply they felt this. The three continued with the same pace. One autumn leaf shattering the lands had confirmed that Lord Grim was no longer hiding there. Juzukai's Cloud Pisser jumped onto the garbage heap up ahead to see if he could find any traces of Lord Grim. Jiang Butao and Sun Slong then split up to the left and right, continuing their search. They had the advantage. No one needed to remind them. They were very clear about it. Even though they hadn't succeeded yet, this was a fact that hadn't changed yet. However, they were taking longer than they thought, so they needed to warn their other two teammates who hadn't arrived yet. Be careful of snipes, Jiang Butao warned. We've been careful, Fang Minghua replied. Fang Minghua and Lu Buiyuan didn't receive any other info from the team. All they got were those three question marks. They could tell that things weren't going well on that side. According to their initial plan, no matter who it was unhappy, he or she would check the garbage disposal room. Juzukai, Jiang Butao, and Sun Slong should have been more than enough to deal with whoever that was. In this way, the other side would be forced either to rescue or trade for that person. They would first kill whoever was in the storeroom, and then go back and help Fang Minghua and Lu Buiyuan. They felt that chances of success were quite high. Happy ended up only sending one person, Yishio. However, after this much time, Yishio still hadn't been caught by their three players. This became Yishio stalling the three of them, which spelled trouble for Fang Minghua and Lu Buiyuan. Thinking of this unfavorable possibility, Fang Minghua and Lu Buiyuan had made adjustments long ago. They stopped going along the direct path that the other three went along, instead taking a roundabout route that couldn't be seen from up on the chimney. Su Muqing didn't go for the high ground, but by circling around, they were able to avoid Happy's intercept. They circled around. Fang Rui judged based on the time, so he didn't continue searching. How's it going there? If you're still holding on, type 1, Fang Rui messaged. 1111, 111, 1111, Yishio typed a line of ones, showing that he was doing great. Wow, amazing! What are we even here for? Fang Rui replied. He was actually very shocked. That was Juzukai, Jiang Butao, and Sun Slong. Yishio was just by himself, but he was doing so well that he could type that many ones. Even Ishio's teammates found it hard to believe how well he was pinning the enemies down. Chapter 16-20. Once in a Blue Moon. Nomiami. Nomiami. Juzukai, Jiang Buotao, Sun Slong. These three top players were being held down by a single person. It was inconceivable, and it also meant a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. You needed to be aggressive facing these kinds of opportunities. If you missed it, wouldn't that be a tragedy? Fang Rui was thinking about the pros and cons when he saw Su Muqing type out in the chat, "Scatter." That's my line. Fang Rui saw that Su Muqing had come to the same conclusion. He no longer hesitated. Samsara didn't go along their original route, likely because Ishio was holding down three of their players. Nevertheless, they would come across them at some point. No matter which route they took, their general direction would remain the same. However, Samsara had many options available to them. Searching through all of them with just 3 people might take too long. Narrowing down these options required intuition and courage. Samsara did not take the most direct route. That was a reality. What would they be thinking when making a choice? If they took a route that was too far, they would be too cut off from the others on the team. Both parties would have trouble helping each other. However, this choice would also prove the most troublesome for Happy. A simpler route wouldn't result in the team coming apart, but Happy would have a relatively easier time intercepting them. Which choice was Samsara more likely to take? Answering this question required careful thinking. If Happy took the wrong turn, there would be no room for regret. Checking nearby. Fang Rui was still trying to figure out what Samsara might be thinking when Su Muqing made the choice. Then, he saw Dancing Rain climb onto the roof of a nearby storeroom and check their surroundings. No one. As expected, Lu Buoyuan and Fang Minghua didn't choose an overly conspicuous route. But by moving along the rooftops, Dancing Rain would be able to see more than the others, while also being at a convenient high point if a fight broke out. Me left, you right, Fang Rui messaged. He went to the left, while Qiao Yifan went to the right. They started inspecting what simpler route Samsara might have taken. But soon afterwards, Fang Rui saw Su Muqing's Dancing Rain moving along the edges of the storeroom near him and waving her hands at him. Fang Ming understood her gesturing. She had already checked this area. Fang Rui could move farther to the left and expand their search area. Fang Rui had Boundless Sea immediately make adjustments. He moved farther to the left before moving on. We have to be fast. All 3 of them had the same thought. Even though Ishio had replied back confidently with numerous ones, he was certainly under a lot of pressure. It wasn't like they could hope that Ishio could kill the 3 on Samsara on his own. They needed to hurry and seize the opportunity that Ishio had given them, so they could pull the carpet from under Samsara. This was what it meant to be an ace player. As Boundless Sea scouted ahead, Fang Rui felt deeply moved by Ishio. It was true that he was the highest paid player on Happy, using their strongest character. However, if he were in Ishio's position, he felt rather terrified thinking that he could stall those 3 on Samsara by himself. He didn't have any confidence that he could do it. Ishio was Happy's true ace player. There was never any doubt about that. Su Muqing's firm decisions had touched Fang Rui as well. Although he had been thinking the same as Su Muqing had been the one to make the call. This was a huge difference. This was a show of her confidence and her courage in taking risks. Fang Rui had lost to Su Muqing in this aspect. Sure enough, my fate is to be a supporting character. Fang Rui sighed. Even though he didn't have any grand ambitions, every pro player longed to be the core of a team. Because of Fang Rui's play style, he was never suitable to be the symbol of a team, and he felt wronged by it. But through Ishio and Su Muqing, he realized that he wasn't suitable to be an ace player. His play style wasn't the only reason. It's okay though, I'm used to it. Fang Rui knew how to console himself and quickly discarded those thoughts. He had never cared much about it in the first place. He was just a bit sensitive after feeling unhappy about his performance in the playoffs. After discarding those useless thoughts, Fang Rui's focus quickly returned back to the match. Boundless Sea continued to move forward. He was currently between two storerooms. The entrances of the storeroom weren't on this side, so it was a rather narrow path. The storeroom to the right of him was longer than the storeroom to the left. He soon reached the end of the left storeroom and arrived at the beginning of a new storeroom. He was at a T-shaped intersection. He looked ahead, but didn't see anyone, so the left then? Fang Rui hesitated slightly, but he recalled the resolve that Su Muqing had before and admonished himself. To the left! To the left it is! Boundless Sea took a left turn at the T intersection. He wasn't letting his emotions affect his decision. Fang Rui had estimated how fast their targets were moving. If they had continued forward, he should have seen them up ahead. However, they hadn't. Su Muqing and Qiao Yifan hadn't found anything either. If he continued heading to the left, he would have a higher chance of finding Fang Minghua and Lu Buiyuan. The path to the left was narrow. Only one person could fit through it at one time. As Boundless Sea ran along it, Fang Rui would look behind himself ever so often. During this process, Fang Rui inadvertently noticed that there was a window at a height of 3 meters, every few meters along the walls of the storeroom to his right. Fang Rui could sense that something wasn't right. These sort of details were difficult for away teams to notice ahead of time. By utilizing these windows, Samsara could check outside without needing to stand out in the open on top of the roof, making it much harder for Happy to find them. Fang Rui looked around again. The storeroom behind him and to his left weren't as tall as the one on his right. The view from those windows were quite good. At the very least, they would be able to see dancing rain jumping across rooftops. Then, what about his Boundless Sea? If Fang Minghua and Lu Buiyuan were watching from those storerooms, they would have noticed his movements long ago. Thinking of this, Boundless Sea sped up. As an expert at ambushes, Fang Rui was aware of how dangerous his location was. He was in a long and narrow path that could only fit one person. The walls to his left and right were too tall for him to jump over. If he were pincered, he would be in a very bad situation. Not good. Not good. Samsara had chosen this map. The loading screen gave some information on the map though. For example, the locations of the support zones. Fang Rui's current location was quite close to the support zone at the center. If he were in Samsara's shoes, he would probably... Bang bang. 2 gunshots. Fang Rui's thoughts were interrupted. The crowd burst into cheers. While Fang Rui was thinking about what his opponents would do, the viewers could see Lu Buiyuan's and Fang Minghua's movements. They moved towards Fang Rui's area and then went into one of the storerooms. Then, they went to the windows. From these windows, they soon noticed dancing rain jumping across rooftops, looking for them. The two couldn't see Fang Rui's Boundless Sea because he was blocked by a storeroom. However, the two seemed to somehow know that Boundless Sea was heading towards them. Fang Minghua's laughing song ran over to the support zone and switched with Du Ming's moon-luring frost. Samsara had 5 attackers on the field now. Then, Fang Rui arrived at the T intersection. While he was figuring out which direction to go towards, the Samsara fans gripped their seats in the suspense. They knew that Lu Buiyuan and Du Ming were hiding to the left, waiting to ambush him. But what if Fang Rui didn't go left? Fang Rui's Boundless Sea ended up going to the left. Their hopes were fulfilled. Bang bang. 2 windows were broken. Lu Buiyuan's chaotic cloudy mountain and Du Ming's moon-luring frost each broke through a window and jumped down. Their ambush had begun. Samsara's fans had been waiting for this scene to happen. Fuck! Fang Rui clenched his teeth. He wasn't surprised by the ambush. But his opponents had truly been cunning. When they saw that Fang Rui had been caught in their trap, they didn't immediately attack. Instead, they held their positions and waited. They hadn't waiting for Fang Rui to move, but for Su Muqing and Qiao Yifan to move. They were waiting for those two to move farther and farther away. As for Fang Rui, until he was 100% sure that he was ambushed, he couldn't ask them for help. If it turned out that there was no ambush, a false alarm would destroy Su Muqing's and Qiao Yifan's pace. And now the ambush had come. XXX. Fang Rui had his coordinates already typed into the chat. When he saw Du Ming and Lu Buiyuan arrive, pincering him from the front and the rear, he immediately pressed enter. In front was Lu Buiyuan's chaotic cloudy mountain. Behind was Du Ming's moon-luring frost. Fang Rui didn't hesitate. He immediately turned around and charged at moon-luring frost. The exit behind him was farther away than the exit in front, but in this narrow space, blade masters were easier to fight against than grapplers. As a grappler, all Lu Buiyuan needed to do was activate reinforced iron bones, walk over, and grab him. Fang Rui didn't think he had any chance of getting past him. On the other hand, blade masters had their movements restricted by the narrow space. Many of their skills couldn't be used. Fang Rui could take advantage of that. Charge! Boundless Sea sprinted towards moon-luring frost. His palms were already gathering chi, but as moon-luring frost fell, his hands grasped his sword, and his gaze directed at Boundless Sea. Downwind sword slash. A sharp sword light fell. Du Ming knew that this terrain was unfavorable for his class. He knew that Fang Rui would certainly choose to get past him. As soon as he broke the window and leapt out, he had started his attack. The sword light from the powerful downwind sword slash filled the entire path. There was no escaping it. Chapter 1621. Trapped. Nomiami. Nomiami. The space between the two storerooms was so narrow that it could hardly be considered a path. It was more apt to describe it as a crack between two storerooms. In this crack, there was only forward and backwards. There was no left or right. Lu Buiyuan's chaotic cloudy mountain blocked the rear, while Du Ming's moon-luring frost's downwind sword slash blocked the front. Under the shadow of the cold light, Boundless Sea didn't seem like he had anywhere to run to. At least, that was what everyone thought. The only one who disagreed was Fang Rui himself. The fierce sword light was dazzling, but it didn't steal away his calm. He had already decided that he would break through from moon-luring frost's end. There was no room for hesitation. Sword light flooded his vision, but he saw a tiny opening where there was no sword light. He didn't know if he could make it through, but he didn't have any other choice. Charge! Boundless Sea continued to sprint. The moment the sword light descended, he dove forward. Fang Rui didn't roll. Instead, he put himself parallel to the ground and borrowed the momentum from the dive to slide forward. Fang Rui had pressed Boundless Sea as low to the ground as possible. He couldn't go any lower. Can he dodge it? Du Ming was confident in his attack. Even if Boundless Sea was laying flat, he didn't think his attack would miss. But when the sword light came down, Du Ming suddenly discovered that he might be wrong. His downwind sword slash had a tiny opening. Was it because he hadn't executed it perfectly enough? Spiral Chi kill. Boundless Sea was still flat on the ground when he fired a blast of chi. Moon-luring frost was still in the air. The spiraling chi struck his two legs. Bang! Moon-luring frost was flung to the side. His head slammed into the wall. The crawling Boundless Sea jumped up, his hand placed on moon-luring frost's shoulder. Grab, twist, throw. Fling. Moon-luring frost shot towards chaotic cloudy mountain like an artillery shell. Du Ming was at a loss. He didn't know how his downwind sword slash had missed until he was thrown. As he flew through the air, he looked at the ground and noticed that the place where Boundless Sea had dove towards was very distinct. The ground there was sunken down. This was just a crack between two storerooms. No one was going to do any maintenance here. As a result, the ground was bumpy. In that instant, Fang Rui had noticed a depression in the ground in front of him. He saw it as a potential safe area and dove towards it. The slightest difference determined life and death, and it was what allowed Boundless Sea to dodge the downwind sword slash. That's the reason? Du Ming had no choice but to accept it. He hadn't noticed it. When he used downwind sword slash, he hadn't thought that the bumps would create holes in his attack. Moon-luring frost flew towards chaotic cloudy mountain. Fang Rui had obviously planned for the two to collide. But chaotic cloudy mountain didn't retreat. His arms trembled, reinforced iron bones. Bang! Moon-luring frost crashed into chaotic cloudy mountain. However, due to the super armor, chaotic cloudy mountain didn't budge. Moon-luring frost fell to the ground, while chaotic cloudy mountain jumped over him and continued forward. Lu Buoyuan's reaction looked merciless, but the spectating pro players knew that wasn't the case. Since Moon-luring frost wasn't able to block Boundless Sea, a reversal had happened. The crack was too narrow. Even if Samsara had two people, without a pincer, the two of them were no different than one person. Both were close-ranged classes. They couldn't attack at the same time in this narrow path. As for Fang Rui's Boundless Sea, after breaking past Samsara's pincer attack, he was no longer in danger. On the contrary, this narrow terrain was extremely favorable for his Chi Master. Chi Master attacks were AoE attacks. If he let out Chi attacks in this alleyway, how was the other side going to dodge them? Lu Buoyuan had thought of this point, which is why he didn't have time to slow down. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain activated reinforced iron bones, knocking Moon-luring frost away so he could immediately launch his attacks. Sure enough, Fang Rui's Boundless Sea had started gathering Chi, but Lu Buoyuan's extremely quick response had caught him off guard. The Moon-luring frost that he had thrown at him unexpectedly wasn't able to slow him down. There was time for him to finish using the skill that he had been casting. However, Chaotic Cloudy Mountains had activated reinforced iron bones and now had super armor. His Chi attacks would push him. All Lu Buoyuan needed to do was tank the attack, and Chaotic Cloudy Mountains would close the distance with Boundless Sea. Then, he could use any grab skill he wanted, and Boundless Sea would be caught in a pincer again. No matter how reluctant he might be, Fang Rui's only choice was to give up on this attack. Boundless Sea cancelled the skill. He activated Cloud Body and then turned and ran. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain stopped. He raised his two hands and grabbed the air. Cloud Grasping Fist. The skill that Lu Buoyuan had chosen had truly been put to great effect today. In the group arena, he had caught Su mooching off guard with the sudden long-range grab, although he wasn't able to fully take advantage of it. This time, in this narrow alleyway, Cloud Grasping Fist seemed to be very difficult to dodge. If Boundless Sea was grabbed, he would meet his end. Fuck! Fang Rui kept looking back as he ran away. When he saw the Cloud Grasping Fist from Chaotic Cloudy Mountain, he suddenly panicked. Cloud Grasping Fist was a Chi Master skill, so Fang Rui was very familiar with it. But because he was familiar with the skill, he knew that dodging it in this terrain would be extremely difficult. Crouch? Roll? In this narrow passageway, none of those would work. The only area with enough space to dodge the Cloud Grasping Fist was above him. But there was only so much he could control while in the air, far from the control his opponent had with the skill. But even so, what other choice did he have? Boundless Sea stopped and turned around. To dodge this Cloud Grasping Fist, he would need to time it perfectly and be extremely precise with his movements. Fang Rui didn't think he would be able to do it while running and looking back. By this time, Moon-luring frost had gotten back up from the ground. Fang Rui had no energy to spare for him. His gaze was fixed on Chaotic Cloudy Mountain's two hands. Because Chaotic Cloudy Mountain was a grappler, the equipment that he wore wouldn't have the preferred stats for a Chi Master. His Cloud Grasping Fist would take longer to gather up the required Chi. However, Fang Rui wasn't trying to predict when the attack would come. He was locked onto the movements of his hands. It's coming! Chaotic Cloudy Mountain's 10 fingers tightened. His two hands made a clear pulling motion. Fang Rui jumped into the air. But Lu Buoyuan had predicted that Fang Rui would jump. His two hands shifted up slightly. From the start of the move until it landed, Cloud Grasping Fist could be controlled by the player. This was one of the reasons for why it was so hard to dodge under these circumstances. Boundless Sea pushed out with his palm, Cloud pushing palm. Pa! He hit the wall. Boundless Sea immediately dropped towards the ground. He curled into a ball and then laid himself flat to the ground. Fang Rui was like a fish in the water. He had no reserves about how shameful it might look for him. The jump had been a feint. He wanted Lu Buiyuan to move up. Fang Rui's true goal was the ground. Boundless Sea hastily tried to make adjustments. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain's 2 hands pressed down. But it was too late. The chi was only able to rustle the top of his hair. Apart from that, it wasn't able to grasp onto Boundless Sea. Hava hava! Fang Rui was overjoyed. His dodge had been shrewd and technical. He felt like he was a genius. I might only be a supporting character, but don't think I'm easy pickings. He boasted. Everyone was baffled. Where'd that come from? Du Ming's moon-luring frost jumped onto the roof of a rather short storeroom. Even though it wasn't a tall one, it wasn't possible to get onto it with a normal jump. Du Ming's moon-luring frost jumped and then jumped again off the wall. He followed with a rising dragon slash in order to get to the right height. Colliding stab. Triple slash. Moon-luring frost didn't hold back and used his movement skills. Fang Rui had been delayed a bit in order to dodge the cloud-grasping fist. The increase in movement speed from Cloud Body wasn't as explosive as his movement skills. By chaining these 2 skills, Moon-luring frost was already in front of Boundless Sea. He stepped out and then twisted his body while in the air. He fell towards the ground, his blade descending. This time, he made sure to take note of the terrain. He wouldn't let Fang Rui get through because of neglect on his part. Falling Phoenix Slash. Sword Light descended. This time, Fang Rui had nowhere to run to. Helpless, Fang Rui could only have Boundless Sea put up a Chi Wave shield to reduce the damage. Behind him, Chaotic Cloudy Mountain was closing in. Moon-luring Frost's sword had cut off his path forward. Despite a few complications, Fang Rui wasn't able to escape from their pincer. Suddenly, an enormous explosion sounded. Fireworks seemed to burst forth from the falling moon-luring frost. The flames engulfed him, and the resplendent sword light lost its luster. Yes, Sis Moo. Perfect timing. I love you. Fang Rui was practically incoherent from his excitement. Just when it looked like his life was over, Dancing Rain arrived. Fang Rui almost wanted to cry out how perfect the timing was. Charge! Su Muqing didn't have time to share his joy and reminded him. Fang Rui put away the roller coaster of emotions he had experienced. Boundless Sea ran for his life. Moon-luring frost had been blasted out of the air. His downwind sword slash had been interrupted, and his balance had been broken. Even so, Du Ming was able to get a sword slash out. Unfortunately, it had been too forced. Boundless Sea was able to dodge it with ease. Not good. From behind, Lu Buiyuan had no choice but to re-examine their situation. It had originally been a 2v1. Through the terrain, the two thought they could easily take care of Fang Rui's Boundless Sea. But they hadn't expected him to be so slippery. To think he could find a way out from such a dire situation. Now, his backup had arrived. A Chi Master and a launcher. He and Du Ming had practically no room to dodge their attacks. How were they supposed to fight against them? This time, the ones trapped was Samsara. Chapter 1622. Would it kill you to let me look cool for a bit? Nomiami. Nomiami. This match. Samsara's home game, it seems. Pan Lin thought carefully about he should word things, but wasn't able to find the right words in the end. In reality, he didn't need to explain anything. Most of the viewers had the same feeling as him. This was Samsara's home game. Samsara had chosen this map. They should be the ones taking advantage of the terrain. It was supposed to be their biggest weapon. But the result? What everyone saw was Yishio taking advantage of the trash room to stall 3 of Samsara's players. On the other end, at this alleyway, Samsara's 2 players were supposed to pincer and trap Fang Rui, but in the blink of an eye, the situation was flipped. How did everything turn out this way? No one could think of an answer. Samsara hadn't underestimated their enemy. They had sent 3 players to the trash room to deal with one Yishio. How could that be underestimating the enemy? At the alleyway, when chaotic cloudy mountain and moon-luring frost formed a pincer onto boundless sea, everyone thought that it was hopeless for Fang Rui. But Fang Rui had other ideas. He had danced around them, staying alive until dancing rain arrived. This couldn't be considered a mistake from Samsara. Fang Rui was playing incredibly well. A great performance happened when you made outstanding plays in unordinary situations. Samsara's ambush had been set up meticulously. They had started by checking their surroundings through the windows. After noticing Dancing Rain's movements, they thought of this plan. Then, Fang Minghua's laughing song went to switch with Du Ming's moon-luring frost. When Fang Rui's boundless sea appeared, the two didn't act too hastily. They patiently waited for Fang Rui to go in deeper and for Su Muqing to move farther away. Every detail had been considered by Samsara. Every part of the plan had been executed well. Even so, they had failed to trap Fang Rui and inflict heavy injuries onto him like they had liked. Now, they were the ones in a dangerous position. Retreat! Lu Buiyuan said decisively. Rushing forward was an option. However, the terrain wasn't favorable for them. Rushing through attacks from Fang Rui and Su Muqing was too risky. Lu Buiyuan hadn't forgotten that Happy didn't only have Fang Rui's Qi Master and Su Muqing's launcher. There was also the threat of Qiao Yifan's Phantom Demon Ghostblade. Maybe he was waiting at the exit at the front. If they successfully made their way out from the alleyway, they would instantly be enveloped by multiple ghost boundaries. As a result, they could only retreat. They had to retreat. Lu Buiyuan didn't say anything. He had chaotic cloudy mountain turn around and run, while paying attention to moon-luring frost's situation up ahead. Moon-luring frost had been shot out of the air by dancing rain. As he fell, boundless sea flitted past him with his head turned back. From the looks of it, he planned on looting from a burning house. Lu Buiyuan needed to make sure that moon-luring frost could run away, so that Du Ming wouldn't need to be rescued. Sure enough, boundless sea stopped. He was a dirty Qi master who loved to be sneaky. But at this moment, he was making a huge show, gathering Qi around his 2 palms. Lu Buiyuan resisted the urge to charge at him because he knew that boundless sea was situated outside both his and moon-luring frost's attack range. That was why boundless sea was so fearless. That bastard, Fang Rui, was too infuriating. It was like he was purposefully trying to annoy them. Dragon Wave! Boundless Sea made his move. The gathered Qi transformed into a dragon, which flew out towards his 2 enemies. Moon-luring frost had just landed on the ground. Du Ming saw the warning from Lu Buiyuan and rolled back. By the time he got up, the dragon wave was roaring towards him. Du Ming didn't even think. He immediately had moon-luring frost jump towards the wall and then jump again. Unfortunately, Rising Dragon Slash had just been used and was still on cooldown. Du Ming had no way of using the same method to send moon-luring frost onto the rooftop. The double jump was just to avoid the attack for as long as he could. Dragon Wave could be controlled by the user. Du Ming didn't think he could actually dodge it fully. But with this jump, Fang Rui would need to focus on him so that he could aim his Dragon Wave properly. That would at least buy some time for Lu Buiyuan. The 2 players on Samsara hadn't forgotten to take care of each other. Lu Buiyuan didn't have chaotic cloudy mountain leave first. He made sure that Du Ming could also escape. As for Du Ming, he was using his character's position to help Lu Buiyuan escape. If Lu Buiyuan didn't have chaotic cloudy mountain run away, then he would be wasting Du Ming's kindness. There was no time to think about all that though. Chaotic cloudy mountain turned around and sprinted away. Boom! An explosion from behind him. Chaotic cloudy mountain's footsteps didn't stop. He looked behind him and saw that moon-luring frost had been shot by dancing rain again. Du Ming hadn't forgotten about Su Muqing's presence. He had predicted that dancing rain's attacks wouldn't stop. But in this narrow alleyway, there really wasn't anywhere for him to run to. Ming had Moon Luring Frost swing his sword at the missile, but the explosion still hurt him. Moon Luring Frost lost his balance again, with smoke coming off from him as he fell. Then, Boundless Sea's Dragon Wave swallowed him whole. Lu Buiyuan felt terrible. He wanted Chaotic Cloudy Mountain to turn back, so that he and Du Ming could fend them off together. But he knew very well that doing so would be unwise. He was abandoning Du Ming, but this was because he had no other choice. Their goal was to win, and winning depended on the entire team. As long as one person stood at the end, they would be the winners. For the win, to remain as the champions. Lu Buiyuan brainwashed himself, constantly repeating these words to himself. He didn't have Chaotic Cloudy Mountain turn his head back, instead using all his might to run away. He hated his decision, but he trusted that his decision was correct. He wasn't playing just for himself. He couldn't make decisions based on his own likes. Every one of them was carrying the burden of the dreams of the entire team and countless fans. Ahead is the exit. Keep going. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain rushed out from the alleyway. Only then did he turn his head back. Even though everything about Du Ming's situation pointed to disaster, Lu Buiyuan still felt hope for him, hope that Du Ming could catch up to him. But no. Moon Luring Frost was far behind him. Fire and light flashed again and again. Endless chi mixed in with the explosions. Moon Luring Frost's sword light glinted tenaciously. Again, Lu Buiyuan resisted the urge to turn back. But you can do it! Du Ming typed out in the team chat. He was the one fighting. He was the one who was trying to escape, but Du Ming was the one encouraging him. Lu Buiyuan couldn't keep watching, afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist his urges any longer. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain turned around and immediately rushed towards the support zone. Seeing Chaotic Cloudy Mountain leave, Du Ming felt at ease. Moon Luring Frost was hit by a blast again. Du Ming tried his best to stabilize the situation, but the attack disrupted his efforts. Moon Luring Frost tumbled to the ground. How embarrassing! Du Ming laughed bitterly. He had been hoping to put on an outstanding performance, especially in this match against Happy. But it looks like this was it. To the left was a wall. To the right was a wall. He couldn't use many of his skills. As for charging towards them in a straight line, as long as his opponents maintained a certain distance away from him, he posed no threat. The two on Happy were too experienced. They were carefully taking advantage of the terrain. Chi Masters and Launchers didn't have a lot of strong CC abilities. As a result, the two didn't intend on pinning Moon Luring Frost down. The two were doing their utmost to deal as much damage to Moon Luring Frost. If it happened to work out, then they would also try to make it hard for Moon Luring Frost to move around. I won't make it. His health was dropping fast, and there was still quite a way to go before he could leave. Du Ming was already certain that he would die before he escaped. I'll cheer up my teammate first. As for me, I'll just have to contribute as much as I can to our win. Moon Luring Frost suddenly rolled backwards. Instead of moving to the exit, he went for Boundless Sea. Fang Rui immediately had Boundless Sea retreat, while sending out a cloud pushing palm. Jump! Moon Luring Frost got up and jumped, but soon, he heard the sound of a cannon shot. Falling Light Blade! Moon Luring Frost dropped down, the artillery shell whistling past his head. Falling Blossom Form! This level 75 skill had extremely high priority in the air and had a knockdown effect. Du Ming was using it to get down. Sword petals filled the air, preparing to cut down Boundless Sea. But Boundless Sea simply retreated in an extremely dirty manner too, dodging this attack. Would it kill you to let me look cool for a bit? Du Ming cursed at Fang Rui. He was obviously unhappy that his attack had missed. I'm almost dead. Can't you just let me leave a good impression with one final display of might? What's cooler than dying at my hands? Fang Rui responded slickly. Boundless Sea pulled back his hands and then pushed out. Air Ren Palm. Chi condensed into the shape of a handprint. With a par, it struck moon-luring Frost, stunning him. Flash burst! Fang Rui wasn't polite at all. Seeing how close they were, he immediately let out a high-level skill. The chi couldn't expand in this narrow alleyway. It could only burst forth in what little space there was. After Flash Burst came Qigong Blast. Chi filled the alleyway, turning the entire area hazy. Dancing Rain's artillery support came down in coordination with Fang Rui's assault. Fuck! Ming couldn't help but leave a profanity in the chat. Along with a yellow card from the referee, he left the field. Chapter 1623. Cruel Hand Speed. Nomiami. Nomiami. Teal note. I accidentally skipped a chapter. I fixed it and uploaded the previous chapter. The moment Ming left the battlefield, the stadium erupted with wild cheers. The cheers came from the away team stands. The happy fans that had followed the team to their away game couldn't contend against Samsara's fans. If you weren't listening carefully enough, it was almost impossible to hear the shouts and cheers for Happy. However, despite their feeble existence, the happy fans never gave in. They were doing their best to cheer for their team. Too many people had scoffed at the thought of Happy reaching this step. Some of them even thought of Happy making their way to the finals was a lucky fluke. Losing to Samsara would be a glorious end to their season. But the happy fans that had followed their team to Samsara's home stadium disagreed. They had come to cheer on their team despite the overwhelming opposition because they thought that there was glory in defeat. What they wanted was for Happy to win, to become the newly crowned champions. Even if others might laugh at them for overestimating themselves, their thirst for victory wouldn't waver. No matter how weak the team was, all of them dreamed of becoming the champions. Happy had struggled their way through the season. Glory in defeat? A glorious end? They didn't need any of that. They wanted to win. Only by winning and becoming the champions would they be satisfied. This was why Happy absolutely could not lose this match. It was their final chance. But no matter how determined they may be, they knew that today's match would be extremely challenging. Happy was playing in their away game, and their opponents had a one-game lead. Happy carried an enormous amount of pressure going in. A lot of people might have forgotten about this aspect. In their eyes, there was no pressure for Happy because losing was normal. Happy shouldn't have any hopes of winning. But reality trumped rhetoric. Happy was showing everyone that their efforts weren't just to welcome defeat. Despite being on the back foot, they were still aiming to win. 2-point lead in the group arena. 1-person lead in the team competition. It didn't matter what had led to this situation. It didn't matter what the outcome of this match was. Right now, how stimulating. Happy's performance was too stimulating. Happy's fans felt like they had been injected with drugs, especially the ones cheering from the stadium. The noise that they made was a challenge to the devilish home crowd. So what if we don't have as many people as you guys? We're winning. We have a huge 3-point lead. From a match perspective, Happy's lead was enough to leave their opponent speechless, especially after killing off Ming's moon-luring Frost with such ease. Su Muqing's Dancing Rain had taken 0 damage, and the damage that Fang Rui's Boundless Sea had taken was from the pincer by Lu Buiyuan and Du Ming earlier. This lead had been earned almost perfectly. But how could the Samsara fans endure the overjoyed expressions on the happy fans? Even if they had nothing to back up their cheers, they weren't going to let themselves be outdone. The noise in the stadium reached a new high. Samsara's fans had been able to overwhelm Happy's fans in the end. However, they were just relying on their numbers advantage. The contribution from each individual couldn't compare to a tenth of a happy fan. Hurry up and do something. It would be a lie to say that Samsara's fans weren't worried, especially seeing how the opposing fans were so delighted. Even if they could overwhelm their opponents in noise, it didn't give them a sense of victory because victory wouldn't be decided by which side shouted louder, but by the players on stage. If their team couldn't beat their opponents, then their cheers and shouts were just empty words. Come on. Come on. Samsara's fans thought to themselves. but there didn't seem to be any possible turning points right now. Du Ming's moon-luring frost had died. Fang Minghua's laughing song had automatically entered the field, and Lu Buiyuan's chaotic cloudy mountain was hurrying over to convene with him. Protecting the healer was a bigger priority than counter-attacking. Did they need to search for hope on the other side? Trash room. The conflict between Yixiao and Samsara's 3 players hadn't stopped. There hadn't been any direct clashes, but Yixiao being able to escape again and again was enough to astonish everyone. But in return, Yixiao had suffered greatly, whether it was himself as a player or his character. His tempo was starting to falter. His control over Lord Grimm was no longer as precise as before. Juzakai, Sun Slong, Jiang Buotao. Any one of these 3 players had the ability to contend with Yixiao one-on-one. None of them could be underestimated. However, Yixiao needed to fight against the 3 of them by himself. The amount of energy he put in wasn't nearly as simple as 3 times the amount. This could be seen from the hand speed statistics. Yixiao's hand speed averaged 340 APM overall this round. As for the team competition itself, his stats were calculated starting from when Lord Grimm started clashing with Samsara's 3 players. His hand speed for the team competition averaged 510. 510! For many pro players, this was their limit, but right now, it was Yixiao's average. Seeing this number, the viewers couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. But to the pro players watching, they had forgotten to be astonished. This average hand speed of 510 was a form of cruelty. It was cruel to the opponents and cruel to Yixiao himself. His opponents were dealing with this hand speed, although to be more accurate, it was more the other way around. Yixiao needed this hand speed to deal with the pressure that his 3 opponents were giving him. This cruelty was being undertaken by Yixiao alone. Too reckless, even Han Wenqing made a note of Yixiao's craziness, and he was always fearless in battle. Zhong Xinjie furrowed his brows, carefully observing the curve given by the data. After all, 510 was an average. His hand speed wasn't constant. There were ups and downs. As a result, Zhong Xinjie tried to look for relatively clear flat areas. He reckoned that Yixiao was resting during these flat periods. That was the only way he could maintain an average hand speed of 510. But no. The hand speed curve was extremely messy with huge ups and downs. From this chaotic curve, Yixiao's difficulties could be seen clearly. His actions were being forced out by his opponents. If he didn't keep up this hand speed, Lord Grimm would already be a corpse. And from the changes in the curve, Yixiao was having more and more trouble holding on. Samsara's 3 players was aware of this point, so even though they knew that Yixiao stalling all 3 of them was unfavorable for Samsara as a whole, they didn't make any adjustments. When Du Ming's moon-luring frost fell and his name turned grey, they even became more decisive with their attacks. This was the price of perseverance. It was only by killing Lord Grimm would they make up for this price. Soon. Lord Grimm still had 52% of his health left. He still had more than half of his health left. However, the 3 on Samsara could feel Yixiao's reaction speed and response slipping. They knew that Yixiao was on the verge of defeat. Yixiao's nearing his limits, Huang Shaoqian said gravely. Yu Wenju didn't make any objections. Sitting in front of them, Wang Jieshi and Tiny Herb's hand speed expert Liu Xiaobie were also silent. But on the other side, there were people who wanted to say something but were hesitating. Lu Guaning, Zhu Yunhai, Wen Kebei, Ji Yuxie, Zhong Yeli. Team Heavenly Swords had come to watch the match as well. Even though all of them had powerful and wealthy family backgrounds, in the pro circle, they were the younger generation. Their skill couldn't compete with the top players. But while their seniors had come to the same conclusion, these 5 disagreed. When Wen Kebei heard Huang Shaoqian say he's nearing his limit, he couldn't help but say something. But when he saw that no one was paying attention to him, he hesitated and decided against it. What is it? Someone asked. It was Sun Zhiping, who had come with them. I don't think this is God Yixiao's limit. Lu Guaning said. What? Sun Zhiping was doubtful. You guys all think this is limit. When Kabe had been too afraid to speak up because everyone else had come to a different conclusion than him. It seems like you guys know something. Sunshaping asked. The 5 on Heavenly Swords looked at one another. We've experienced his hand speed before, Lu Guanning said. Sunshaping laughed. Yishio's hand speed. Hadn't he experienced it 9 years ago? At that time, Yishio had been at his peak. No matter how unwilling Yishio might be or how great he still was, his age was there. Certain things couldn't be decided by pure willpower. That's not what I mean. We saw his hand speed through different means. Lu Guanning saw that Sunshaping had misunderstood him. They were rookies. How could they dare to talk about experience facing someone as senior as him? Different means. Sunshaping didn't understand. Piano. Lu Guanning said. What? Sunshaping was very interested. Piano. Piano. When Kaboy affirmed. What about it? God, Yishio can play it. Are you thinking of someone else? Sunshaping wasn't the type to waver, but hearing them talk about Yishio playing piano, he was having trouble believing them. Of course not. During last year's All-Star weekend, Lu Guanning quickly told them about their dinner party that night. The tempo in a piece is fixed, so based on the amount of time that Yishio used to finish the piece, we can calculate his hand speed. Playing piano is different than playing Glory, but at least for piano, Yishio's max hand speed should be. Lu Guanning suddenly stopped at the crucial moment. How much? Sunshaping asked. 900, Lu Guanning's voice trembled. He knew the answer beforehand, but he was still scared by it. 48 seconds, a steady 900 APM. Chapter 1624. A serious mistake. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. 900? Impossible. Sunshaping blurted out. He might not know that much about playing piano, but he had fought against Yishio in game before. Yishio's hand speed was indeed very fast, and right now, the 3 on Samsara had forced him to an average hand speed of 500. 900? What did that mean? It was a hand speed nearly twice as fast as his current one, and that wasn't a peak, but an average over 48 seconds. It's true though, Lu Guanning said. He could understand Sunshaping's reaction. They had the same reaction as him when they saw it. In the beginning, they just felt like Yishio was playing really fast. They had no concept of the exact numbers up until Lu Guanning calculated it. The number had nearly shattered their eyes. 900. Lu Guanning and the others might not be as experienced as Sunshaping, but they could imagine how terrifying such a hand speed was. Later, they looked through a bunch of Yishio's matches, but they never saw him come close to such a high hand speed in any of them. Playing piano was different from playing Glory. The left and right hand did completely different things for one. The 5 of them could only explain it with this reasoning, but they truly had a hard time convincing themselves. After all, 900 was a terrifying number. Pro players averaged around 300. When a more complicated or chaotic event happened in the team competition, their hand speed might go up. For example, Yishio was playing 1v3 against Samsara and had been forced to a hand speed of 500. Even so, 500 was a huge difference from 900. Maybe it was because piano and Glory were different that Yishio couldn't reach a hand speed of 900 in Glory. But there were plenty of numbers lower than 900. Even if you subtracted 200 or 300, it was still a hand speed of 600 or 700, 500 shouldn't be his limit, right? That was their opinion at least. After Sunshaping accepted that Yishio had reached an APM of 900 when playing piano, his view was no different from theirs. That guy's still holding back. Sunshaping thought about it for a moment, but immediately shook his head. This was the finals. Playing 120% wouldn't even feel like it was enough. Hold back? What a joke! Maybe it is because you can't actually get to an APM of 900 in Glory? Sunshaping couldn't think of any other reasoning, but even if was using this reasoning to convince himself, from this moment on, he began to look forward to what might happen next. Who cares if there's a difference between piano and glory? From this moment on, to Sunjaping, Yishio's highest average hand speed was 900. How terrifying! In that case, did his true maximum break past 1000? Sunjaping was thinking of it from a glory perspective. He didn't know that on that day, when Yishio had played piano, he had just been playing it for the sake of playing fast. There were no changes in rhythm like there were in glory. So what is the answer? Hurry up and let us see it. While the other pro players felt like Yishio couldn't hang on for much longer, Sunjaping and the 5 on Heavenly Swords had different thoughts. While their conversation had gone on, Yishio's situation worsened. Under the siege from Samsara, Lord Grimm was forced into a corner, an actual corner in the trash room. There was no place for him to hide any longer. Victory is in sight! The Samsara fans had started getting excited. Even though they had lost a player first, if they could take down Lord Grimm, the trade would be worth it. Similar to how Su Muqing and Fang Rui had dispatched Ming without taking much damage, it would be the same for the 3 on Samsara. They hadn't taken much damage in their fight against Yishio's Lord Grimm. Now, it just depended on how troublesome Yishio's final struggle would be. Careful! Jiang Buotao warned in Samsara's chat. They had to keep cautious to not give Yishio any chance to deal damage to them. They didn't immediately attack. Instead, they waited until every one of them was in the perfect position, so there wouldn't be any openings when they started their attack. It's over, Sun Xiong declared. He had always longed to beat Yishio. He wanted to surpass him. Unfortunately, they were currently in a 3v1 situation. It probably wouldn't be considered a win in his eyes, but it wasn't important. It was true that Sun Xiong wanted to surpass Yishio, but he wouldn't bicker too hard over it. In the end, his ultimate priority was to win the match. If they didn't win, even if he beat Yishio on his own, it wouldn't have any meaning. Dragon breaks the ranks. One autumn leaf charged forward with the powerful momentum of a battle mage to seal off Yishio's final hopes. Surpassing you will have to wait. Today, the most important thing is to win this match. Sun Xiong's one autumn leaf charged forward, carrying this conviction. Suddenly, his screen turned dark. What's going on? Sun Xiong nearly leapt out of his seat. Had his computer malfunctioned? That was his first thought, but he soon discovered that it wasn't that his computer had crashed. It was because there was an indicator showing on the screen that his character couldn't see. Blind? Where did it come from? He had been carefully observing each and every movement from Lord Grimm. When had he used a skill that inflicted blind? Unable to see his opponent, Sun Xiong couldn't control his dragon breaks the ranks. He heard a gunshot. Juzukai's cloud pisser had started firing. However, those bullets didn't seem to be going towards where he was going. Lord Grimm had already run over there? Sun Xiong was utterly confused. The crowd had exploded too. Through their spectator view, when one autumn leaf charged forward, a hazy pitch-black light quietly descended. The area covered by the dark light was surrounded by faint magical symbols in a giant circle. Sun Xiong's one autumn leaf had entered this zone. Jiang Buotao's empty waves was at the edge of it too. As a result, their screens instantly turned black. The 2 of them had been blinded. This is Ghostblade's dark boundary? But with how carefully they had been watching over Yishio, there was no way they wouldn't notice him casting a Ghostblade boundary, let alone letting him finish casting it. What's going on? Most of the crowd was just as confused, up until Juzukai's cloud pisser started firing, not towards Lord Grimm, but towards a corner of the trash pile. When he moved laterally to get a better view, their confusion was cleared up. 1 inch. Qiao Yifan's 1 inch had appeared here. The crowd went wild. Practically no one had noticed. On one side was the battle between Fang Rui, Su Muqing, Du Ming, and Lu Boyuan. On the other side was Yishio, Juzukai, Jiang Buotao, and Sun Xiong. It was already difficult enough deciding which of the 2 battles they should watch. How could they bother paying attention to someone who wasn't a part of either battle? When did Qiao Yifan get there? How did he get there without anyone noticing him? Many of the viewers blanked. Their last impression of 1-inchish was him splitting up with Fang Rui and Su mooching to search for the two on Samsara. After that, he had been forgotten. And now, his sudden appearance had rescued Yishio from what had seemed to be certain death. The three on Samsara had made a mistake. Their highly focused attention had turned into their weakness. They had only been following Yishio's every move. A beautiful stall, Wang Jieshi sighed. His explosive 510 hand speed wasn't just a hold-on against the combined assault from Samsara. He had responded back strongly to capture the complete attention of the three from Samsara, so they would make this mistake. Qiao Yifan's 1-inchish came to the trash room and got into this position without any of the players on Samsara noticing. This was a mistake, but no one could blame Samsara for it. The viewers, who could see everything if they chose to, had been absorbed by the intense fighting. They hadn't noticed Qiao Yifan either. How could they expect the three on Samsara to, when they themselves couldn't? Sun Song and Jiang Buta had been blinded. For a moment, they didn't know what had happened. With the two of them blinded, Yishio was able to easily make his way past them. As for Juzakai, who hadn't been affected by the dark boundary, he could only shift his attention to 1-inchish. The control capabilities of a phantom demon were too powerful. Right now, it was just a dark boundary. If Qiao Yifan was left alone to do as he pleased, an ice boundary, ash boundary, silence, and so on would come one after the other. If that happened, they would be the ones in trouble. Qiao Yifan. He had once been a nobody in Tiny Herb, and now, in the finals, he was the one who Glory's number one, Juzakai, was personally taking care of. The people, who had taken note of Qiao Yifan's arduous path to his current state, felt deeply moved. The spectating pro players couldn't help but glance at Tiny Herb for their reactions. Qiao Yifan had been given up on by Tiny Herb, and now he had reached the finals ahead of them. What were the Tiny Herb players thinking right now? You can do it, Yifan. Jiao Yingjie didn't say anything, but he was quietly cheering for his best friend. Many of the pro players had also overlooked Qiao Yifan due to the two separate battles taking place, but Jiao Yingjie wasn't one of them. No matter what else was going on in the match, he would always be mindful of Qiao Yifan. When Fang Rui sent the message asking for help, Su Muqing and Qiao Yifan had both turned around. He had originally thought that Qiao Yifan would be heading towards Fang Rui to help him, but to his surprise, Qiao Yifan had gone towards the trash room. A brilliant decision. What outstanding situational awareness. Jiao Yingjie heard the praise pouring out from his seniors beside him. He was happy for Qiao Yifan and proud. During their time together in Tiny Herb, the two of them were often compared to each other. Jiao Yingjie shined with his fame as a prodigy. On the other hand, Qiao Yifan was completely overshadowed by him. From the start, it seemed like Qiao Yifan would never reach the same heights as Jiao Yingjie. But now, Qiao Yifan had gone ahead to the finals before him, and he had made an outstanding play on stage. Now, I'm the one chasing after you. I hope that we'll be able to meet in the final someday, Jiao Yingjie thought to himself. Chapter 1625. No longer alone. Nomiami. Nomiami. His best friend was proud of him, but what about Qiao Yifan himself? He was calm. He was considered a major threat by Glory's number one. Perhaps this might have had him shaking in excitement back when he was just a no-name player in Tiny Herb, but now it wouldn't. Because this was the battlefield, and there was no such thing as being of a higher or lower standing here, only victory and defeat. On the battlefield, you should be focused on one thing, how to claim victory. This was something he had learned from Glory's number one, the other Glory's number one. 1-inchish leap back, dodging the first wave of Cloud Pisser's bullets. Juzakai had Cloud Pisser continue his advance, but that was when he suddenly realized something. They had neglected to consider Qiao Yifan, but was Qiao Yifan the only one they had missed? Wasn't there another member of Happy that had yet to appear? Qiao Yifan's 1-inchish was here, so what about the other one? Cloud Pisser suddenly jumped up, turning his body around in the air, continuing his attack as he scanned the area. Whoosh! A pure white flame lit up the area he just jumped away from. Sacred fire, as expected. As he spun, he searched for the quickly fading glimmer of holy light that marked the use of sacred fire. Though it was weak, it stood out in this dim lighting of the warehouse. It wasn't just Xiao Yifan who had come, but also Happy's healer, and Wenny, and his cleric, Little Cold Hands. 1v3? That was just now. It was now a 3v3, and Happy had a healer. However, whether Xiao Yifan or Wenny, their reputation couldn't compare to any of the three members of Samsara. In terms of strength, as well, they were at a disadvantage. Even if they had a healer, this wasn't necessarily an advantage. Still, compared to before, this was already a massive difference, especially with how Happy's two had suddenly launched their assault when Yishio most needed it, completely destroying Samsara's rhythm. Jiang Butao and Sun Srong had lost their camera sight, having been blinded, but that didn't mean that the team chat would disappear as well. They soon got the gist of the current situation from Juzakai in the team chat. No matter what, leaving the dark boundary was their current top priority, but even for pro players, being blinded made it nigh impossible to accurately orient themselves. Sun Srong's one autumn leaf had just finished a Dragon Breaks the Ranks, which brought him near to the edge of the dark boundary. Unfortunately, it also brought him to the trash room wall and he couldn't move forward anymore, not even a step. This direction wouldn't provide an out to the dark boundary. Luckily, Sun Srong had a vague impression of the area, so he had one autumn leaf turn. Even without being able to see anything, one autumn leaf still managed a perfect 180-degree turn. These seemingly insignificant details were a great indicator of a player's skill. Those who understood sighed in admiration, yet then Lord Grim flicked his arm and sent a grenade one autumn leaf's way. Sun Srong couldn't see, so he had no idea that Yishio was taking advantage of his blindness. The watching Samsara members wanted nothing more than to charge up there and warn him, but then there was a bang and a rumbling explosion. Juzakai had gotten Cloud Pisser to destroy the grenade. In the end, not only did the grenade not hit one autumn leaf, the explosion it made even acted like a guide for Sun Srong. Although relying on sound meant that he wasn't as precise as he would have liked, one autumn leaf did head in Lord Grim's direction, evil annihilation levered in front of him. Even blinded, he never lost his offensive pose. Boom! But immediately afterwards, one autumn leaf was consumed by light and fire. Yishio had opened fire with the Myriad Manifestations umbrella again. Anti-tank missiles used the boom of the grenade as cover to fly at one autumn leaf. The two weren't that far away, so even if Juzakai wanted to warn him in the team chat, it would be too late. One autumn leaf still ended up hit and staggered back several steps from the explosion. While blinded, it was already impressive that he could keep his balance, but his sense of direction was completely shot. Juzakai wanted to send messages to guide him, but he didn't have a chance. His split in attention had Xiao Yifan's 1-inch safely finishing the cast of a boundary. Then when he tried to go and help, 1-inch Ash Phantom Ghost's power fell and a chill instantly spread into a boundary. He had summoned an Ice Soul, Ice Boundary. Crack crack crack. The sound of ice crystals breaking crawled up Jiang Butao's empty waves, freezing him solid. Originally, Jiang Butao was in a better situation than Sun Srong. At the very least, he didn't get blocked by a wall. After being blinded, he had empty waves back up rapidly. With just a few more leaps until the edge of the boundary, he was hit with 1-inch Ash Ice Boundary and just happened to get frozen, too, stopping him within the dark boundary. Blinded and immobilized, Jiang Butao had basically been taken out of the game for now. Juzakai's Cloud Pisser turned to attack 1-inch Ash again, but this time Yishio's Lord Grim leaped at that heap of trash, drawing his sword in midair and striking. Cloud Pisser bent backwards to dodge the sword light, a grenade already heading for the leaping Lord Grim. But Yishio didn't have Lord Grim dodge. With a flash of light, he sheathed his sword, and the Myriad Manifestations umbrella became Tunfars. Lord Grim's body trembled. Boom! The explosion enveloped Lord Grim, but was unable to stop his leap. Reinforced iron bones. Yishio had activated this skill for Lord Grim and brute-forced his way through. As for the damage, he didn't care, because he was no longer fighting solo. and Wenny's little cold hands darted forward and sent Lord Grim a holy cure without any hesitation. Pure white light enveloped Lord Grim before blooming outwards. This was the visual effect of a critical heal, even managing to overpower the visual effect of the explosion for a moment. 24%. This instant cast, high healing holy cure with a lengthy cooldown of 5 minutes had crit and restored Lord Grim's health by 24% instantly, making Samsara's 3's effort seem insignificant. They had struggled with Lord Grim for so long, only managing to take out 48% of his health. Now half of that had been annihilated by a single holy cure from Wenny's little cold hands. The Samsara fans could practically feel their hearts breaking. With Ishio's Lord Grim advancing forcefully, Juzukai's Cloud Pisser had no choice but to retreat. He had an important task right now: protect Jiang Butao and Sun Slong's characters the best he could. He couldn't let them fall completely into 1-inch Ash's boundaries. 1-inch Ash was casting again. Juzukai could see that. Without caring about his own situation, Cloud Pisser's gun aimed towards 1-inch Ash. Unexpectedly, Lord Grim's form darted forth in front of him, using his body to block his attack, courageous and fearless. Juzukai had no time for playing games with him. Cloud Pisser rolled to the side, once again putting 1-inch Ash into the line of fire. Bang! The gunshot rang out, but Juzukai then saw the bullet bounce. Lord Grim's myriad manifestations umbrella had stretched open, knocking the bullet away. However, Cloud Pisser had 2 guns. His right gun might have been sealed, but what about the left? The mouth of his left gun was outside of myriad manifestations umbrella's block, but he couldn't see. Bang! The gun went off without being able to aim properly. Juzukai could only wager a guess. Unfortunately, this bullet didn't hit, heading somewhere at least 3 body units away from 1-inch Ash. Whirlwind kick! Juzukai ignored the result of that shot and quickly had Cloud Pisser kick out. Lord Grim had already changed the myriad manifestations umbrella into its shield form, so the class was switched to priest as well. Reinforced Iron Bones was a fighter skill, so it lost its effect under the priest class. In that moment, Juzukai still had such a clear judgment. He didn't panic at all due to the disadvantageous situation. This kick still ended up blocked by Lord Grim's myriad manifestations umbrella, but then Cloud Pisser's left-hand gun, Shattered Frost, erupted with gunfire. Whirlwind kick had 2 goals. One was to try and sweep Lord Grim to the side, the other was that the downwards leaning movement gave him a small window to strike. Just one glance and it was enough for Juzukai to lock onto his target. Whirlwind kick and his view of 1-inch Ash were quickly blocked by the myriad manifestations umbrella, but in that moment, he had locked 1-inch Ash's position into his mind. Cloud Pisser's left hand was extremely steady. Even though Juzukai couldn't see, he knew that his gun was aimed at 1-inch Ash. Bang! A gunshot, and then the bullet flew, just brushing past the myriad manifestations umbrella. This was just a normal attack, but it was enough to interrupt any casting. If the caster moved or was hit, the casting would be interrupted. There was enough time. From the Phantom Ghost's power coming off of 1-inch Ash's blade, Juzukai could tell he was summoning a Silence Boundary. Silence Boundary sealed the skills of the characters that were caught within. With such a disgusting effect, it was obviously counted as a high-level skill, and thus the cast time was longer. However, the flashes of light that rose soon after told Juzukai he had still failed. His bullet hadn't hit. Silence Boundary was similar to Dark Boundary, but the visual effects were more intense, making it murky inside the boundary. It couldn't blind people, but this murkiness made things hard to see. Dark Boundary, Ice Boundary, Silence Boundary, 3 overlapping boundaries. They couldn't see, couldn't move, and now they couldn't even use any skills, only normal attacks. However, Juzukai couldn't help them. Ishio didn't want him interrupting 1-inch Ash just now, which was why he was on the defensive, getting in the way all the time. Now, with Silence Boundary out, the myriad manifestations umbrella was immediately thrust forward at his face. Shield attack. This skill had a dizzy effect, so even if it didn't deal damage, it was a bad idea to take it. Cloudpisser hurriedly rolled to the side and glanced towards 1-inch Ash, seeing Little Cold Hands standing guard there. It seemed that Little Cold Hands had taken the bullet for 1-inch Ash just now. 1-inch Ash began to cast a fourth ghost boundary. Chapter 1626. Not perfect, but the best. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Ghost boundaries wouldn't last forever. A smart phantom demon would plan out when and where to place down their ghost boundaries to maintain an uninterrupted flow of crowd control on the battlefield. But right now, Qiao Yifan's 1-inch Ash was placing down ghost boundaries one after the other. Dark boundary, ice boundary, silence boundary. All of these were ghost boundaries with powerful crowd control. Usually, these boundaries would be linked together such that the opponent would always be under the effects of one of them. However, Qiao Yifan had set all three down on top of each other to completely seal off Sun Srong and Jiang Buotao. 1-inch Ash was even in the midst of casting a fourth ghost boundary. This sort of setup was often only seen during critical moments, but today, because of 1-inch Ash's abrupt arrival, the dark boundary had caught Samsara completely off guard. Sun Srong and Jiang Buotao were robbed of their sight temporarily as a result. His dark boundary was extremely effective. Adding an ice boundary and a silence boundary on top of it didn't seem to be necessary. Was Qiao Yifan a bit too hasty? Seeing that a fourth ghost boundary was about to be placed down, Pan Lin couldn't help but ask. It was a dangerous situation. With this being his first time on the grand stage, it's hard not to be a bit nervous. Li Yibo was quite understanding. But he was also implying that he agreed with Pan Lin's viewpoint. Li Xian, what do you think? Before Qiao Yifan even finished setting down the three ghost boundaries on top of each other, the pro players were already discussing the issue. In the end, everyone pushed the question onto Li Xian, who was considered the #1 phantom demon. If it were me, just one dark boundary would be more than enough. Li Xian spoke his thoughts. At first, it sounded pretty much the same as Pan Lin's and Li Yibo's viewpoint, disagreeing with Qiao Yifan's excessiveness. However, the other pro players could hear the difference. Because he said, if it were me. Not long after finishing the sentence, Li Xian looked to be a bit hesitant. After saying for a bit, he added, and Xinjie. And Xinjie? Xinjie was, of course, referring to Zhong Xinjie. Why'd he mention him? The pro players quickly caught on. Li Xian meant switching and Wenny with Zhong Xinjie. In other words, if it were Yishio and him, and Xinjie too, he would be confident that just one dark boundary would be enough. TCH. Everyone clicked their tongues in disdain at Li Xian. Yishio, Li Xian, and Zhong Xinjie. That was a lineup even grander than Sun Srong, Jiang Buotao, and Sun Srong. Zhong Xinjie was a cleric too. Their class composition would be superior to Samsara's too. Li Xian was basically saying that under these circumstances, one dark boundary was enough to take control of the battle. The two on the field were Qiao Yifan and Anwenny, who weren't as experienced or as skillful as Li Xian and Zhong Xinjie. Just relying on the two of them as support, Yishio might not be able to hold off the three from Samsara. This was why Qiao Yifan didn't hold back and try to be as efficient as possible. He quickly placed down one ghost boundary after another to ensure that Sun Srong and Jiang Buotao would be completely imprisoned. He wasn't looking to control the battle for a long period of time, but rather for a quick burst. Was this because he was lacking confidence? Of course not. Even the #1 phantom demon, Li Xian, couldn't guarantee that he could do it with just one dark boundary. He even needed to add in Zhong Xinjie to it. This wasn't a lack of confidence. It was a careful consideration of the situation, a decision based on a clear recognition of his own limits. While everyone was still in discussion, the densely layered ghost boundaries suddenly burst open. The ghost souls danced about, creating foul wind and bloody rain, stealing away empty waves and one autumn leaf's life. After Qiao Yifan placed down the fifth ghost boundary, he had 1-inch Ash activate Ghost Feast right before his first dark boundary disappeared. Nervous? Not at all. The placement of the fifth ghost boundary and the perfect Ghost Feast was the biggest proof. Anyone who thought that he had been placing down ghost boundaries out of panic was completely wrong. The pro players couldn't help but applaud Qiao Yifan's performance. His play wasn't perfect. Perfect would be slowly placing down ghost boundaries at the right time to take complete control of the battle until the battle was over. But it was the pinnacle of what was possible given the circumstances. In this situation, he had made the best possible decision and executed it brilliantly. It wasn't possible to have done it any better. Beautiful. Very beautiful. His outstanding situational awareness allowed him to clearly examine the problem from an overall perspective. He had taken into consideration that he and Anwenny were relatively weak. He had also taken into consideration that Yishio was exhausted after a long battle against 3 of Samsara's players. Then, he made his decision based on all of these factors, a decision that was making everyone gasp in amazement. The pro players exclaimed in admiration. At the same time, they couldn't help but glance at Team Tiny Herb. They had let go of such an incredible player. They must be regretting it, right? Especially since Tiny Herb had a Ghostblade player. Ju Yebai. Tiny Herb's Ghostblade player was also a phantom demon. Right now, he was already regretting coming to watch this match. Everyone else was staring at him, their gazes cutting into him like a dagger. Qiao Yifan used to be a nobody in their team, and now, he had actually grown to such an extent? He just had to change classes to a Ghostblade and choose to be a phantom demon too. Everyone was constantly glancing at him, openly showing pity that Tiny Herb had let go of Qiao Yifan and treated him as the real nobody in Tiny Herb. Ju Yebai felt extremely uneasy. He really didn't want to admit that he was worse than Qiao Yifan, but he also knew that if he was confident, he wouldn't be feeling uneasy. He was afraid that his teammates would also compare him to Qiao Yifan. He was afraid that they would look down on him and then cast him away just like how they cast away Qiao Yifan before. Focus on the match. A voice suddenly interrupted Ju Yebai's thoughts. He turned his head to look at who said it and saw the serious expression on his captain's face. Ju Yebai relaxed and stopped feeling afraid. Because he could tell that his captain, Wang Jieshi, wasn't affected by the other pro players' views. Wang Jieshi was only unhappy with him because of how he was letting it get to his head. He wasn't here just for fun, sitting there and enjoying the lively finals match. He was here to watch the teams play and learn from them. He had been thinking too much. Qiao Yifan was playing incredibly well, but he wasn't the best. Li Xian was better. The only difference was that Qiao Yifan had once been a part of Tiny Herb, but who cared? What was important was that he worked hard to better himself and do what needed to be done. Competition was everywhere in the pro scene. Qiao Yifan was just one of the many competitors. He was used to this sort of competition. Why should he be afraid now? He should be working hard so that one day he would win praise from everyone else just like Qiao Yifan had done. He's really making me a bit jealous. How annoying. Ju Yebai no longer felt nervous because of Qiao Yifan, but rather became more motivated. If even a nobody could come this far, then why couldn't he? After collecting his thoughts, he calmed down and focused on the match again. Triggering Ghost Feast also meant sacrificing the crowd control on Samsara. While the 2 Samsara players were being devastated by Ghost Feast, Qiao Yifan had 1-inch retreat. Shadow Clone Technique. Seeing 1-inch Ash retreat, Yishio immediately followed. Lord Grimm completed the hand seals for Shadow Clone Technique while in combat against Juzakai. His real body teleported away, and he ran away together with Anwenny's little cold hands. Cloud Pisser chased after them furiously, but Lord Grimm lay the Myriad Manifestations umbrella on his shoulders, protecting his back, preventing any interference from his pursuer. Sharpshooters had powerful attacks, but their crowd control was rather weak. They controlled the pace of the battle through attacks. But because Lord Grimm was holding his shield up, none of his attacks were landing. In the blink of an eye, Lord Grimm and Little Cold Hands made a turn at a trash pile and disappeared from Cloud Pisser's sight. Juzakai didn't stop his pursuit though. The Ghost Feast was ending, and Jiang Butao and Sun Slong would quickly be back to normal. It was their time to regroup and counterattack. They couldn't give Happy a chance to rest. The spectating pro players thought the same. Juzukai had a clear understanding of their situation. Xiao Yifan had burst them down because he wasn't confident that they could win in a prolonged fight. Samsara knew this as well. Juzukai wasn't going to let his opponents leave so easily. Cloudpisser rushed to the edge of the trash pile and jumped. Using aerial gun, he glided through the air and made the turn. Lord Grim and Little Cold Hands were once again within his sights. Juzukai didn't have Cloudpisser jump down from the trash pile. As a sharpshooter, the tall trash pile was an advantageous position for him to shoot from. Bang 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 bang. As soon as he landed on top of a new trash pile, Cloudpisser's dual guns began firing furiously towards Lord Grim and Little Cold Hands. On the other end, Jiang Butao and Sun Srong had gotten away from the ghost feast. Their characters rushed out with traces of the ghostly power still lingering on them. They saw Cloudpisser shooting, pointing them in the right direction. They gnashed their teeth in anger as they hurried over. Rising Dragon soars the sky. Seeing Cloudpisser's shooting trajectory, Sun Srong immediately deduced where Happy's characters were located. One autumn leaf swung his evil annihilation and used a Rising Dragon soars the sky at that trash pile. 3v3, we're not afraid. Sun Srong and Jiang Butao were quite determined. But the viewers really wanted to tell them, 3v3? Not for much longer. Su Muqing and Fang Rui were almost there. Chapter 1627. An existence surpassing common sense. Nomiami. Nomiami. Samsara's falling apart. The pro players started discussing the issue spiritedly. There had been two separate battles taking place. On Happy's side, there was Xiao Yifan and Anwenny. Now, Su Muqing and Fang Rui were on their way to help after resolving their battle. Happy's two sides were gradually coming together, beautifully linking up with each other. As for Samsara, they had failed to take down Yishio in a 3v1. They had failed to take down Fang Rui in a 2v1. Then, Su Muqing arrived and worked together with Fang Rui to take down their Du Ming. It wasn't that Samsara didn't care about linking their two sides together, but rather that their link had been thoroughly severed by Happy. As for how, the pro players looked at each other in dismay. One side had been stalling 1v3, while the other side had been stalling 1v2. What type of tactic was this? This was a star tactic. Happy versus Samsara. Samsara was the only team in the alliance with 4 all-stars. Of these 4, 3 of them were ranked among the top 10. Samsara couldn't shine any brighter, yet they had actually been stifled by a star tactic from Happy. The standard star tactic was to rely on the team's star player to fight against the opposing team at a numbers disadvantage. By doing this, his teammates would conversely have the numbers advantage in their battle, which would then be used to win. There could be 2 or even 3 separate battles taking place, but in either case, there would be one battle where the team would be at a numbers disadvantage and another battle where the team would be at a numbers advantage. The battle where there was a numbers disadvantage would depend on the star's superior skill to make up for it. This was the crux of a star tactic. There had indeed been battles this match where Happy was at a numbers disadvantage, but Happy didn't use it to get a fight where they had the numbers advantage. Happy had undoubtedly employed a star tactic. The usual tactic wasn't seen, not because Happy didn't have a choice. Su Muqing, Fang Rui, and Xiao Yifan had gone to intercept Happy's healer with clear intentions of fighting Samsara with a numbers advantage. It was just that they ended up in a situation where the terrain for the fight was advantageous enough that they didn't need the numbers advantage. Since Xiao Yifan wasn't needed, he went to go help Yishio, who was stalling 1v3. Yishio was the reason that Happy had the upper hand. From the hard numbers, of the 4 attackers on Happy, Yishio's Lord Grim might have the lowest DPS and the lowest health. However, he was the key to why Happy was able to obtain this lead. Without his efforts as the foundation, none of what happened would have happened. This was Glory's number 1 player. A single player holding off against 3 top 10 players. Among these was Juzukai, who was ranked first on the All-Stars list. Using the word star to describe this performance was too degrading. This was a superstar, an ultra superstar. No one knew how to describe using words what Yishio had done because it didn't seem like something a human could do. It wasn't like Happy had never employed this type of tactic before. You wouldn't even need to look too far back. The most recent case was in their first game against Blue Rain in the playoffs. Happy had relied on Wei Chen to stall Blue Rain, 1v2. It could be considered a star tactic, but it wasn't a very thorough one. Wei Chen hadn't actually established an equilibrium in his battle. In reality, his role was more as a sacrifice. He had sacrificed himself to stall for as much time as possible so that the others on Happy could accomplish their true objective. It was a bit different from a star tactic on a fundamental level. On the other hand, in their away game today against Samsara, Happy was employing a true star tactic. Moreover, in this star tactic, Yishio needed to hold off against top players. In fact, their current fame even surpassed Yishio's. Unfortunately, the three top players on Samsara had been held off. In front of Yishio, their star power appeared dim and dull. The star tactic wasn't just a tactic, but also a display of skill, using overwhelming skill to fend off against superior numbers. This was the core of the star tactic. It was hard to argue against this point, and it was precisely for this reason that no one thought Yishio would be able to succeed against the likes of Sun Slong, Jiang Buotao, and Juzakai. How could he not be defeated? To everyone, it wasn't even a question. Samsara was no exception. That was why they didn't think they would fall apart. They thought that they would be able to quickly make short work of Yishio. Who would think otherwise? It was practically common sense. The pro players watching the match had thought the same. But Yishio was an existence that surpassed common sense. The situation seemed to be getting more and more disadvantageous for Samsara, but the players themselves were still quite upbeat. Rising Dragon soars the sky. Sun Slong's one autumn leaf swung at the trash pile. The loosely piled up trash didn't form much of a resistance. The magic transformed into a dragon and pierced straight through the trash. However, the grab priority Rising Dragon soars the sky was quite an imposing attack. Such an explosive force created quite a lot of noise. Yishio and Nwani didn't act like they hadn't noticed. Dodge! Lord Grim and Little Cold Hands immediately moved away from the garbage heap. Then, they saw dots of light coming out from the trash. The light became more and more dense until the dots of light converged together to form a brilliant ball of light that seemed to be dissolving everything it touched. Rising Dragon soars the sky. A flying dragon tore through the garbage heap. If Yishio and Nwani had reacted slightly slower, they would have likely been devoured by the attack. Rising Dragon soars the sky missed, but it had disrupted Yishio's and Nwani's movements. Juzakai was watching them intently from behind. How could he miss such an opportunity? Bullets rained down. Jiang Buotao used the bullets as cover to close the distance. Light wave slash. Empty Waves rushed out and swung his sword, using the Spellblade's fastest wave slash skill. The attack was tricky too. It wasn't directly aimed towards Lord Grim or Little Cold Hands, but rather right in the middle between them. As a result, if the two wanted to dodge the attack, they would need to dodge in opposite directions. It would force the two of them apart by 1 or 2 steps of distance. Don't look down on a distance of a few steps. In this situation, it was a heavy blow. This separation would likely make it so that the two of them would have to escape from their pursuers on their own. Yishio had the ability to contend against the three of them, but Nwani? Without Yishio's protection, he would certainly die. So the attack couldn't be dodged. Hua! The myriad manifestations umbrella opened up. Because of the burst from Cloud Pisser, the shield form wasn't a good option. However, right now, it was the only option. The durability on the umbrella was quickly being depleted. Happy had the upper hand? Yes, from an overall perspective. However, they first needed to get past this current obstacle. No matter how you looked at it, they were facing one of Glory's strongest trios, and none of them had lost any of their fighting strength. Chapter 1628. Stake everything in one throw. Nomiami. Nomiami. And Nwani definitely wasn't the best in terms of technique, but his ability to assess the situation was absolutely at the top. Lu Buiyuan saw that Du Ming had stayed behind to stop Fang Rui and Su Muqing from reaching him, so he resisted the urge to turn back and rescue Du Ming. What about Unweni? He was in a similar situation, being protected by Yi Xiao. He didn't hesitate and immediately had Little Cold Hands run away. Yi Xiao was thankful. Chenghua didn't like this part of Unweni, but Yi Xiao was quite thankful for it. A healer needed this sort of calm and rationality. In the beginning, when he first met Unweni's Little Cold Hands, it was his clear judgment and machine-like precision that had gotten Yi Xiao's attention. Later on, he discovered that Unweni also possessed this rationality. For Yi Xiao, it was like buying one thing but getting another for free. How could he not be happy? Unweni didn't lose this characteristic of his on the competitive stage. Even if he had always been regarded as Happy's weakness, he didn't stop trying his best to seize every opportunity he saw. He had survived in Happy as their weak point. Happy had devised strategies revolving around him as the weak point. Not only did Unweni not object, he cooperated with them earnestly. It was impossible for him not to feel a bit embarrassed or worried, but he was a rational person. He recognized that this was the best way to use him. That was why he didn't object or let these emotions affect him. He was constantly trying to improve. During this process, he wanted to make himself as useful as possible to the team. Whether it was using his strengths or his weaknesses, he would find the most suitable way to coordinate with the team. If it wasn't for his almost heartless rationality, it would be very difficult for him to achieve this goal. His rationality was the true source of his value on the team. Because of his rationality, he was able to play in a way that caught Yi Xiao's attention out of the countless number of other players in the game. Because of his rationality, even though he wasn't the most skilled, he knew how to do what the team needed, whether that need was a usage of his strengths or his weaknesses. Because of this rationality, he could worry but never waver when facing a difficult choice. He had persevered. 2 years ago, he had been just another player in the heavenly domain. He was someone who couldn't even make it to the elite ranks of tyrannical ambition. 2 years later, he had made his way to the playoffs. Here, he eliminated Tyranny's vice-captain, Glory's #1 healer, Zhong Xinjie. Now, he stood together with his team together in the finals, at the highest stage in Glory. And when he was an extremely rational person, yet everything that had happened sounded like nonsense. The journey hadn't been an easy one, and it only made him treasure it all the more. He treasured using everything at his disposal to help the team win. This was why he ignored whether Yi Xiao's Lord Grim lived or died. His Little Cold Hands turned tail and ran for his life. Because this was the best way for him to help Happy win. 3v3? It didn't feel like a 3v3. Qiao Yifan's 1-inchish had taken a different route than them. Unweni's Little Cold Hands and Yi Xiao's Lord Grim retreated together, but during their retreat, they encountered a problem. Lord Grim had been tossed aside so that Little Cold Hands could get away. In the blink of an eye, it was Yi Xiao versus Zhu Zikai, Jiang Buotao, and Sun Strong again. For a moment, Samsara had trouble digesting this sudden change. From their understanding, Unweni should have stayed behind to help Lord Grim hold them off until Qiao Yifan's 1-inchish looped back around to their rescue. Based on this understanding, they had already planned out how they could take advantage of this somewhat clumsy cleric to trouble Yi Xiao. The healer needed to be protected, after all. But that cleric just threw Yi Xiao aside and ran away. It went against common sense. Where was the loyalty, the self-sacrifice? The three on Samsara felt uncomfortable, not at Yi Xiao's situation, but at their own. With Unweni's Little Cold Hands running away, they would once again be facing Yi Xiao in a 3v1. It was the exact same situation as before. They would rather have Little Cold Hands stay behind for a 3v2. That way, they could use Little Cold Hands to hinder Lord Grim. A 3v2 would actually be easier for them. As a result, one autumn leaf rushed out. Sun Slong was the one who wanted to surpass Yi Xiao the most, but right now, he gave up on Yi Xiao. With Cloud Pisser and Empty Wave suppressing Lord Grim, he had one autumn leaf chase after Little Cold Hands. The three on Samsara felt like this was better than focusing only on Yi Xiao's Lord Grim. Yishio was truly too troublesome to deal with. The myriad manifestations umbrella suddenly let out a cold light. The umbrella was still floating in the air, but Lord Grim had made his way to one autumn leaf side. Shining cut! Sun Strong wasn't able to react to it, and the shining cut hit him. Even though the attack didn't have a strong knockback, it had caught Sun Strong off guard. One autumn leaf stumbled into the nearby garbage heap. Juzakai and Jiangbuta were startled. This mix-up had come as a complete surprise. Lord Grim had made his way to one autumn leaf side, but his weapon was still in its original position? Did he throw his weapon away? Soul guidance? Any pro player would think it was soul guidance when they saw a weapon being thrown, but that would be impossible. Because Lord Grim had used Shining Cut. Although soul guidance would toss out the weapon, it wasn't a drop. The weapon was considered equipped, and only skills pertaining to the weapon's class could be used. It wasn't possible to switch weapons while using it either. But Lord Grim had clearly used a skill from a different class. If he didn't have the right weapon equipped, it wouldn't be possible for him to use Shining Cut. Had he brought along a second weapon? Or maybe the myriad manifestations umbrella could be split into two. He dropped one half of it, but continued to use the other half. How confusing. For now, it wasn't possible to figure out what had really happened. However, the myriad manifestations umbrella being dropped onto the ground was a fact. Jiangbuta reacted immediately. Empty waves rushed towards it without regard for anything else. The only thing in his sights was the myriad manifestations umbrella. If could pick it up, wouldn't Lord Grim become completely useless? Picking up the opponent's weapon in a competitive match. It had never happened before in the Glory Alliance. No one remembered if the competitive rules had anything regarding it. Even the veteran, Liebor, wasn't certain. He wasn't sure what to say, although luckily for him, there was no time for him to say anything. Just when Jiangbuta's empty waves was about to grab the umbrella, a very unfamiliar move on the competitive stage, the myriad manifestations umbrella suddenly flipped over. There was no thrusting motion, yet the umbrella was already pierced through empty waves. Lord Grim once again appeared right before him. Impossible! How could he be so fast? Jiangbuta looked to the side out of instinct. As he turned around, Lord Grim used Circle Swing. As a result, Jiangbuta saw Lord Grim again, standing where one autumn leaf had been. In his hands was a dagger. A shadow clone. Shadow clone technique. Jiangbuta's screen turned pitch black. Blind? No. Lord Grim had thrown him into the garbage heap using Circle Swing. The garbage was physically blocking his sight. The garbage heap loosened, and empty waves plunged straight into it. His two legs were dangling in the air. The Samsara fans wanted to laugh, but they couldn't. It was extremely embarrassing. On the other hand, the pro players had no pity for him. They had started roaring in laughter. He definitely did it on purpose. Chu Yunxiu pointed at Lord Grim on screen, laughing uncontrollably. Everyone agreed. Tossing the myriad manifestations umbrella as bait, Shining Cut to block one autumn leaf, shadow clone technique to get back, and then a circle swing to throw empty waves into the garbage heap. Everything had been calculated. If Yishio wasn't confident he would succeed, how could he have thrown away his character's lifeline so easily? Senior Yishio really is brave though. The rookies couldn't manage to laugh. They had been frightened to death. Let alone a weapon as important as the myriad manifestations umbrella, the thought of throwing even a normal weapon scared them. This sort of method was truly difficult for them to accept. Even though Yishio had probably calculated it all beforehand, matches were always full of twists and turns. What if the Shining Cut had missed one autumn leaf, and Sun Strong counterattacked? What if while he was using Shadow Clone technique, Cloud Pisser hit him before he finished the seals? Although none of that happened, the possibility of a mistake gave the rookies lingering fear. That's why they say, the truly capable are daring, someone sighed. The truly capable are daring? Everyone fell silent. It didn't feel quite right. The truly capable? That was a gamble risking everything. Had that moment really been that important? That he needed to stake everything in one throw? A scare and a laugh. In the end, they analyzed the play like they normally did. Yishio's Lord Grim had already rushed out towards Cloud Pisser, who was standing on top of a nearby garbage heap. At the same time, the sound of cannon fire boomed. Su Mooching. Dancing Rain. She had finally arrived. Her ultra-long-range firepower was in coordination with Lord Grim's assault. The Season 4, Season 5, Season 6, Season 7 best partners were finally pairing up for the first time in this team competition. Chapter 1629. Interweaving Battle. Nomiami. Nomiami. Boom. Dancing Rain fired at the garbage heap, but her goal wasn't as simple as just splashing scraps into the air. When Cloud Pisser twisted his body to dodge the artillery shell, the explosion left a huge hole in the trash pile. The scraps of trash launched into the air rained down. Amidst the rain of trash and the reflection from the flames, Yishio's Lord Grim rushed out. Bang 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 bang. Juzakai hadn't given up on attacking Lord Grim. Even while dodging the artillery fire, Cloud Pisser's dual guns were aimed steadily towards Lord Grim. The fire and light from the explosions, the raining trash, and the flying bullets constructed a chaotic scene, and Lord Grim pushed his way through it, 1 step, 2 steps. Lord Grim moved swiftly, growing closer and closer to Cloud Pisser. Although Juzakai's Cloud Pisser was moving away to keep their distance apart, he wasn't able to do it perfectly under Su Mooching's barrage of artillery shells, especially since he was against Yishio as well. Fortunately, he wasn't alone. Jiang Buetao's empty waves would need a bit of time to climb out from the garbage heap, but Sun Strong's one autumn leaf had only taken a stumble from the shining cut. He quickly regained his balance. He originally wanted to continue chasing after Wenny's little cold hands, but he heard the sound of cannon fire from behind him and turned to look. He saw explosions threatening Cloud Pisser and Lord Grim closing in. Help! This was Sun Strong's first thought, but one autumn leaf rushed out in a different direction instead, continuing his chase onto Little Cold Hands. When he broke into a run, he also swung his spear towards Empty Waves, who had plunged headfirst into the garbage heap. Empty Waves wouldn't be affected by the attack, but the spear knocked away much of the trash burying Empty Waves, helping him out quite a bit. Sun Slong left the responsibility of helping Juzakai to Jiang Buetao, while he gave up on his attachment towards Yishio. He made the more proactive choice, continue to pressure the enemy healer to suppress the entire team. Jiang Buetao's Empty Waves freed himself from the trash. He looked around and instantly understood the situation. Yishio's Lord Grim was about to reach Cloud Pisser. Jiang Buetao didn't say anything and decisively swung his sword. Fire Wave Slash. Raging flames swept towards Lord Grim. Fire Wave Slash was the strongest of the wave slashes. It was quite fast too. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived behind Lord Grim. At this moment, Lord Grim jumped forward. If he continued along his current path, he would undoubtedly be hit by the flames. His figure flickered. Boom! Hit! The crowd erupted into applause. The fire wave slash sent Lord Grim crashing into the garbage heap. Jiang Buetao had gotten his revenge. But Jiang Buetao felt uneasy. It hit? It actually hit? Yes, he was very surprised. The timing had been good, using it just when Lord Grim was jumping, making it harder for him to respond. However, he really hadn't expected the attack to connect. His goal had been to stop Lord Grim from continuing forward. Who would have thought it would actually hit? It shouldn't have against someone like Yishio. Yishio must have let it hit him. Jiang Buetao was certain. Sure enough. When the flames from the fire wave slash receded, all that remained was a burnt mark on the garbage heap. Lord Grim had vanished. Where did he go? Underground tunneling technique. Lord Grim suddenly popped out from the top of the garbage heap. However, Cloud Pisser had just passed by him. Yishio didn't have Lord Grim dodge the fire wave slash. He used the momentum to make his way into the trash pile so that he could underground tunneling technique. But Juzukai's intuition was outstanding. Once Lord Grim lay himself against the garbage heap, he wasn't able to see him anymore. At that moment, he immediately gave up on keeping his position at the top of the garbage heap and had Cloud Pisser jump down. Missed! The underground tunneling technique wouldn't be able to touch Cloud Pisser. Was Lord Grim just going to let this opportunity go by through? No. Ishio reacted quickly. He could only see the corner of Cloud Pisser's jacket when he tunneled out, but it was enough for him to make his decision. He cancelled underground tunneling technique. While in the air, Lord Grim twisted his body. A cold light swung out, falling light blade. His two hands pressed down on the sword, chasing after Cloud Pisser. The falling light blade let Lord Grim fall much faster than Cloud Pisser. Gunshot! Ishio had acted immediately when he saw the jacket on Cloud Pisser. On the other hand, when Juzukai heard a sound from behind him, he immediately realized that Lord Grim had appeared behind him. It would be too late for Cloud Pisser to turn around and aim, so he placed his two guns on his shoulders and shot behind him. Bullets flew out. Sword light swept down. It was difficult to tell which one was faster, but in an instant, the two characters were tangled together. Cloud Pisser's bullet shot into Lord Grim's skull at point-blank range. Lord Grim's sword pierced through Cloud Pisser's back, the sword tip sticking out from his chest. Who won, who lost in this sort of entanglement? Even the spectating pro players couldn't immediately make the call. Lord Grim and Cloud Pisser crashed towards the ground together. Both characters seemed to have lost their balance. Then, an explosion, a magic wave. Their reliable partners had come to their support at practically the same time. The explosion swept away Cloud Pisser, while the magic wave swept away Lord Grim. The two of them separated, but their fight was far from over. Both of them had lost their balance, but everyone could see that they were both fighting to regain it. Bullets shot out from Cloud Pisser's guns. Lord Grim raised his hands, and the myriad manifestations umbrella was thrown into the air. Shooting stars rained down, exorcist skill, starfall. Cloud Pisser was hit by starfall and smashed into the trash. Lord Grim was also repeatedly hit by the bullets and fell into the trash as well. Neither of them could dodge. They could only do their best to attack the enemy. In the end, the two were separated, and if they kept this distance away from each other, wouldn't Juzukai's sharpshooter have the upper hand? A satellite beam descended from the sky, straight down onto Cloud Pisser. Juzukai and Ishio were evenly matched, but their two supports became the dividing line. When the two were unable to keep up their attacks, Su Muqing's dancing rain decisively fired a satellite beam, dealing a heavy blow to Cloud Pisser. As for Jiang Buotao, he could only cry. It wasn't that he didn't want to. His class didn't have that sort of attack. Lord Grim and Cloud Pisser had fallen into the trash pile. Su Muqing's launcher had a way to attack from the skies, but his spellblade? Waltzing wave slash? He could only send out a waltzing wave slash. The divine chains in Empty Wave's hands leapt into the air, forming a rainbow that dropped down onto Lord Grim. Jiang Buotao had executed it beautifully. The rainbow waltzing wave slash was also pleasing to the eye, but how could a waltzing wave slash compare to a launcher's most powerful skill, satellite beam? No matter how beautiful the waltzing wave formation looked, its damage couldn't compare to satellite beams. It was just better than nothing. Lord Grim was hit by the attack and was then immediately able to stand up. As for Cloud Pisser? The satellite beam was still in place, pressing down on Cloud Pisser. The trash surrounding him was thrown into the air. The satellite beam had blasted the trash pile apart. Jiang Buotao could only watch as dancing rain attacked from afar. He had no way to stop her or interrupt her. All he could do was prevent Ishio from adding oil to the fire. Light wave slash. The wave slash went straight for Lord Grim. But Ishio had clearly expected that Jiang Buotao would attack him. After Lord Grim got up, he immediately used a movement skill to dodge the light wave slash. He jumped into the air, aerial gun, and then rotor wings. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the other end of the trash pile into dancing rain satellite beam and down the hole. The satellite beam had blasted a hole in the garbage heap, and Cloud Pisser was at the bottom of it. Surrounding him was trash, and above him was a giant beam of light. He was completely immobilized. Juzakai tried hard to get himself some space, but before the satellite beam ended, Yishio's Lord Grim dropped down into the hole. Papapa, Lord Grim stepped on him with Eagle Stamp. How could Juzakai dodge it? He could only have Cloud Pisser trade blow for blow with Lord Grim. However, Yishio had Lord Grim activate reinforced iron bones. The bullets connected, but couldn't move him. After the Eagle Stamp, he elbowed Cloud Pisser in the forehead. And then, while the two were practically touching each other, he used all sorts of close combat techniques. The satellite beam had ended, but Cloud Pisser was in an even more precarious situation than before. The trash surrounding him seemed to be Yishio's helpers, burying his guns. Knee strike! It hit, but Lord Grim was still in front of him. The sharpshooter martial arts skills didn't have strong knockback. There was no way for him to clear a way out by himself. Light! The surrounding trash suddenly lit up. Nebula Wave Slash! Jiang Bueta used the Spellblade's level 75 skill, destroying the trash from the outside. He was planning on fishing Cloud Pisser out. The light from the Nebula Wave Slash continued to penetrate the trash, but before the last push, flames swept towards him. Chapter 1630. The match point outside the equilibrium. Nomiami. Nomiami. Heat-seeking missile. Jiang Bueta heard the sound of the missile whistling through the air, but he wasn't able to have Empty Waves dodge while using Nebula Wave Slash. The heat-seeking missile's area of effect wasn't something that could be evaded by just twisting around. To dodge it, he would need to move away by a considerable distance. Dodge, or continue with Nebula Wave Slash. He could only choose one. There was still time for him to dodge, but it would interrupt his Nebula Wave Slash. If he continued with Nebula Wave Slash, he wasn't certain he would succeed. If he didn't, everything would be lost. What should he do? The thought flashed through everyone's mind. On the stage, Jiang Bueta's empty waves didn't budge. He continued to pour magic into his divine chains. He didn't hesitate. He chose Nebula Wave Slash. Will he succeed? The missile fell. Empty Wave swung his sword, completing the last of Nebula Wave Slash. Boom! A mushroom cloud sprouted. The powerful shockwave pushed away the impacted trash. Empty Waves was in the center of the explosion, which launched him into the air. Nebula Wave Slash? Had it been interrupted? No, it hadn't. The instant the mushroom cloud set off, the trash hit by Nebula Wave Slash suddenly let out a glimmer of light. The magic wave spread out, lifting the pile of trash, breaking it apart like a shattered magic cube. Cloud Pisser and Lord Grim suddenly appeared in everyone's view. Cloud Pisser was exempt from Nebula Wave Slash's damage, but not the shockwave from Heat-Seeking Missile. Lord Grim wasn't affected by Heat-Seeking Missile, but the Nebula Wave Slash sent him flying into the air. 3 characters had been affected by the attacks. The only one unaffected was Su Muqing's Dancing Rain, who continued to provide artillery support. The previous assistance from Lord Grim became the greatest starting point for her. Explosions revolved around Cloud Pisser. Su Muqing was still focusing Cloud Pisser. However, Juzakai was no longer trapped and wouldn't let the long-range gunfire hit him so easily. With a smooth quick recover, Cloud Pisser rolled and got up from the scattered pile of trash. His arms were crossed against his chest, his 2 guns shooting towards both Lord Grim and Dancing Rain. His technique was beautiful to see, but because he was attacking 2 separate targets, his firepower towards each of them was cut by half. To pro players, it wouldn't be any threat to them. Both Yishio and Su Muqing would have no problems dealing with it. But through these attacks, Juzakai was able to find his footing again. Jiang Bueta seized the opportunity to stabilize Empty Waves. His attacks wouldn't be able to threaten Dancing Rain at this distance. Lord Grim was his only possible attack target at the moment. Wave Slash after Wave Slash was thrown at him. Both sides were attacking and defending back and forth. Their battle was as brilliant as ever. One side was Samsara's Zhujiang duo that had won 2 championship titles together, the other was the Yisu duo that had won best partners for years in a row, yet had never lifted the championship trophy together. The 2 greatest duos in the alliance didn't disappoint. Each high point was replaced by another. But no matter how brilliant their battle was, the 2 sides were evenly matched. There wouldn't be any breakthroughs coming from this side. This 2v2 wouldn't be decided so quickly. What was the match point? Pan Lin and Li Yibo analyzed this issue. The director changed the camera angle according to their discussion. The live crowd was undoubtedly having the time of their lives. Not only did they have the projection technology showing them the overall situation, the numerous screens in the stadium displayed all the little details. Because of this, they didn't have the same focus as the viewers watching in front of their TV or computer. While these viewers were watching the battle between Zhu Zikai, Jiang Buotao, Yi Xiao, and Su Muqing, they didn't have much information on any other players. Would Sun Strong's One Autumn Leaf be able to catch Wenny's little cold hands? When would Samsara's other 2 players arrive to help their teammates in the trash room? Since most of the live audience were Samsara fans, they particularly concerned about these questions. Lu Buiyuan, Fang Minghua. Although these 2 hadn't yet arrived at the trash room, they knew what was happening there. With multiple battles taking place separately, the players needed to constantly update each other on their situation. Using that information, they could make adjustments accordingly. It was necessary. As a result, whether it during the 3v1 or when Xiao Yifan and Wenny and Su Muqing disrupted their plans, the 2 had a general understanding of the situation through the team chat. They had to go help, of course. The viewers were also waiting for the moment they arrived. But Fang Rui and his boundless sea became their biggest hindrance. Not long after sending off Su Muqing's dancing rain, he found a place to ambush Lu Buiyuan and Fang Minghua. Practically the moment Su Muqing's dancing rain rushed into the trash room and started providing support, Lu Buiyuan and Fang Minghua reached there. They just happened to see Jiang Buotao's report concerning Su Muqing. There was no mention of Fang Rui. This was the issue that the 2 immediately noticed from the report. Communication between the team members needed to be immediate and accurate. If Jiang Buotao didn't see Fang Rui's boundless sea, then he wouldn't mention him. If he didn't mention him, then he hadn't seen him. But the 2 didn't see boundless sea either, so they immediately sent back the information. They were aware of the terrain in the trash room and of Fang Rui's dirtiness. Jiang Buotao's message only said that they hadn't seen boundless sea, but it didn't mean that he definitely wasn't there. Happy's support had layers. It was very possible that Fang Rui didn't immediately appear after entering, instead waiting for an opportunity to make the decisive blow. Just when they sent the information on Fang Rui ambushed them. The 2 hastily updated their information on Fang Rui, correcting their previous report. This was extremely important. An incorrect report could lead to the players on that side making an error in judgment. Then, the 2v1 unfolded. No one felt like the situation was too serious. Fang Rui staying behind to ambush them was likely just a stall for a bit of time. Seeing how the ambush spot and trash room wasn't far apart, it didn't seem like it would cause any major complications. After all, Samsara could just have Lu Buiyuan tangle with Fang Rui, while Fang Minghua's cleric continued forward. It would make the ambush completely meaningless. The theory was very simple, but the problem was that it didn't happen. Fang Rui's target was very obvious, Fang Minghua's cleric, Laughing Song. Boundless Sea let them run past him a bit and then he quietly sneaked up behind them and used Cloud Grasping Fist. Fang Rui had underestimated their caution. They didn't forget to constantly look around. Fang Minghua turned his head and noticed Boundless Sea. He immediately had Laughing Song dodge. Lu Buiyuan noticed the change and was even more resolute. He directly put himself in front of Laughing Song. They had considered the possibility that Fang Rui had entered the trash room but hadn't appeared yet, but they had also considered the possibility that he was on the outside waiting to ambush them. Because of Fang Rui's dirtiness, it was hard to guess. As for the latter possibility, they had their own plans ready. As soon as they saw Boundless Sea, Lu Buiyuan had Chaotic Cloudy Mountain put himself in front. Fang Minghua didn't hesitate. Laughing Song continued to move to leave Lu Buiyuan to deal with Fang Rui. "Where are you running?" The public chat had been quiet the entire time up until Fang Rui made his move. A message popped up. Fang Minghua obviously wasn't going to actually stop running just because Fang Rui told him to stop. Fang Rui's message did nothing to the people facing him right now. It was more to distract the players on the other end who didn't know what the situation was. As for whether or not it actually distracted them, Fang Rui didn't care. Cloud-grasping fist grabbed Lu Buiyuan's Chaotic Cloudy Mountain, locking him down. Fang Rui obviously wasn't going to grab the grappler over to himself. That would be suicide. Cloud-grasping fist was cancelled. Boundless Sea rushed forward. He lowered his body, immediately giving a sense of dirty play. Lu Buiyuan's Chaotic Cloudy Mountain moved forward to intercept him. The crouching figure in front of him was truly quite irksome. Fang Rui's dirty movements had proved to be effective. Everyone acknowledged that his movements were quite logical. By making himself smaller, he was making it harder for the opponent to hit him. This sort of method wasn't only used by Fang Rui. However, whenever Fang Rui did it, apart from looking dirty, no one knew how else to describe it. As soon as anything touched his hands, it would stink of rotten meat. Lu Buiyuan looked at the opponent in front of him and had no choice but to adjust Chaotic Cloudy Mountain stance. Usually, he could just use his hands to grab the opponent's shoulders and start wrestling with him. But because Boundless Sea had lowered himself, he would have to make a slightly wider movement, making it different than against a normal opponent. Charge! Lu Buiyuan chose to take the initiative to attack in an attempt to proactively take control of the battle. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain bent down, his two arms hanging in front of him like a big gorilla. This stance would make it easier for him to grab Boundless Sea. The distance between the two sides quickly pulled closer. Lu Buiyuan watched Boundless Sea's hands carefully. If there was even the slightest movement. "It's coming!" Boundless Sea suddenly hid his hands. Lu Buiyuan knew an attack was coming. Chi Bullet! An attack shot at Chaotic Cloudy Mountain's face. All Lu Buiyuan could see was a bright light in front of him. Blocking his view, an old trick. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain tilted his head slightly, and he could see again. His two arms spread out, ready to wrap around Boundless Sea. But then, he saw Boundless Sea twist around to dodge to the side. Lu Buiyuan had expected it though, and adjusted himself accordingly. How fast? Suddenly, Boundless Sea accelerated and whistled past Chaotic Cloudy Mountain's clutches. Cloud Wind Body. Chapter 1631. Grab that healer. Nomiami. Nomiami. Cloud Wind Body was a skill that buffed the user's senses. It gave the user greater control over Chi and allowed the user to sense their targets with Chi. Boundless Sea's sudden acceleration wasn't a result of Cloud Wind Body, but rather a different skill, Chi Flowing Cloud. Chi Flowing Cloud increased the Chi Master's speed in every way: movement speed, attack speed, cast time, and so on. Fang Rui's Boundless Sea had two buffs stacked on top of each other: Cloud Wind Body and Chi Flowing Cloud. As a result, he sped up and had greater control over his increased speed. He just barely brushed past Chaotic Cloudy Mountain's fingertips, narrowly escaping from the danger. However, with this dodge, Chaotic Cloudy Mountain was instantly left behind him. Lu Buiyuan knew that this spelled trouble. By the time Chaotic Cloudy Mountain turned around, Boundless Sea was already 2 body lengths away from him. 2 body lengths. This distance was painful to Lu Buiyuan. Of the 24 classes, not including the 2 healers and the solely long-ranged attackers like launchers, every other class posed a threat at this distance, including strikers and brawlers. All of them had skills that could cover this distance. The only exceptions were grappler. And now, Boundless Sea just had to be 2 body lengths away from him. With his currently buffed movements, Fang Rui had done this on purpose. He was putting himself on the edge of danger in order to be as efficient as possible. From start to finish, he had never regarded Lu Buiyuan's chaotic cloudy mountain as his opponent, but rather as an obstacle. Everything he had done was to get past this obstacle in the most efficient way possible. His true target was Laughing Song. It was as if Fang Rui had simply sprinted in a straight line. Fang Minghua hadn't expected that Fang Rui would be able to get past his protector, Lu Buiyuan, so easily as if he were a ghost. Just like this, Boundless Sea made his way behind him. It was too late for Fang Minghua to think of a way to block him. Boundless Sea raised his hand and grabbed towards him, fling. Laughing Song was thrown backwards. Lu Buiyuan's chaotic cloudy mountain rushed back, but Boundless Sea rolled away, avoiding chaotic cloudy mountain's clutches. Boundless Sea got up and sprinted towards Laughing Song. Cloud-grasping fist. Lu Buiyuan knew that in terms of speed, he couldn't match the buff Boundless Sea. Step by step, he fell behind. He might as well use the skill that he added to his weapon today in an attempt to pull Boundless Sea towards him. But Fang Rui was truly cunning. He had clearly been running towards Laughing Song, but midway through, he suddenly rolled. As he rolled, there would be an instant where he would be able to see behind him. In that instant, Lu Buiyuan noticed the flow of qi in the air. Qi blade. It was too late for regrets. Lu Buiyuan should have activated reinforced iron bones before using cloud-grasping fist. He hadn't thought about it meticulously enough, and had been fooled by Fang Rui. The qi blade flew towards him. Cloud-grasping fist would definitely be interrupted. Lu Buiyuan could only cancel the skill and then dodge it. With no other options, he could only chase after Fang Rui. In just a few steps, Boundless Sea would reach Laughing Song, who had rolled and was getting up. Fang Minghua wasn't some nobody. Previously, he had been caught off guard because he didn't think Fang Rui would be able to get past Lu Buiyuan so quickly. This time, he was prepared. When Laughing Song got up, a bright light shone from his cross, Angel's Protection. The light spread out in a circle. Angel's Might, a 360-degree halo of light that forced the target back, ignoring super armor. This paladin skill was the skill that Fang Minghua had chosen to put on his weapon. Once the skill animation came out, there was no chance of dodging or resisting it. Shields could counteract numerous skill effects, but the knockback from Angel's Might was an exception. Boundless Sea could do nothing against it. With how close of a distance they were at, everyone didn't even think Fang Rui could react to it. However, the moment the Angel's Might touched him, he quickly pushed forward with his palms. Cloud Pushing Palm. It was a low-level skill that dealt little damage, but it could pass through space to strike the target and had a knockback effect. The knockback effect was inversely proportional to the distance. The closer you were, the stronger the knockback. When Boundless Sea used Cloud Pushing Palm, Angel's Might swept over him, forcing him back. The Cloud Pushing Palm had worked. As the light spread out from Laughing Song's Angel's Might, his body slid back. The knockback from Angel's Might was far stronger than that of Cloud Pushing Palm. However, Laughing Song's Angel's Might was only level 1, so it didn't push him too far. The bigger problem was that behind Boundless Sea was Chaotic Cloudy Mountain. If he was grabbed, even if it was just once, then there was no hope in him pinning down Laughing Song any longer. Even the average viewer knew it, let alone the players on stage. The moment Angel's Might came out, Lu Buiyuan immediately prepared himself, staring intently at Boundless Sea. As Boundless Sea was pushed back, he sunk down. He was planning on putting out a dirty stance, so he could dodge the moment he could move again. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain sprinted over, lowering his center of gravity as well. But to his surprise, Boundless Sea kept sinking down. His two hands were about to touch the ground. Was he planning on running on all fours? Just when this thought flashed by Lu Buiyuan's head, Boundless Sea's two hands really did hit the ground. But Boundless Sea was already within his reach. The Angel's Might was still pushing him back. It was too late to dodge, no? Fling! Lu Buiyuan didn't use any high-level skills. He simply planned on using this low-level grab skill to throw Boundless Sea far away from Laughing Song, and the problem would be solved. Chaotic cloudy mountains grabbed towards him, but the distance between him and Boundless Sea was getting farther and farther. Boundless Sea was getting lower and lower. How could he be getting farther and farther? Fang Rui dodging downwards had been within Lu Buiyuan's calculations. Right now, it wasn't just that Boundless Sea was dropping lower and lower. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain was rising higher and higher. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain was airborne. Boundless Sea pressed his hands on the ground, not so that he could crawl away on his 4 limbs, but to use the Chi Master skill, Landmine Quake. It was an offensive skill, but the way Fang Rui did it made everyone forget that it was one. They thought he was pretending to be some sort of stupid brute. Nevertheless, in the end, he was able to get off a sneak attack. The viewers didn't know what to say. Those who hadn't realized that it was a landmine quake were angrily cursing at Fang Rui's despicableness. Those who had somehow realized it were cursing at Lu Buiyuan for being so stupid. In any case, Lu Buiyuan had been fooled. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain shot into the air. This was the key part. Boundless Sea went into a roll, and using the knockback from Angel's Might, he rolled right under Chaotic Cloudy Mountain. By the time he got up, Angel's Might had ended. Boundless Sea pushed out with his palms, shooting a sky-piercing strike at the airborne Chaotic Cloudy Mountain. Lu Buiyuan's Chaotic Cloudy Mountain had failed to grab Fang Rui's Boundless Sea. On the contrary, his Chaotic Cloudy Mountain was blasted away by Boundless Sea. Amazing! Fang Rui was performing brilliantly. However, this was Samsara's home stadium. His spectacular play only received a bit of applause. Most of the viewers were anxious. If Fang Minghua and Lu Buiyuan were stalled here, it would have a huge impact on the fight going on in the trash room. Even the broadcast had given up on showing the intense fight between the championship duo and the best partners. The chase between Sun Srong's One Autumn Life and Anwenny's One Autumn Leaf wasn't given much attention either because Little Cold Hands had found a helper, Xiao Yifan and his 1-inch Ash. Happy was trying to connect the 2 ongoing battles in the trash room to make it a 4v3. Because of this, Fang Rui's 1v2 against Fang Minghua and Lu Buiyuan became the turning point. This was another star tactic? Previously, Happy had relied on Yishio's 1v3 to seize the upper hand. This time, it was through Fang Rui's 1v2. 1v2 and 1v3, it sounded like the 1v3 was more impressive, but the two situations were entirely different. Yishio had done a 1v3, but he didn't need to control the battle. His only objective was to survive under the combined assault from Samsara's 3 players. A 1v3 was a large enough advantage that it was enough to attract all of his opponent's attention. On the other hand, for Fang Rui's 1v2, he needed to be the one with the initiative. He needed to completely shut down Fang Minghua's laughing song and prevent him from leaving. He was facing one fewer player, but his task wasn't any easier than Yishio's 1v3. When people saw this battle, they weren't thinking about whether or not Fang Rui could keep Fang Minghua here, but rather for how long. The pro players were already placing bets from 10 seconds to a minute. People were constantly yelling out their bets, and money kept being passed around. 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 20 seconds, 25 seconds, 30 seconds. Bet after bet was lost. At first, placing down the bets was just for a bit of fun, but after 30 seconds, all the fun was lost. No one could pay attention to it anymore. They were completely absorbed by Fang Rui's playing. Lu Buiyuan wasn't some nobody, and neither was Fang Minghua. Both of them were experienced and skilled players. They had been on the same team for many years as well, so they had built up quite the synergy. However, they weren't able to escape from Fang Rui's Boundless Sea. They weren't even able to get one of them to leave. The pro players were used to placing themselves in the shoes of the players on stage. They could only throw aside their amusement and watch in awe at Fang Rui's performance. Chapter 1632. Perseverance creating an opportunity. Nomiami. Nomiami. The broadcast, the pro players, and the more skilled viewers were focused on Fang Rui's battle with Lu Buiyuan and Fang Minghua. Only the viewers who were mostly there to watch the flashy stuff continued to linger on the battle in the trash room. The battle taking place there was indeed incredible as well, and it could also decide the match. However, from an overall perspective, Fang Rui's suppression towards the two Samsara players was the true match point. The outcome of this match would likely depend on Fang Rui. And right now, he had vastly exceeded everyone's expectations. To think he would be able to hold them off in a 1v2 for so long. Samsara's two players were unexpectedly unable to get past him. Of course, if Lu Buiyuan's chaotic cloudy mountain wanted to go, Fang Rui wouldn't mind at all. Fang Rui's goal was clear. He wanted to stall Fang Minghua's laughing song. If Lu Buiyuan was going to give him trouble, then he would deal with him. If Lu Buiyuan wanted to leave, then he would be more than happy to let him leave. Lu Buiyuan had already abandoned Du Ming once. Whether it was from a strategic perspective or a mental one, he couldn't abandon Fang Minghua too. Samsara was already down one player in the team competition, and down a total of 3 points overall. This bastard! Lu Buiyuan grit his teeth, trying to catch Boundless Sea. He just needed to grab him once, and the deadlock would be over. Fang Minghua also understood this reasoning and did his best to help Lu Buiyuan. But Fang Rui was just too crafty. He was bringing out his dirtiness to his limits. Boundless Sea weaved in and out, and there were plenty of times where he had brushed past chaotic cloudy mountain's fingers. The difference was just by a hair. This wasn't a matter of luck. Fang Rui was playing at his peak. It wasn't like he couldn't dodge more safely, but he was intentionally making the margin of error as small as possible. He had done this ever since chaotic cloudy mountain's first attempt to block him. From beginning to end, he had gotten past Lu Buiyuan as efficiently as he could so that he could have more time to deal with Fang Minghua's laughing song. If not, there was no way he would have been able to hold down Samsara's two players for so long. This was why the pro players were so astonished. For such precise movements, once or twice, nothing too special. But for him to do it again and again for so long? How focused did he have to be? How tiring must it be? Yes, very tiring. Fang Rui soon could feel the fatigue hitting him, and he had only held them down for not even a minute. He had been mentally prepared, though. He knew how difficult it would be. In Yishio's 1v3, Yishio had used his overwhelming disadvantage to keep his opponent's attention on him. However, for his 1v2, he needed to take the initiative and proactively seize control of the battle. And he did it. So far, only the word perfect could describe what he had accomplished. He was exhausted, yet he was still constantly racking his brains to win control over his opponents. He had played to his limits in the group arena as well. After only a short rest, he had to play again in the team competition. Persevere, persevere to the end. Fang Rui knew how important his task was. If it was said that their foundation had been established through Yishio's 1v3, then their final path to victory would be brought out by him. He had never thought of himself as this team's core. All he wanted was to perform well enough to match his pay and position. He knew that this was a moment that could likely decide the match. All he needed to do was to persevere. He didn't set himself a goal, counting down. Fang Rui only had one thought: persevere, persevere until the end. He would hold down these two players until the moment they won. Before that moment came, he would never relax. 1 minute. 1.5 minutes. 2 minutes. 2.5 minutes. Fang Rui persevered, playing absolutely perfectly. Not even the slightest opening could be seen in his plays. More and more people started shifting their attention to his side. More and more people were noticing the inconceivable. The pro players had forgotten about their bets long ago. 1 minute. That had been the upper limit of their bets. There had only been a single person who called out this time, Team Wind Howl's Ron Yongbin. The second highest bet was 45 seconds. When Ron Yongbin shouted out 1 minute, no one had taken him seriously. Everyone knew that Ron Yongbin and Fang Rui were former teammates, and the two had a good relationship with each other. He had yelled out 1 minute as a way to cheer his friend on. But now, a minute? Wrong. Everyone had been wrong, very wrong. Even Fang Rui's friend, Wan Yongbin, had underestimated Fang Rui's capabilities. 2.5 minutes. This was the current record, and it was still going. His perfect playing made it so that Fang Minghua's laughing song couldn't escape, which in turn made it so that Lu Buiyuan's chaotic cloudy mountain couldn't leave. The battle in the trash room had lasted for 2.5 minutes too. It was no longer two separate battles. The two sides had grouped together, turning it into a 3v4. Samsara was at a numbers disadvantage, but these three top 10 players were nothing to scoff at. From the looks of it, they were actually the ones on the offensive. The three were using Little Cold Hands as their breakthrough point, constantly sending out attacks towards him. On Happy's side, Yishio's Lord Grim had become Little Cold Hands' flower protector. He practically never moved more than an inch away from him. Su Muqing and Xiao Yifan were on the side, providing them support. Fang Rui was playing out of his mind in the 1v2 to win Happy this for v3, yet Happy wasn't able to turn this into an intense back and forth. In fact, they were the ones on the defensive. It was hard not to feel that it was a bit of a pity. However, the experts knew that although Happy was on the defensive, they weren't feeling burdened. Their defensive position was because they saw what the opponents wanted and were going along with them. Focusing the healer was a very standard strategy, but no team's healer had ever been so disgustingly focused like Happy's during the season. With so much experience facing this strategy, Happy was very proficient in these situations. What's more, they had put in great effort into practicing and studying how to take advantage of this weakness since their very beginnings. For other teams, when the enemy focused their healer, their conditioned reflex was to protect their healer. But for Happy, when the enemy focused their healer, their conditioned reflex was to look for opportunities to kill their opponents. This sort of intuition had become Happy's style. Even if they hadn't made any preparations before the match, if they ever came across this situation, Happy's players would instinctively look for ways to turn it around. Every team's protection over their healer was purely defensive. Only Happy was different. Their protection over their healer was extremely aggressive. Their healer had originally been their weakness, but as the season went and their weakness improved, Happy had also set up all sorts of barbs. You could target their weak point, then you wouldn't come out unscathed. More often than not, it would end up being your guillotine. It wasn't that Samsara didn't know this point. As their opponent in the finals, they had researched Happy thoroughly. However, their current situation was out of helplessness. They were attacking, Happy was defending. However, the health they were losing wasn't low. On the other hand, Happy had a healer healing them. After 2.5 minutes, the damage was building up. The three of them hadn't sent out this message just once. They were also very surprised to see that their support still hadn't arrived yet. The thought of Fang Rui stalling their two players for this long hadn't even crossed their minds. If they had known, they definitely wouldn't have fought in this way. They would have created an opportunity to get out of the trash room and reconvene with their other two players. But they didn't know, so they kept waiting. Half a minute and a half, 2.5 minutes. The inconceivable had happened. Fang Rui had held down Lu Buiyuan and Fang Minghua for 2.5 minutes. At this point, the three of them had lost the possibility of turning this around. During these 2.5 minutes, it wouldn't have been impossible to have Lu Buiyuan abandon Fang Minghua and go in to help the rest of his teammates. Or the three could have escaped from the trash room and made contact again with Fang Minghua and Lu Buiyuan. However, turning points happened in an instant. After 2.5 minutes, the three of them couldn't keep up the same aggressive offense as before. They had no choice but to be more cautious about their character's health. Who let them attack so unrestrained before? The reason that they had been so unrestrained was because they kept thinking that their support would arrive at any second. How could they have known that not a single sign of them would come even at this point? Rush out of the trash room now? The three looked at the health on their characters. If they gave in even a little, Happy's four would definitely counterattack with everything they had. During those 2.5 minutes, they could have forcefully made their way out. However, if they forced their way out now, they would definitely lose one or two people. Having already lost a player, Samsara was down by 3 points. Until the last moment, Samsara didn't want to take the risk of losing another. No matter how they looked at it, hoping for the 2v1 over there to have a breakthrough was more reliable than the three of them forcing their way out. The 3-minute mark was approaching. In the end, Samsara chose to wait. The spectating pro players didn't feel like Samsara was doing anything wrong. Right now, everything was because of Fang Rui, because of his miracle. At the beginning, everyone just thought that Fang Rui's stalling would just help Happy win some time and widen the lead a bit more. But now, Fang Rui's stalling had become the deciding point of this match. How much longer could Fang Rui hold on for? If Lu Buiyuan and Fang Minghua successfully broke through right now and successfully got to their teammates, Happy would have a lead, but not a win. The trade-off would truly be somewhat disappointing. Time continued to pass. Everyone's attention continued to be focused on Boundless Sea's battle with Samsara's 2 players. Angel's Might. Suddenly, Laughing Song's cross let out a brilliant light. Fang Rui had held down the 2 of them long enough for Laughing Song's Angel's Might to come off cooldown. Chapter 1633. Unbreakable Wall. Nomiami. Nomiami. 2 minutes and 45 seconds, the cooldown on Angel's Might. Fang Rui had held off Fang Minghua and Lu Buiyuan for nearly 3 minutes, until this skill came off cooldown. Fang Minghua immediately had Laughing Song use Angel's Might. Angle, position, and timing. Fang Minghua wanted to use this opportunity to finally break this stalemate. The halo of light burst forth. Fang Rui's Boundless Sea couldn't dodge it or resist it. He could only be forced back. And this time, his previous cloud pushing palm wouldn't work. It wasn't that he couldn't use it, but that the distance was too far. Because of their positioning, if he pushed Laughing Song with cloud pushing palm, he would just be helping him leave faster. After Laughing Song cast Angel's Might, he immediately turned and ran. Lu Buiyuan didn't have Chaotic Cloudy Mountain follow after him to protect him. Instead, he sprinted straight towards Boundless Sea. Even though it looked like this Angel's Might had given Fang Minghua enough space to escape, Lu Buiyuan felt uneasy. He wanted to use this opportunity to completely shut down Boundless Sea and prevent any future regrets. Charge! Chaotic Cloudy Mountain sprinted towards Boundless Sea, who was starting to lower himself. Boundless Sea's 2 hands moved towards the ground. This trick again? No one would fall for Fang Rui's act this time, but maybe he was doing it precisely for this reason. With Fang Rui's dirtiness, what couldn't he do? Thinking about it was too complicated, so Lu Buiyuan didn't bother thinking too deeply on whether Fang Rui would repeat the same trick. He regarded it as a possibility, and when he attacked, all he would have to do was be on guard against it, no? Chaotic Cloudy Mountain sprinted over diagonally. Lu Buiyuan had calculated how far Boundless Sea would be pushed. By rushing over right now, he would reach Boundless Sea's final destination. Lu Buiyuan had set his sights on that location, and Boundless Sea was moving towards it just as he was expecting. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain didn't stop to take a rest. He jumped. Aerial twist! Chaotic Cloudy Mountain dropped from the air, his 2 legs grabbing towards Boundless Sea's neck. By doing it this way, Boundless Sea's landmine quake wouldn't able to affect him. Fall. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain's 2 legs moved towards Boundless Sea. This 1v2 would finally end here. Even though Fang Rui wasn't able to last long enough to clinch Happy's victory, no one overlooked Fang Rui's efforts and impact on the match during these 3 minutes. His freakish plays had vastly exceeded everyone's expectations. He had played spectacularly. He wasn't able to win Happy the game, but he had helped Happy win an enormous lead. If many people, including Samsara fans, were thinking about IFS. If Happy's 4 players hadn't been Yi Xiao, Su Muqing, Qiao Yifan, and Wenyi, and instead been what Li Xian had envisioned, Yi Xiao, Su Muqing, Li Xian, and Zhong Xinjie, players on an equal level as Samsara's 3 players, the time won by Fang Rui might have been able to lock in Happy's win. What a pity! While praising Fang Rui's performance, everyone couldn't help but feel a bit regretful about the outcome. But just when everyone was thinking this, Boundless Sea's head suddenly dropped, and then missed. Chaotic Cloudy Mountains aerial twist missed. Quite a few crowd members, including people watching at home, couldn't help but stand up in shock. They needed to confirm that it wasn't that the attack missed, but Boundless Sea had dodged it. Yes! He dodged it. Boundless Sea rolled to get away from Chaotic Cloudy Mountain. Afterwards, he went straight for Laughing Song. Chi Flowing Cloud. Boundless Sea activated this buff again. Angels Might had come off cooldown. The same went for Chi Flowing Cloud. Boundless Sea moved as if he were riding the wind, quickly closing the distance between himself and Laughing Song. Behind him, Chaotic Cloudy Mountain's two legs formed a weird arc as he landed on the ground. He didn't have time to make another move, and unexpectedly fell to the ground just like that. Lu Buiyuan's mind was a mess. He hadn't felt like his aerial twist would hit for certain. After all, there hadn't been any setup. He was just using the knockback from Angel's Might. He wouldn't be too surprised if Boundless Sea dodged it, and he had thought of countermeasures in case he did dodge it. But he was very surprised right now. Not surprised at how Boundless Sea dodged it, but when. Not just Lu Buiyuan, but everyone had thought that the aerial twist would hit, yet Boundless Sea was able to complete a dodge. Fang Rui's movements had been so precise and tight that even a needle wouldn't be able to get through. Lu Buiyuan had panicked at that moment, and instinctively did what he had planned on doing if Fang Rui dodged the aerial twist. He cancelled aerial twist, and turned it into a circle sweep kick. His two legs went into a weird arc because he had used this skill. But Chaotic Cloudy Mountain was too close to the ground. Because Boundless Sea had lowered himself, Chaotic Cloudy Mountain's target had been low to the ground. And with how precise Fang Rui's timing was, when the aerial twist missed, there was no time for him to make another move. Even though Lu Buiyuan was able to use the skill, Chaotic Cloudy Mountain was only able to do half of a circle sweep kick before hitting the ground. As a result, he looked like he was kneeling now. This guy, let alone the normal viewers, even the pro players were all stunned. Fang Rui's condition and playing couldn't be described with just great, spectacular, on fire, those usual descriptions. Fang Rui himself might not even fully realize what exactly he had achieved during these few minutes. But everything that happened on stage would leave its mark on stage, in everyone's mind, and turn into Happy's win. Boundless Sea had once again caught up to Laughing Song. With a downwards chi flow, he knocked Laughing Song down, and then with a fling, he threw Laughing Song behind him. 3 minutes. Samsara's two players had once again been stopped by Fang Rui. Just how long could he last? No, this was no longer the right question. It should be, how long were Samsara's two going to take to break through Boundless Sea's airtight wall? As for Yishio and the others? They should be taking advantage of this opportunity, no? Even if they couldn't see what Fang Rui was doing, it had been 3 minutes, yet Samsara's support still hadn't arrived. The others on Happy should have realized by now what sort of situation Fang Rui had set up for them. The opportunity had been created by Fang Rui, but they had to be the ones to grasp it. Chapter 1634. Godly Play and a Clumsy Method. Nomiami. Nomiami. Attack! Fang Rui had fought hard for this opportunity, yet why weren't the others on Happy attacking? Anyone that wasn't a Samsara fan was practically screaming in their heart. They didn't want to see Fang Rui's godly performance be buried because his teammates weren't doing anything. The camera turned around. The crowd turned around. Fang Rui had brought about an opportunity. The following question was whether this opportunity would be grasped. Happy playing safer previously could be explained by not expecting such a godly performance from Fang Rui. However, now that the battle had gone on for so long, and Fang Rui was still stopping Samsara's support from arriving, if Happy didn't make a more aggressive move, it would be rather puzzling. Attack! Countless people clenched their fists, waiting for this moment to happen. The Happy fans in the stadium had already stood up, but none of them made any noise. They stared intently at the stage, their attention on the ongoing battle in the trash room. Yishio, Su Muqing, Qiao Yifan, and Wenny. Lord Grim, Dancing Rain, 1-inch Ash, Little Cold Hands. It's time. Go. Use everything you have and win. Explosions rumbled. The battle taking place here had never stopped, but at this moment, everyone seemed to hear a change in the tempo from these explosions. Dancing Rain's artillery fire had begun pushing forward, and Yishio's Lord Grim had finally moved away from Little Cold Hands. Armor-piercing missile. Colliding stab. Under Dancing Rain's cover, Lord Grim rushed out, colliding with one Autumn Leaf, who had been focused on attacking Little Cold Hands. Facing the character that had once been his, Yishio didn't hold back. The sharp sword in Lord Grim's hand stabbed towards one Autumn Leaf's chest in an attempt to push him back. Little Cold Hands had started casting a spell. Holy light began to spread outwards, enveloping his surroundings. This was the cleric's AoE heal, God's Protection. The skill began as soon as the chant began and ended when the chant ended. During the skill's duration, all allies within its range, including the healer, would receive powerful heals. The amount of mana needed to keep up the chant was massive, significant enough to reduce how much longer the cleric would be able to heal in the future. The healing efficiency of God's Protection was actually quite low, and the range was very limited. As a result, the skill was rarely seen in pro play. Pro players preferred using their own methods to achieve the same effect but at a much smaller cost. But for Unweni, this was his weak spot. Even though he was improving, it had only been about a year. It wasn't possible for him to become a healing god in such a short amount of time. Unweni was clear about where his weaknesses lay, so he chose to use God's Protection, a skill that normal players thought of as a godly skill, but pro players considered as beneath them. Suddenly, Lord Grim, Little Cold Hands, and 1-inch Ash were bathed in holy light. Su Muqing's Dancing Rain had a range advantage, so she was rarely threatened by Samsara. Although she wasn't inside the healing range, she also didn't need to be healed. God's Protection only covered 3 characters, making it even more wasteful. But anyone could see that this skill was the signal for their fierce counterattack. Bang 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 bang. Gunshots rang. No matter how subpar Unweni may be as a healer, for Samsara's trio, he was their biggest threat. Cloudpisser's dual guns fired countless bullets towards Little Cold Hands. During God's Protection, the healer wouldn't be able to move. Once the chant was interrupted, the skill would cease. Lord Grim, who had been guarding Little Cold Hands previously, had finally moved away. Samsara had gotten this far by sticking to their strategy. Sun Slong's one Autumn Leaf dragged Lord Grim away, while Juzukai's Cloudpisser immediately attacked Little Cold Hands. Their focus wasn't misplaced. Lord Grim had moved away, but a new guardian had taken his place. 1-inch Ash activated Shadow Image, summoning a ghost that shielded Little Cold Hands. Unweni's Little Cold Hands had previously helped him block bullets, and this time, Qiao Yifan was returning the favor. Their talent might not be extraordinary, and they might not have any crazy technical skill, but they could still use this clumsy method to contend with their opponent. Even if their opponent was Juzukai, Glory's #1, an existence far above them. But at this moment, they knew that Juzukai must be feeling more anxious than them. Their clumsy method was extremely effective at restraining their opponent's attacks. Gunshots rang again, but Happy's offense couldn't be stopped. Happy had begun their counterattack. Yishio and Su Muqing, the Golden Partners, led the way, while Qiao Yifan and Unweni, the 2 rookies, supported them from behind using their clumsy methods. Everyone suddenly felt like it might not necessarily be the case that Happy would be better off with players better than their rookies. Qiao Yifan and Unweni weren't gods, nor were they top players. However, they had their own way of playing, their own way of competing. A godly healer could rely on their own skill and reactions to prove large-scale healing. But Unweni was using a skill that people looked down on, God's Protection, to the same effect. A godly Ghost Blade player could create an inescapable net through their ghost boundaries, making every step taken by their opponents difficult. But Qiao Yifan, even if it was just using his ghosts to block bullets, he made himself known at the most crucial moment, thwarting his opponent's plans just the same. They weren't the best, but they had their own remarkable aspects. What they did might not be the most optimal, but their impact on the battle was just as considerable. Victory was approaching them step by step. This was Samsara's home stadium, a demonic stadium where Samsara had never lost. But at this moment, Happy, a team that had started only last season in the Challenger League, was once again setting a new record, creating a miracle, creating history. In the second game of the finals, Happy won against Samsara, ending Samsara's perfect win record this season in their home stadium. There were countless highlights in this match alone, but the one that left the deepest impression on everyone was Fang Rui and his godly play that decided the match. Golden right hand? Today, what everyone witnessed was a pair of god hands. Chapter 1635. Joyful in victory, calm in defeat. Nomiami. Nomiami. Happy wins. Second match of the finals, Samsara's home game, Happy obtained victory, they did it. In the televised broadcast, Pan Lin excitedly announced the final result of the match. Happy's performance was infectious. Many neutral parties in the audience ended up hoping for a Happy victory. Pan Lin was one such person. He was a commentator, so he should have been the most impartial, and no matter what hope he might have in his heart, he shouldn't display it so passionately. But in this moment, he couldn't hold himself back anymore. As a professional commentator, even if he sometimes couldn't analyze a match well enough, even if he was sometimes laughed at and face-slapped, Pan Lin still truly loved this work, and glory as a game. A commentator couldn't be biased, but he wasn't a robot. There were times where he couldn't restrain himself. Such as now, like too many other people, he was infected by Fang Rui's godlike performance and he didn't want to see Happy miss this opportunity. And now, Happy fulfilled all hopes, the audience and Pan Lin found their hopes fulfilled. In this moment, he couldn't think about too much, he was completely wrapped up in satisfaction just like those in the audience. Samsara's players also all performed well, but Happy's players performed better, especially Fang Rui. After expressing his emotions, Pan Lin probably quickly realized that his self-control had slipped, and he quickly recovered the correct tone. Yes. Fang Rui is unquestionably the MVP of today's match. Li Ibor was quite loyal to his partner, immediately adding on to the sentence to help Pan Lin recover. He was much calmer than Pan Lin. After all, he was a pro player who had experienced the struggle for the championship, so he was quite worldly. Yes, yes. Aside from that, Yi Xiu's performance was very eye-catching, said Pan Lin. Of course, Li Ibor agreed. Defeating Juzakai in the group arena, 1v3 in the team round, hand speed flying toward 500 APM. If Fang Rui's godlike performance hadn't upstaged him, awarding today's MVP to Yi Xiu would also be entirely rational. By now, the players had all walked out of the competitor booths unstage. But after Happy's players gathered together, they swept in a circle, but didn't find their hero of the match, Fang Rui. This guy, is he trying to be all dramatic? Su Muqing laughed. Yi Xiu also laughed. He looked at Fang Rui's competitor booth, and then at the replay on the large screen in the stadium. Even though this was Samsara's home stadium, they wouldn't purposely ignore the outstanding performances of the opposing players. If they lost, they still needed to lose with dignity. Right now, the screen was showing from multiple angles simultaneously the most thrilling moment of the match, Fang Rui's performance. And this was what Yi Xiu and the others, standing at Fang Rui's side, hadn't seen. Accurate judgment to the extreme, flawless technique, a dirty method of expression. Using these, Fang Rui pinned down Lu Buiyuan and Fang Minghua from start to finish. Yes, from start to finish. 1 minute? 2 minutes? 3 minutes? 4 minutes? None of these were the limit, and at the very end everyone had basically forgotten this statistic, because it had already lost meaning. From start to finish, Lu Buiyuan and Fang Minghua had been unable to escape. Did they still need this statistic? It was a shocking performance, but as Yi Xiu watched and watched, his original smile grew a bit heavy. He glanced at Fang Rui's booth again, and seeing that there was still no movement, he quickly walked over. The rest of Happy all realized this as well, and they quickly followed. When the stadium saw this sudden movement of the happy players, they also seemed to realize something, and they began whispered discussion. They pulled open the door of Fang Rui's competitor booth. Yishio looked inside, and saw Fang Rui sitting there in the competitor chair in a very comfortable position, almost lying down. When he heard the door open, this guy turned his head, and seeing that it was Yishio, he grinned and said, "Incredible, right?" "Incredible." Yishio nodded. "We won. We won." Ha 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 ha, Fang Rui laughed loudly, but as he laughed and laughed, it was clear that he was out of breath. "It wasn't for nothing," he said fiercely, and then stood up from his chair. Reluctant to leave, he savored the sight of the screen displaying their victory, and then walked toward Yishio. "You all came to see the miracle." Fang Rui laughed, seeing all of Happy gathered behind Yishio. Seeing that Fang Rui was still in perfect condition, everyone let out a sigh of relief. When the audience saw Fang Rui appear, the happy fans sitting in the away team area simultaneously burst into cheers and applause. And then, the whole stadium also burst into applause. Even though these were the opponents that defeated them, everyone respected Fang Rui's performance. Any gamer who understood or liked glory had no reason not to. The stadium sent their applause to the away team. To Fang Rui, this was extremely rare. Because of his style, when he did anything remarkable, it was often also infuriating, and during away matches, this meant that the opposing team's fans were furious and couldn't give him any respect or appreciation. But this time, it was different. Even if there was still sneakiness and dirty play mixed in, he did what everyone thought was impossible. "Are you all right?" Sumuching asked him from the side. "Why wouldn't I be?" Fang Rui replied, and then waved his arm, acknowledging the applauding crowd. Sumuching watched his back, and then looked at Yishio. Even though Yishio was still smiling, that heaviness from earlier still hadn't faded. When he saw Sumuching looking at him, he returned the gaze, answered Sumuching's doubts. The two teams walked toward the center of the stage and began to shake hands. Compared to the pre-match ceremony, this was much more casual, they weren't forced to line up. Fang Rui was the first to walk over, and so he was the first to greet the Samsara players. "Do you admit defeat?" Fang Rui asked, shaking Juzukai's hand. He and Juzukai were from the same season. And because the all-star experts from this season all had their own fresh and unique characteristics, they were called the strangest season of players. The Season 5 rookies ultimately produced 3 all-star level players. One developed dirty playing to the peak, dirty until it couldn't be any dirtier, Fang Rui. One was frustratingly silent offstage and yet demonstrated explosive and elegant technique onstage, Juzukai. And the third, Team Void's Wu Yu's, was a fierce and direct Ghostblade. Strangeness was the most distinctive trait of their season's players. As same-season rookies, they knew each other quite well, and many were good friends. Some made childish and naive arrangements with each other during their rookie days. Fang Rui and Juzukai hadn't done anything like that. After all, Juzukai's personality was right there. But the two of them were indeed familiar with each other. Juzukai's tendency was to go with the flow, his words as rare as gold. When Samsara heard Fang Rui's chatter about admitting defeat, they really were afraid that Juzukai would just say yes. That would just hurt their morale too much. But Juzukai only smiled a little, and said one word to Fang Rui, "Incredible." "Ha ha ha, as long as you know to be scared." Fang Rui was smug. Seeing this, the Samsara players were annoyed. Juzukai clearly hadn't said he'd admit defeat, he said incredible. He'd avoided the question. But Fang Rui was shamelessly twisting this casual remark. It was clearly an avoidant, polite statement of praise, but this guy actually just interpreted it as Juzukai saying yes. Looking forward to seeing this kind of exciting performance next match. Because Juzukai didn't like speaking, Samsara usually had Vice Captain Jiang Butao speaking to the other party on behalf of everyone. The meaning behind his words now was clear. Samsara didn't fear another godlike performance from Fang Rui. Next match, they were confident that they would defeat Fang Rui. Looking forward to seeing this kind of exciting result next match. Fang Rui repeated the sentence structure. Trash talk was his strength as well. How could the master of dirty playing be weak at trash talk? Ha ha! Jiang Butao just laughed and didn't answer. He knew that with Fang Rui's personality, continuing to talk would only make him more smug. Pushing this guy aside, Jiang Butao went to talk with the rest of Happy. And then Fang Rui saw Lu Buiyuan, Fang Minghua, and Du Ming gathered together and glaring at him. Ha ha ha! You guys really suffered this match. Fang Rui immediately went to greet them with great enthusiasm. The three of them wanted to ignore him, but they also didn't want to be impolite. These past 2 years, Samsara had won more often than not, and they were all sorts of daring and energetic. After victory, they wouldn't be high and arrogant when interacting with the losers, but after a loss, they wouldn't be petty and small-minded when interacting with the victors. Team Samsara's popularity had been rising these few years, not just because they were champions, but because this team did many things well. They always acted carefully and appropriately. Seeing that Fang Rui had clearly just come over to mock them, these three from Samsara didn't react much. They just gave him plain congratulations. Good luck next match. Fang Rui continued to speak in a mocking tone. The three of them had been mocked quite intensely, and were now covering their injuries. As though they couldn't hear the mockery in Fang Rui's voice, they responded quite seriously with phrases like "let's all work hard" and whatnot. As a team that rarely met defeat, after losing such an important match, Samsara's players were still very calm. Although the stadium fans had felt depressed after this loss, they were gradually moved by this attitude that Samsara demonstrated. Slowly, applause rose up once again in the stadium, and this time, it was no longer respect given toward the victors, but support given toward their own team. This kind of attitude, this kind of calm after defeat, this caused everyone's faith in Samsara to be renewed for the third match of the finals. Their team Samsara would not fall so easily. Chapter 1636. Class Change, Return to Godhood. Nomiami. Nomiami. Amidst applause, the curtain closed on the match. In the post-match press conference, Samsara continued to display the attitude they'd had when exchanging greetings with Happy right after the match. They had lost, but they were calm. They didn't lose control of themselves, and demonstrated the appropriate bearing of a championship team. Although they were regretful that their home game win streak had been broken, they expressed that this allowed them to set down some pressure. And then the victorious Happy came up. The reporters had an armful of questions they wished to ask, but surprisingly, Fang Rui, the player that had attracted the most attention during the match, didn't appear in the press conference at all. This was quite unreasonable. Players who did poorly were often protected after a match and not sent out to the press conference. This, the reporters could understand. But for players that did well, stepping into the spotlight again during the press conference was something that both the reporters and the team would want to see. And Fang Rui was no rookie, there was no need for this kind of protection. When they thought about Happy's unusual actions on stage after the match, the reporters suddenly realized something. After congratulating and praising Happy's victory, someone immediately asked, in a half-joking tone, why Fang Rui was hiding away. And then, they heard an answer that they had already guessed in their hearts. Fang Rui had expended a lot of energy during the match, and was feeling a bit worn out. However, the one who gave this answer was Yi Xiu, so the reporters had to think it over. Before, no one had any experience interacting with Yi Xiu, but after this season, the reporters for all of the major media outlets complained about him incessantly. They knew all too well that this person wasn't easy to deal with. His answer right now, was it true or false? Was it a smoke bomb for the last round of the finals? When they thought about this, the reporters decided they didn't need to worry about whether it was true or not. The plot to deceive the enemy had already been deployed. Whether or not Fang Rui would make it on stage in the finals, Samsara could go and guess. Since there were such sinister motives, they definitely wouldn't be able to get anything about Fang Rui's condition. After experimentally throwing out another few questions and receiving answers that were clearly ambiguous on purpose, the reporters were clear and they didn't tangle with the issue any longer. From Happy, Fang Rui's performance was the most eye-catching, but the performances of the other players were all very attention-grabbing as well. There was still much to ask. Fang Rui hadn't accepted any post-match interviews, but he was still the protagonist of all the news articles released the next day. Esports Weekly had even used Fang Rui. Class change. Return to Godhood as their headline, acknowledging Fang Rui's godliness right at the top. Because he'd changed classes, because his performance had fluctuated, because of his unique Dirty Chi master style, Fang Rui hadn't been chosen as an all-star this season, even though he used the #1 Chi master, Boundless Sea. From that day, there was endless discussion over whether or not this class change would be his end. When he performed well, people would come out to praise him. When he performed average or poorly, people would proclaim his decline. Esports Home was the authority in the circle, so there were of course articles about his class change. But with Esports Home's level of professionalism, they were very attentive to detail in their analysis. They didn't rely on simple surface-level discussion. But today, relying on his performance in this one match, Esports Home concisely acknowledged and approved Fang Rui's class change. Fang Rui. Class change. Return to Godhood. As she ate breakfast, Chenghua held this week's report. Whenever their team or their players made the headlines, it would always put her in high spirits. She had even saved and organized all of the newspapers from this season that featured Happy in the headlines. But seeing this bold headline today, Chenghua couldn't be as excited as she was before. Because Fang Rui's condition right now really wasn't very good. That day, he'd energetically greeted the crowd and mocked Samsara right after coming out of the competitor booth, and he'd gleefully boasted to his teammates as well. But after returning to the prep room, Fang Rui had all but collapsed. It was as though all of his energy had suddenly run out, and everyone could see how exhausted he was. Fang Rui was exhausted, so he hadn't attended the press conference. Yishio had spoken the truth, even though the reporters didn't believe him and thought it was a smokescreen. But this time, this smokescreen had affected even Happy themselves. No one could say for sure how well Fang Rui would recover for the final match in 2 days. Even though Fang Rui stubbornly insisted that he would be fine, everyone was already quietly preparing for the scenario where Fang Rui was unable to play. Losing Fang Rui would be a massive blow to their strength. No one could imagine that this kind of thing would happen at such a critical moment. Compared to the physical competition of normal athletics, it was fairly rare in glory competition for a player to be unable to appear because of illness or injury. Chenghua stared at the paper's headline without flipping the pages to read the content. Holding a cup of milk, she sat in the dining room in a daze. The final match was in 2 days. Because Samsara had ranked higher than Happy in the regular season, the third match would be held in Samsara's home stadium. In order to demonstrate determination, Chenghua had booked hotel rooms here for Team Happy all the way until the end of the third match. Now, as they hoped, the third match awaited them. But because of Fang Rui, another shadow weighed upon everyone's hearts. Last night, Chenghua hadn't slept well, and now that she looked at this paper, the shadow floated back. So early? As she was spacing out, she suddenly heard someone talk. She lifted her head to see Yishio holding breakfast as he sat down across from her. Chenghua nodded. Yishio's gaze landed upon the Esports Weekly report in front of her. Fang Rui. Class change. Return to Godhood. Yishio read the title, and after clicking his tongue in marvel, he made no comment. How is he? Asked Chenghua. Probably still sleeping, said Yishio. I meant, for the match in 2 days, will he be all right? Chenghua said. We'll see when the time comes. Yishio said. Uncertainty. The final battle was imminent, but Happy had this uncertainty. But Chenghua understood that this wasn't the time to be deeply worried. There needed to be determination. Then we should let everyone prepare, said Chenghua. That's straightforward enough. Yishio smiled. Fortunately, the maps for this last match are random, and the roster usually isn't decided until after the map is chosen. Everyone will be fully prepared. But no matter what the map is, have you thought about not letting Fang Rui go on stage? Chenghua said. Yishio fell silent. Chenghua was often rendered speechless by Yishio, and she had often hoped for the chance to do the same to him one day. But now, faced with a Yishio that truly had nothing to say, she didn't feel happy at all. Chen Gui knew that she had hit the nail on the head. No matter which map was chosen, Happy couldn't go as far as to bench Fang Rui. Even though he wasn't the absolute core of Happy, he was still a part of the central axis. And with Fang Rui's style and resourcefulness, there really weren't any maps that would impede his performance. Silence. Chen Gui didn't ask any more questions. She quietly drank her milk, and quietly watched Yishio as he rapidly finished his breakfast. Does it matter if he goes on or not? Yishio said, after wiping his mouth with a napkin. Either way, we'll win. Chen Gui laughed. This wasn't logical at all. But after hearing Yishio say this, she suddenly felt very relaxed and very calm. Because in her mind, Yishio had never said anything that he couldn't do. Not a single time. So that's to say, we're the champions. Chen Gui said. If not, then why are we here? Yishio looked at Chen Gui, astonished, as though he were looking at an alien. I'll go see if that Fang Rui's awake yet, Chen Gui said, standing up. Give the newspaper to him, it'll lift his spirits, said Yishio, gesturing toward the paper on the table. What about you? He asked Chen Gui as she took the paper. I'm not full yet. Yishio held his plate, looking around. Chen Gui left first, returning upstairs to Fang Rui's room. It was the finals, so to make things convenient for everyone, they were all in separate rooms. But when she arrived at Fang Rui's room, the door was already open, and when she looked inside, there were many people. Everyone from Happy was here. What was this? As Chen Gui was about to enter, she already heard Fang Rui chattering away. Did you guys think I was dying or something? Chapter 1637. Review. Nomiami. Nomiami. You seem pretty energetic, Chen Gui said, walking in. Hearing Fang Rui making all this noise, she suddenly felt much better. All you guys crowding around me, and no one brought me breakfast. Fang Rui said indignantly. Brought you a newspaper. Chen Gui held up the paper in her hand so that Fang Rui could see the headline. The title was very eye-catching, so Fang Rui saw it immediately. His eyes lit up, but right after, he pretended as though it were nothing. With an expression of "this brother has seen the big stage," he dismissively said, "TSK, that's nothing." Fang Rui wasn't lying on the bed. After all, esports competitions were carried out while sitting in front of a computer. Even though they could still be exhausting, they weren't so exhausting that a player would be unable to get out of bed. Chen Gui casually tossed the newspaper toward the bed, and then carefully studied Fang Rui. He didn't seem any different from normal. Before she'd come here, the others had already spoken with Fang Rui. It was a bit of a tight squeeze, so many people in this one room, so after a greeting, they began to disperse. Do you need me to call breakfast for you? Chen Gui asked Fang Rui. No, it's fine, I'm gonna take a walk in a bit, I'll get something to eat then, said Fang Rui. Alright, then I won't bother you any longer. Chen Gui didn't ask Fang Rui anything like how are you, can you make it? She followed everyone else out of the room. Fang Rui stood by the window. The newspaper lay face up on the desk next to the table, and the rays of light streaming through the window shone down upon it, illuminating the words, dazzlingly bright. Fang Rui lowered his head and looked at it, but he didn't pick it up. He only laughed a little, then turned to look outside the window. Today's weather really was quite good. Happy didn't have any plans in the morning. After such an intense battle, they wanted to rest up as much as they could. They scheduled a strategic meeting for the afternoon. It wasn't any high-intensity practice, it was just a review of the match that they just played. This was something that pro teams would do after every match. And in the playoffs, where the matches were at a higher level and teams would play the same opponent multiple times, review became a highly effective method of adjustment. Summarize the successes and failures of the previous match, take the chance to plan strategy and tactics for the next match. It was a very focused method. Compared to the regular season, these reviews held greater significance during the playoffs. And so, at 1:30 in the afternoon, Happy's members gathered in the conference room they booked at the hotel. Yishio had of course organized the match recordings beforehand, and when everyone arrived, he didn't waste any time with unnecessary words, and began playing the recording. "Let's watch the team competition first," Yishio said, as the screen displayed this match's team competition. In this team competition, to put it briefly, I believe that Samsara lost largely to surprise. Too many unexpected situations happened, messing up their plans. This meant that their strategies did not completely come into play, said Yishio. Take the beginning, for example, with Samsara's advance. Yishio pointed out Samsara's initial formation, with Zhu Zikai, Jiang Butao, and Sun Slong advancing first, while Lu Buiyuan stayed behind to protect Fang Minghua. Clearly, this formation was to take advantage of the map's high points. The changes afterward were really quite simple. As for the surprise that happened during this point, I don't think I need to go into detail, said Yishio. The surprise here referred to Yishio holding off Zhu Zikai, Jiang Butao, and Sun Slong all by himself. This was Yishio's accomplishment, but during the review session, his tone was neither humble nor bragging. He simply told things as they were. In this part of the match, we can take another look at the cooperation between these three Samsara attackers. This is something that we have studied many times before, said Yishio. Of course it had been many times. It wasn't just Happy, any team in the alliance that was aiming for the championship would definitely treat this as a crucial topic of study. Regarding this content, they couldn't say that they had a thorough understanding, but they at least analyzed it to the best of their ability. Yishio said that they were looking at the attack coordination between these three, but in reality, they focused more on how Yishio countered the attacks that the trio set up. As Yishio was the player in question, he of course knew everything the most clearly. But right now, he was sharing the thought process with everyone. Because everyone played different characters with different class skills, they would all use different methods to deal with the same situation. Only by understanding the fundamental thought process could they learn from this 1v3 situation and apply it to their own class and character. Yishio would talk about what happened, someone would raise a question, someone would express an opinion, discussion, debate. Chenghua quietly stood to the side. She always attended Happy's strategy meetings. In the very beginning she would happily talk, ask some questions, express her point of view. But gradually, she began to just quietly stand to the side and listen, just like she was doing now. Compared to the beginning, Chenghua's experience had increased dramatically, and if she gave her opinions now, she would probably be correct more often than not. But Chenghua didn't talk anymore, because no one had ever left out a point she wanted to make. Look at Tang Ru. 2 years ago, she was a complete noob, but now, Chenghua sometimes couldn't even keep up with her reasoning. She would be lying if she said she wasn't saddened at all. In her heart, Chenghua still wished that she could be a pro player as well, that she could fight on stage alongside all of these partners. But unfortunately, that was reality. All she could do was make their lives offstage a little better. It was a bit disappointing, but it was nothing to hang her head about. Because Chenghua understood very clearly that she was a member of this team as well. While they fought toward their goal, they had never left her behind, they were still tied together. The final match was in 2 days. Everyone, good luck! Chenghua stood to the side and silently cheered everyone on. Right now, she wasn't thinking at all about whether or not Fang Rui would be able to play. Because, just like Yishio had said to her that morning, whether or not he could play, their goal wouldn't change. Victory! Champions! The review continued. Chenghua just stood to the side silently, all the way until the end. Tonight, does everyone have their own plans, or do you want to get dinner together or something? Chenghua asked. This? I feel like if we had a celebratory feast right now, that wouldn't be too good. If the media found out, what would they say about us? Wei Chen said. Chenghua glared at this old man. Even though he was saying nonsense, he did express his meaning, that he would prefer free time. Everyone, you're free to do whatever. If you want to obey our boss's plans, then just follow her, said Yishio. Chenghua gave him a glare as well. What kind of statement was that? Free, obey, Weren't those antonyms? How come he just put them together? Mo Fan left first. He was always very uninterested in these sort of group gatherings. Luo Ji was discussing something with Xiao Yifan, and Wenyi joined them as well. The three of them, still in discussion, left together. Steen Bun was prepared to join them too, but then he was caught by Wei Chen, who said something to him. Steen Bun was instantly cheerful, and went along with Wei Chen. "Boss, you know. Last match was very tiring for me, I'm heading back early to rest." Appearing to be very meek and obedient, Fang Rui came over to let Chen Guo know. Chen Guo couldn't say anything except go. In the end, it was just her, Tang Ru, Su Muqing, and Yishio, 3 girls and 1 guy. Yishio was organizing data, and clearly had no intention of obeying her plans. Chen Guo had long given up on the hope of a big get-together, and after saying goodbye to the others, she and Tang Ru left together. Just 2 of them were left. Su Muqing stood behind Yishio, watching him reclassify the recordings, articles, images, etc. from before and save them. "How do you feel?" Su Muqing suddenly asked. "How do I feel?" "You mean about Fang Rui?" Yishio said, without turning his head. "No, I'm talking about you, how are you?" Su Muqing asked. Yishio, in the middle of busily organizing the files, visibly stopped. "I'm all right," he said. Chapter 1638. If Life Were Long Nomiami. Nomiami. All right in what way? Su Muqing asked, very seriously. She walked forward until she could see Yishio's expression. That's not the important point. Yishio lifted his head. He didn't try to hide, he looked at Su Muqing with a smile. They'd been together for many years, and their mutual understanding ran perhaps even deeper than they thought. Often, just one look was enough to understand the other's intention. Yishio knew what Su Muqing was worried about, and he didn't explain, nor did he try to cover it up. If he'd given that response to Chen Gui, she probably would have instantly filled with rage and yelled at him about what was the important point. But Su Muqing only nodded, and said nothing more. That's not the important point. Now that they were here, only one thing was important: victory, champions. For the sake of this, he could pay anything. He could give up anything. And so Su Muqing said nothing more. She would, while Yishio was putting in all his effort, simply do all that she could to help him, to make that sole important point into reality. That was Yishio's important point, and it was her important point as well. It was the important point that no pro player would ignore. Yishio continued to organize the data. For every file, he had the habit of opening it to double-check what it was, then saving it in the correct location. But when he opened the next recording, he didn't immediately close and move it like he had with the others. The video continued to play, and Yishio watched it blankly. Since it was a review of Samsara's match, most of these files were of course material on Samsara. This video was as well, and on screen, this season's best partners Cloud Pisser and One Autumn Leaf were fighting side by side. Shocking talent, outstanding technique, these two characters charged forward and knocked all others out of their way, entering into an empty space. And this was an official match from the regular season. Just like that, the opponent fell into chaos from these two characters, and Samsara easily took the victory. Juzakai, Sun Slong. This duo had only become partners this season. Countless people had placed high hopes on them, believing that they would be the rulers of this next era of glory. In his heart, Yishio didn't disagree. But right now, that wasn't what he was thinking about. Su Muqing watched him, and she too knew that he wasn't thinking about that. It's a strange feeling, isn't it? Yishio said. Su Muqing knew what he was referring to, but she shook her head. I don't feel it. I actually never played Glory seriously with my brother. That's right, Yishio nodded. At the time, he and Su Muqing spent all day in front of the computer, playing games, but Su Muqing had sent Su Muqing to school. He didn't want to raise his little sister into a pro gamer or pro player or anything like that. But this wasn't because he felt that it was difficult or embarrassing. It was the opposite, in fact. Su Mucho sincerely loved what he did. He loved gaming, he loved glory, and he was proud of what he did. Regarding Su Muching, he simply took a neutral stance, neither supporting nor opposing. For something like this, she has to choose herself. That was what Su Mucho said. At the time, he was still just a kid in his teens, but he talked like a life coach, carefully thinking about his little sister's future. She's grown up watching us play games and glory. I feel like she must have some interest, like when she named our characters. Yishio eyed the mistake in the name, one autumn leaf on screen. To be honest, it had always bothered him. TSK, what do you know? Little kids often have a rebellious spirit. Maybe after seeing us play all day, she really hates it. Su Mucho said. You can't say that like it's a given. Not every kid has a rebellious spirit, said Yishio. Says the one who ran away from home. Su Mucho was unimpressed. I raised a little brother, so I have experience, Yishio said. Oh? How old is he? Su Mucho quickly asked. Just a little younger than me, we're twins, said Yishio. Fuck off. Su Mucho replied with 2 words. One autumn leaf. Autumn tree ***. Where'd you 2 run off to? At this moment, a number of messages from the group leader suddenly flashed in the chat. Oh no, we're going the wrong way, Su Mucho suddenly realized. Damn, could you not get too distracted while chatting, said Yishio. Where is this? Su Mucho quickly pulled up the map. We can't go back, that bridge back there breaks when the story's triggered, Yishio said. We'll have to fight our way through here. Helpless, Su Mucho adjusted his camera and looked forward. That's our only way, Yishio felt similarly helpless. And so the 2 of them continued forward. After half an hour, the system issued an announcement, one autumn leaf has killed leader Sake, dungeon complete. What the hell? What are those 2 bastards doing? All sorts of scolding instantly flooded the group. They had only made it halfway through the dungeon when the final boss was already killed. My bad, I took the last hit, Yishio said. So rude. As Su Mucho spoke, he pulled out a notebook and quietly made a note. The year, month, day, hour, minute, dungeon, boss, final kill, one autumn leaf, 474th time. And himself? Su Mucho flipped to a previous page. 318 times, what a gap. How many times was that? Yishio leaned over. Only 400, just a little ahead of me. Su Mucho closed his notebook with a snap. Hee, do you think you'll ever have the chance to surpass me in your lifetime? Yishio laughed. Kid, don't be too reckless. The road of life is very long, Su Mucho scoffed. The road of life is very long. If the road of life really were so long, Yishio thought, watching the video in silence, then what would be the 2 names recorded here now? Shaking his head, Yishio closed the video. Let's go, he called to Su Muching. Yeah, Su Muching nodded, let's go. Do you find glory fun? As they walked out the door, Yishio suddenly asked this question. And what kind of important point is this? Su Muching laughed. Because we were actually never really sure, said Yishio. It's very fun, I'm very sure, said Su Muching. Then that's good. Yishio let out a breath. Why? Winning the championship will be even more fun, Yishio said. Of course, said Su Muching. So what? What do you want for dinner? I don't care. Let's just wander around and find somewhere. Okay. Chapter 1639. The championship is ours. Nomiami. Nomiami. Culture Square, one of City SS' famous shopping areas. The giant open-air screen hanging on the outside of the north building was far more spectacular than any screen hanging inside a glory stadium. And right now, this screen that had become a symbol of the city was currently playing the highlights from last night's match between Samsara and Happy. 10 years ago, this would have been unimaginable. At that time, even though esports had already developed to a certain extent, it still didn't attract much attention, and it was still far from mainstream. But today, clips from the finals would be played in a public city square. It seemed like Samsara had become the pride of City S. Because of Samsara, so many people in this city were now concerned about the Glory finals. Of the people passing through this square, perhaps some would stop in their tracks and watch for a while, perhaps some would just spare a glance before continuing to walk. Some were paying close attention to these matches, some didn't know much, but if someone were to say that they didn't even know what this was, then they would certainly earn some disdainful looks. Glory was no longer just the glory of the players, the teams, or the fans. It was now the glory of an entire city. And the weight of the hopes carried by the players and teams was greater than ever before. What a shame, if we won yesterday, we would have had 3 straight championships. Tang Ru heard the man standing ahead of her speaking regretfully. Yeah, too bad. The person standing next to him was sighing as well. Tang Ru had been standing here for a while. She knew that these two hadn't known each other beforehand, but because they had both paused to watch and happened to be standing next to each other, they began a discussion. Tang Ru could tell that these two weren't Glory players. Their dialogue was full of that half-understanding, hearsay, exaggerated public opinions. But from start to finish, the word they used was, we. These two people weren't Glory players at all, but they were still paying attention to this match, they still felt a strong connection to their city's team, they still held high hopes for the championship. This was the best evidence of Glory's ever-expanding presence and influence. Tang Ru smiled. Even though these people supported the opposing side, she deeply appreciated this attitude. She herself had started as an indifferent passerby, gradually investing more in all of this. Even in the beginning, she hadn't even felt that Glory was all that interesting. All she wanted to do was become a bit stronger, and then defeat that guy who'd forced her to lose over a dozen games in a row. But now? It had been a while since she'd cared about that. Now, she aimed for a larger goal than defeating Yi Xiao. Like all of the other pro players, she yearned for victory. She hoped to win the championship. Was this because she always strove to outdo others? Maybe a little. But if she only cared about that, then perhaps her vision would have remained fixed on Yi Xiao. But now, when she looked at Yi Xiao, she thought about how to better cooperate with him, and then achieve victory together. This was no longer simply a desire to outdo others. There was another feeling quietly growing in her heart. She no longer fought just for her individual interest. She now had things she was carrying upon her back. Her teammates, the fans, and those like the two people in front of her now, who didn't understand the game, but still drew pride from it. It was a bit unfortunate that she hadn't gone unstage yesterday. But the team had won, and that was more important than anything. Right now, this was Tang Ru's truest feeling. The championship is ours. Tang Ru suddenly shouted. Without waiting for everyone's eyes to land upon her, she spun around and left. Everyone paused. The match displayed on this massive screen was quite exciting, but for them, for this city, it felt a bit oppressive. Because in yesterday's match, victory did not belong to them. Victory had gone to Team Happy. Right now, everyone was gathered here and watching this match, but their minds had already gone to the next match. They were looking forward to victory in the next round, and then they would have the championship. The championship is ours. This sentence truly expressed the sentiment in everyone's hearts. Even though it came out so suddenly, catching everyone off guard, soon they were set aflame by the passion in this simple statement. Yes, the championship is ours. Someone echoed the shout, and then, more and more, more and more. In this square, whether or not they understood Glory, as long as they knew this competition, they hoped for the championship, and they joined in this shouting. Only those senior players who were very familiar with the Glory competition found the short-haired silhouette leaving the crowd. They were stunned. That girl. Wasn't that Happy's Tang Ru, someone said. You're saying, this year's Rookie King, Tang Ru. The Tang Ru who promised to retire after failing a 1v3, but backed out. That really pretty Tang Ru. More and more sets of eyes looked in that direction. Tang Ru walked farther and farther away, but everyone believed more and more, this was indeed Tang Ru. So, what she shouted just now, someone suddenly realized. So that Hours was referring to Happy. They were instantly dumbfounded. And right now, the good citizens of City South in the square were currently shouting the championship is ours in a surge of public feeling. Thinking about how this Hours was actually referring to Happy made them all sorts of uncomfortable. But how could they explain it now? And even if they could, so what? Were they not allowed to use the word ours? Tang Ru shouted ours, we'll shout ours, and the ours that we're shouting refers to Samsara. Everyone understood this clearly. After getting this point clear, these loyal Samsara fans had nothing more to worry about. They would simply accept this mistake and make the best of it, shouting along with everyone, the championship is ours. The shouts grew louder and louder, but Tang Ru didn't look back. She strolled along the road, all the way back to the hotel. Heading upstairs, she saw Yi Xiu hanging around in the hallway, smoking. When he saw her, he waved. "Where'd you go?" he asked casually. "I just took a walk," said Tang Ru. "Oh. Good luck tomorrow." No moving, sensational encouragement. Yi Xiu simply said this offhand sentence to Tang Ru. Tomorrow? Yet Tang Ru still found a fault in his words. More good luck for the day after, said Yi Xiu calmly. Ha ha, Tang Ru laughed, without saying anything. But then, she noticed that the room Yi Xiu was headed toward didn't seem to be his own room. "Where are you going?" she asked, curious. "Some kids wanted some data, I'm bringing it to them," said Yi Xiu. In Happy, aside from Wei Chen, Yi Xiu would casually call everyone kids. Tang Ru didn't know who he was referring to, but she saw him walk into Luo Ji's room. Now that her curiosity had been piqued, Tang Ru followed. In Luo Ji's room, he, Qiao Yifan, and Wenyi were all circled around one computer. "Here." Yi Xiu held out a USB. Luo Ji accepted it and inserted it into the computer. He soon found what he was looking for and pulled it up on screen alongside his own document. He also had his notebook open, covered in writing, and he began theorycrafting with Wenyi and Qiao Yifan. Yi Xiu stood to the side, arms folded, smoking, listening very attentively. Tang Ru hid a smile. She suspected that, regarding what Luo Ji was explaining right now, even she understood more than Yi Xiu. This kid was once again using his numbers to analyze some probabilities. But he was speaking too in depth. A formula here, a derivation there, and Wenyi and Qiao Yifan looked as confused as steamed bun. Finally, Yi Xiu could take it no longer. He finally moved, and pointed to a spot on Luo Ji's screen. "Take a look here." Tang Ru was shocked. The part of the document that he pointed out was the calculation of the characteristic function through a Fourier transform of the probability density function. Yi Xiu was able to understand something that complex. Even she only knew what the words were but nothing of the details. After pointing it out, Yi Xiu was already turning around to leave, and he was met with Tang Ru's shocked expression. "Another lesson for you," Yi Xiu said, walking by Tang Ru. "Not just your opponents, you can't underestimate your teammates either." He had already walked past, and Tang Ru could only continue to stare wide-eyed at his retreating back. But then, from behind her, she heard Luo Ji ask, "What's wrong here?" "There's a bit of dirt there," said Yi Xiu, walking out of the room. Oh. Luo Ji hurriedly pulled out his glasses cloth and rubbed at that spot on his screen. Chapter 1640. The Final Battle. Nomiami. The first rest day after the match passed just like that. Aside from the review in the afternoon, Happy's players didn't gather together. Instead, each did their own thing. Yi Xiu and Su Muqing just ate and chatted, treating it like any other day. Tang Ru took a walk by herself, to keep her mind off things. Fang Rui and Mo Fan closed themselves in their rooms and didn't show their faces again. And Qiao Yifan and Wenyi and Luo Ji, these three youths seemed to make the most of their time. Even now, they were still diligently investigating something. The ones who ended up giving Chen Guo the most worry were Wei Chen and Steamed Bun. After the afternoon review, they left, and she didn't see them at all after that. She'd said that everyone was free to do their own thing, so of course she felt it would be rude to ask. But as it grew later and later, these two still hadn't returned, and Chen Guo gripped the phone in her hand, debating whether or not she should call and ask. At the same time, she listened hard for any sound of their return in the hallway. She would wait 10 more minutes. If they still weren't back in 10 minutes, she would ask where they were. Chen Guo carried this determination, but 10 minutes became 20, and then an hour. By this time, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Finally, Chen Guo couldn't hold back any longer. She picked up her phone and dialed Wei Chen's number. An unfamiliar ringtone sounded, right from the hallway. "They're back?" Chen Guo didn't hang up, instead directly rushing out of the room to look. As expected. In the hallway, Chen Guo saw Wei Chen and Steamed Bun beaming as they walked along. Because his phone was ringing, Wei Chen was currently feeling around in his pocket. When they saw Chen Guo rush out, the two of them casually greeted her, and then Wei Chen pulled out his phone and saw who was calling him. "Looking for me?" Wei Chen asked Chen Guo. "Oh, I saw that you two still weren't back, so I wanted to ask," Chen Guo said, as naturally as she could. She didn't want them to think of her as a worrisome old woman, even though she did feel much calmer seeing their return. "Oh, we were just at that internet cafe at the corner," Wei Chen said. "Why did you two go to an internet cafe?" Chen Guo was confused. "Running a black inn," said Wei Chen. "It's really fun, boss, you should come with us next time." Steamed Bun enthusiastically invited her. Chen Guo was speechless. Running a black inn was a gaming term for something commonly seen in internet cafes. To put it simply, a few players would sit together so that they could see each other's screens and easily communicate offline. With this advantage, they would be able to reach extremely good coordination, and they would bully their opponents, strangers that had been randomly grouped together. This kind of behavior wasn't worthy of being condoned, of course. As a devoted Glory fan, Chen Guo always gave dirty looks to the raucous guests running black inns in her internet cafe. She couldn't drive them out just for doing that, but whenever the internet cafe held events, like discount cards, she definitely wouldn't give these people preferential treatment. But now, Team Happy, a professional team that had made it to the finals, two of their pro players had actually gone to an internet cafe to run a black inn. Right now, Chen Guo had only one thing to say to them. "Do you really have to be like this? If only you could do this during a match, that would be great." Steamed Bun actually said this, with deep feeling. Chen Guo glared furiously at Wei Chen. This was definitely all his idea. "It's getting late, go to sleep. If we ever have some free time later we can go again." Wei Chen, completely ignoring her, said goodbye to Steamed Bun. Okay. Steamed Bun cheerfully returned to his own room. But Wei Chen looked at Chen Guo, chuckled and said, "You think we're very low for doing this, don't you?" "Very much so." Chen Guo nodded. "Actually, this is a type of religious practice," Wei Chen said. "What do you mean?" Chen Guo asked. "Next time, you can come along," Wei Chen said. "Oh, okay." Chen Guo automatically agreed. Wei Chen smiled, said good night, and also returned to his room. Chen Guo stood there dumbly for another half a minute and felt like crying. Morals. Where had her morals gone? What religious practice? This guy was making it up, right? He was just completely and utterly shameless. Just like that, the first rest day passed by. The second day was also free time for everyone. Because there was no strategy meeting like the review, Chen Guo didn't even see everyone. Chen Guo really was very curious as to what everyone was doing, and she really wanted to send a "What's everyone doing?" a message to the group chat. But, restraint! Chen Guo didn't want to bother everyone. In her heart, she truly trusted everyone. Even though these happy players all had different personalities, and some were all sorts of strange, Chen Guo felt that this was a very reliable team. Taking Wei Chen and steamed bun running a black inn, for example, Chen Guo believed that it was a sort of religious practice for them, a way for them to relax. As for staying out so late at night, she'd said she was worried, but it might have been more curiosity. So Chen Guo restrained herself. She didn't want her curiosity to ruin everyone's personal rhythms. If there was anything she wanted to know or ask, she could wait until the day the match ended. The second day swung past. On the night of the third day would be the final, championship match of this season. And on this day, the team would have a team practice for the sake of warm-up. And so, in the training room, Chen Guo saw everyone gathered together for the first time since that review meeting. Nervous. As the final match approached, Chen Guo couldn't help but grow more and more nervous. She was scared that after everyone had worked so hard for a year, they would miss this final step. That disappointment, that frustration, Chen Guo truly had no idea how to face it. The team practice lasted for around 2 hours, but they didn't interact much. The atmosphere was a bit oppressive, but under this atmosphere, Happy's players were fully focused. No one said anything to try and relieve this atmosphere. They reached a sort of harmony with the pressure. Ishio seemed to be very satisfied with this way of handling the situation. After the 2-hour team practice ended, he was smiling as he began speaking. "Is everyone ready?" Ishio asked. Some nodded, some spoke, it was all in agreement. "Then, let's win this," Ishio said. Once again, they nodded. "And then, head out." Toward Samsara's home stadium, toward the final match of this season, Happy stepped onto their final journey. The stadium was packed starting very early. Even the pro players had entered the stadium very early, and were now waiting patiently for the match's start. For the final match, the victory poll had been opened once again, and this time, what caught people's attention was no longer just the comparison in percentage. This time, the number of people casting votes was incredibly few, far fewer than those of any previous playoffs matches. This was the final, championship deciding match. How could people not pay attention? But to pay attention, and abstain from casting a vote, there was naturally only one explanation: many people didn't know to whom their vote should go. Aside from those who were firmly biased toward one side, those who were neutral or those relying on logic to analyze the question had no way to predict this match's outcome. In the first game, Samsara defeated Happy at Happy's home stadium. Such a strong performance had instantly destroyed the powerhouse Happy image that had been built up after Happy vs. Tyranny. Thus, in the second game's vote, Samsara completely suppressed Happy. But then, in the second game, Ishio led Happy by defeating Juzakai in 1v1, and then in the team competition, all sorts of godly performances shook the stage. People found that they had been very wrong in their assessments that Samsara would win for sure. Happy won in Samsara's demonic home stadium, breaking Samsara's perfect home record. Samsara defeated Happy at Happy's home, and they retaliated by defeating Samsara in their home. On paper, Samsara's strength was greater than Happy's, anyone would admit this. But if Happy once again had this kind of godlike performance? Happy's unpredictability caused everyone who wanted to rely on logic to become lost. Right now, everyone wanted to use the phrase that commentator Lee Ibor often fell back upon when he couldn't clearly determine the situation: let's wait and see. Wait and see, Glory Pro League Season 10, the championship deciding final match. Amidst blinding lights and deafening cheers, it began. The two teams' players lined up on stage. The curtain was about to close on this season's journey. Who would be the champion? Samsara. With the home stadium advantage, Samsara's fans took the lead in making noise. Chapter 1641. Inevitable Confrontation. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. No matter how much support they received on the internet, no matter how many neutral Glory fans were beginning to favor Happy, but in this stadium, the support for Samsara would always be unrivaled. This was their home stadium. Here were their most die-hard fans. No matter what, they would never give up on supporting their team. Samsara is the champion. The stadium was filled with such shouts. Perhaps influenced by what had happened yesterday at Culture Square, the Samsara fans in the stadium today very carefully used Samsara as the subject of their cheers. Even though Happy's fans were unwilling to show weakness, it was indeed difficult to take the upper hand when the other side had this kind of momentum. After going through the trials of this season, Happy's fan group now had experience of challenging the opponent's home stadium. As the away team, because of the vast numbers disparity, there was no way to knock over the opponent through sheer sound. In this situation, they had to rely more on chants and banners, creating visual momentum. These, at least, could not be covered no matter what. But there was a big pitfall to this strategy, which was, holding up a large sign would block the view of the row or row sitting right behind. This pitfall largely limited the usage of posters and banners. But today, Happy's fans went ahead with it regardless. In the away team audience section, row after row of signs declared victory, so dense that the section looked like a mountain forest. The section seemed to be entirely banners, no people. Aside from the audience members sitting in the very front, there was practically no row whose line of sight could escape. Even though the match still hadn't officially begun, for the Happy fans to prepare their banners to create such a magnificent sight, it could be seen how conscious the fans were of this match. Their sound couldn't resound in this stadium, but this continuous expanse of banners became the focus of attention in this stadium, and the television broadcast gave them extra screen time. If they hadn't prepared beforehand, this kind of thing could never happen spontaneously, no matter how many fans Samsara had. They had no other choice, they could only bring forth even more volume, to fight against Happy's visual momentum. Beneath the clashing swords, the two teams completed the pre-match exchange very calmly. After simple handshakes, however, the new height of pre-match excitement arrived. Because this match would determine to whom the championship belonged, the Alliance arranged for the championship trophy, the symbol of supreme glory, to be revealed before the match. The stadium's lights extinguished all at once, and before the audience even had time to utter shouts, the spotlights all converged on the podium. At some point, the trophy had already been placed there, but under the absolute concentration of light, in this instant, it seemed like the sun hanging in the sky, flashing with infinite radiance. The players, the audience, everyone's gazes were captured by this sight. The spotlights dispersed, the stadium's normal lighting came back on, and instantly everything was back to normal. But everyone's gazes continued to linger on that championship trophy, gazes filled with desire and anticipation. Fuck, what a cheap gimmick. Someone among the pro players complained, sounding extremely scornful, but no one answered. In that instant where the championship trophy had been lit up, whether or not they had won the championship before, every single one of them had felt their heart stir. This was a gimmick, but it was an extremely effective gimmick. Even for the one who had complained, there'd been some longing in his tone, a refusal to resign. This match, this sort of gimmick, it really provoked a certain sadness in their hearts. The match was about to begin, but the two teams didn't immediately return to their player areas. They gathered in front of their respective competitor booths, and everyone looked up toward the giant display screen, waiting for the group arena's random map selection. With a sound, the selection began. Images flashed by on screen for around 5 seconds, before suddenly coming to a halt. A digital voice clearly announced the name of this map, Inevitable Confrontation. The name of this map really fits the occasion. No information was released beforehand about the random maps used in the playoffs. Even the broadcast commentators were only learning about the map now, and the commentary of course began from the name. Championship, finals, an encounter on a narrow road, inevitable confrontation. There was no more description more fitting. And now, the map that had been chosen had this name. The holographic projection and the stadium display screen began a simple overview of this map's layout and characteristics. A narrow valley, a bit twisting, but not complex. On both sides were steep and towering cliffs. As for whether they could be climbed, aside from a Nightwalker carrying an Injato, it was hard to say. At this time, people would automatically think of Lord Grimm's many changing techniques, but because these cliffs were so high, as soon as they reached the top, they would be too far away to pose any threat at all to those at the bottom. As for whether or not there were any ambush points along the wall, that could not be seen clearly from such a brief introduction. It doesn't look like there's anything particularly special about this map, Pan Lin said, after seeing this simple overview. There were definitely many maps in the original selection that had this kind of simple feature, and this map had been specially made for the playoffs. If they'd only designed this valley with a few extra twists and turns, there was really nothing new about this at all. Just as everyone was wondering the same question, suddenly, there were screams of murder from the holographic projection. Everyone watched as horses and men appeared at both ends of the canyon, and ambushes also appeared on both mountain walls. Soon, the men and horses met at the center of the canyon and began to fight, killing each other ferociously. On the cliffs, the ambushes activated, and all sorts of boulders and wood tumbled down. In a few moments, both armies were completely wiped out. Everyone was stunned. What was this? It surely wasn't an animation just added to complement the name Inevitable Confrontation, right? This was the finals. They needed to introduce the map information in an orderly way. How could such empty showiness be allowed? So, this wasn't some animation created to enhance the atmosphere. This was something that would actually happen on this map. It wasn't just about the topography, they were actually introducing interfering events. Regardless of the outcome of this match, this design would inevitably trigger much discussion and controversy afterward. But at the moment, the audience was very curious to see how the players would respond to such a map with events and NPC interference. Yet right now, there was pitifully little information about this interference. Was the timing of this event completely random, or set for a certain time? Would it only happen once per battle, or multiple? From their attacks, it seemed like the two groups on opposite ends of the canyon and those on the cliff walls formed three separate teams. What would be their attitudes toward the players' characters? Too much information that was needed to understand this map was not given before the match, and because of the ingenuity of this design, acquiring information about this map would be much more complicated than simply observing the terrain characteristics. The first and even the second players of both teams would have to do a lot of work in this aspect. So, who would the two teams send up? Everyone was very curious. But on television, commentators Pan Lin and Liebor were very evasive. Although they had some ideas in their minds, they didn't dare speak easily. They had truly been face-slapped too many times. This time, continuing to send out Yishio first is a very appropriate choice for Happy. Over in the pro player section, they didn't have anything holding them back, and after discussion, they all agreed on this prediction. Facing such a complex situation, it would be best to send out Yishio, someone who was experienced and had extremely good awareness. While gaining information, he had a very high chance of winning battles in such unpredictable situations. As for Samsara, from Happy, Yishio was the best choice. Everyone recognized this in a glance. Not only did it make sense, it could continue the psychological oppression that his win streak had established. On the other hand, Samsara was definitely aware of Happy's best choice, so their choice of player would, to a certain extent, have to counter it. Who was most appropriate on Samsara's side? While everyone was discussing, Samsara's Jiang Buta reported their first player to the judge. And at the same time, from their roster, Sun Slong was already walking toward the competitor booth. Chapter 1642. You can't have openings if you don't act. Nomiami. Nomiami. Seeing Sun Strong walk toward the competitor booth just like that, the pro players were stunned. It wasn't that they doubted this choice of player or anything, but as of now, the judge still hadn't announced the final player choice of both teams. But from Samsara, Sun Strong was walking toward the competitor booth just like that? He was exposing information. Because of the random nature of the third round of playoffs, the player order was decided on the spot. If one went before the other, then it would be like revealing your move too early when playing rock, paper, scissors. The competition system couldn't allow this kind of flaw, so following normal procedure, the two teams would first report their players to the judge would confirm, and then it would be announced to the stadium through the big screen. Only then would the players go on stage, verified by the judge. This was the normal procedure because it amplified the atmosphere of the live match. Often, the name would be announced at the same time as the player went on stage. But in reality, the player had been determined long beforehand. Otherwise, if one team's player stood up first, then the other team could see that and say, "Oh, that player, then we'll send this player up." This was the problem with Sun Strong exposing the roster order. Right now, Happy actually hadn't reported their player order yet, but he was already walking toward the booth. Then, if Happy made any arrangement specifically targeting Sun Strong, then that wouldn't be breaking any rules. They would just be getting a bargain. And on Samsara's side? They had no way to make any further changes. Jiang Buito had already reported the first player to the referee. This was a huge oversight. Sun Strong, that guy, this crucial match hadn't even started yet and he'd already made such a low-level mistake. Pro players were very familiar with the match format and paid attention to the rules, so they immediately realized that Sun Strong's actions didn't seem right. But the ordinary audience members didn't have this professional sensitivity. Right now, they were actually applauding and praising Sun Strong's appearance. Was this a trick? Seeing that the other Samsara players didn't have any reaction to Sun Strong's action, the pro players couldn't help but begin to think in this direction. It was one thing for just Sun Strong himself to get confused, but there was no way that not a single person in Samsara realized the problem, right? But if this really were a trick, then the team's reactions didn't seem quite right, either. If they were pretending, they should at least pretend to be alarmed at Sun Strong's actions, right? And then when Happy made counteractive arrangements, they would suddenly change players. They could then say that Sun Strong was just wandering around the stage. There was nothing against the rules about that. That was what that plan should look like, but it didn't look like Samsara was doing that, either. Nor did Happy have much of a reaction. Yishio walked toward the judge, reporting their first player, and then he headed toward the competitor booth. As expected, Happy's first player was Yishio. Even when Samsara had leaked information, they stuck with their original, obvious plan. One after another, Sun Strong and Yishio entered their respective competitor booths. Bold, confident. Samsara displayed the kingly attitude of a championship team. They didn't engage in any of those schemes that people were imagining. Upright and honest, they sent out their first player, who boldly walked into the competitor booth. No trick. Was there really no trick? The trick is that there is no trick, Blue Rain's Yu Wenju suddenly said. In other words, if you feel that there is no trick, then there is no trick. If you feel that there is a trick, then the trick comes, he added. Xiao Shiqin nodded, Wang Jieshi also nodded, Zhong Xinjie did not disagree, but no one said anything else. Most of the others were still at a loss. Only after thinking hard did they begin to understand, and they all felt that their brains weren't enough. How black-hearted, those who could follow the twisting logic were all sighing. And at this time, the judge announced, the first battle of the final match group arena began now. Map loaded, characters loaded. A narrow, slightly winding canyon, extending from north to south. Sun Strong's one autumn leaf loaded in on the north end of the canyon, while Lord Grim was on the south end. Behind each of the two characters was usually the map boundary. Right now, the televised broadcast showed a close-up of the area behind the characters. The so-called map world behind the characters was filled with two military camps of NPCs, each with a wooden sign at their entrances, with words written very clearly on them, a military area, death to intruders. The players watching the match suddenly understood. This map world was like the edge of a cliff, an abyss, a place that the characters would suffer damage just from entering. This kind of boundary design wasn't unique in Glory, and this map simply used a particular method to implement this design. However, this kind of scene, would it be like an abyss where once you fell, there was no way to survive? No one knew. In this kind of crucial match, there was no way anyone would test it out for themselves. If they were to test, they would want to think of a way to send the opponent's character there. Right now, as soon as Yishio and Sun Strong realized the design behind them, they immediately controlled their characters to stay far away. Sun Strong's one autumn leaf steadily stepped forward. Even though Yishio could control Lord Grim to use the myriad manifestation umbrellas Ninjato form to scale the canyon walls, right now he did the exact same thing as Sun Strong, control his character to steadily advance. The two characters' actions at the start of the match were exactly the same. The audience watched as the two characters, one heading south, one heading north. Both were looking left and right at their surroundings in the same way. If not for their entirely different equipment, it would be hard to distinguish who was who. At last, the two characters reached the middle, where there were no twists and turns. Very quickly, they saw their approaching opponent. The movement pace of the two characters instantly became cautious. No turns, no way to circle around. This was the so-called inevitable confrontation, a direct collision on a narrow road, where there was no way to evade. Closer, step by step. Lord Grimm's attacks could reach far, and right now the opponent was already within his attack range. But Yishio didn't attack. He simply maintained his rhythm, allowing Lord Grimm to approach step by step. Sun Slong was even less likely to attack. A battle mage was a class that needed to be close enough to reach their full battle potential. As the distance closed, options gradually opened up to him, such as Dragon Breaks the Ranks, which could instantly eliminate the distance between the two characters right now. But Sun Slong still did not make a move. Neither side attacked. And then, as though the two of them agreed, one suddenly went left, one went right, both moving at a slant. Just as the distance between them looked like it was about to be closed, the two suddenly controlled their characters to move diagonally, increasing the distance horizontally. Were these two planning to let each other go by just like that, and continue to study this map? Seeing this scene, many people already began to think in this direction. But the pro players all knew that this kind of investigation wasn't very necessary. Their offstage teammates had the same omniscient view as the audience, and investigation was shared. So that half of the map that Lord Grimm hadn't stepped in yet, Happy's players had already seen it from the point of view of Sun Slong's One Autumn Leaf. The only one who didn't know that area was Yishio himself. Similarly, Sun Slong had experienced one half of the map for himself, and was still unfamiliar with the other half. In this kind of situation, would they really let the other go by to understand that half of the map they still hadn't experienced? No pro player would have such a harmonious and friendly thought. In this moment, for the players on stage, this one half known, one half unknown was their strength and weakness. Thus, when they met, the main goal of their confrontation should be to force the opponent toward the area that they were familiar with and that their opponent was unfamiliar with, and decide victory there. That was why neither player attacked. Their characters drew closer and closer, both of them looking for this kind of opportunity, to bring the opponent into the half of the map behind them. But neither of them found such an opportunity, because both of them were very cautious, and neither left any openings. This made it seem like there was a high level of unspoken understanding and coordination between them, but in reality neither forgot that their opponent was their opponent. They paid attention to the other's movement solely to find a chance. As soon as there was an opening, that there was an opportunity to be seized, both of them would destroy this coordination without hesitation. Their north-south distance was practically zero, but because of their slanted movement, there was still around 6 units of distance between them horizontally. Both characters had their backs facing the canyon wall. Unlike before, they were no longer looking around. They were focused entirely on the opponent in front of them. Movement stopped. Standoff. 6 units of distance. Lord Grimm had too many skills he could use to attack the opponent, and One Autumn Leaf could also attack the opponent at this distance. Because of the long reach of a battle mage weapon, their attack distance was a bit longer than things like fists or swords. But the two players simply continued to face each other without moving. No movement. The display showed their hand speeds as 0, 2 flat lines on the graph leisurely progressing forward. 1 second, 2 seconds. But even though there was no movement, that didn't mean that it wasn't draining their energy. Both of the players were currently extremely focused. The rhythm wasn't just slow, it had completely stopped, and no one knew who would attack first. They only knew that in this kind of static standoff, it would be very difficult to break the equilibrium first. The game wasn't like reality. As long as there were no inputs, the character could maintain its posture and position for years. And moving could potentially create an opening. Despite the many experts watching this match, they were at a loss as to how to break this absolute standoff. No one could have predicted that these two would engage in a standoff to this level. In order to avoid creating openings and eliminate flaws, they continuously made their moves simpler and simpler, decreasing their movements, lowering their speed. At last, they sunk to the limit, to the very lowest. If you didn't act, there would be no openings. This was no longer a situation, it was a state that only pro players could appreciate. It would be very difficult to break this state from within. To break from the outside, there was typically only one reason, the judge deciding that this was improper player conduct and getting involved. But this standoff wasn't improper conduct, it was that there was simply no way to act. There were no controls being made, but the confrontation never stopped. This was a battle of spirit. If this were truly broken by the judge for improper conduct, the beauty of the scene really would be ruined. Fortunately, today's map happened to have another outside method to break this standoff. Event Refresh. Chapter 1643. The mountain storm has arrived. Nomiami. Nomiami. As the saying went, a coming storm is foretold by the rising mountain wind. But right now, it wasn't just the wind, the storm itself was upon them. From the two ends of the canyon, the area forbidden to the players, the two camps of NPCs charged forth like rushing water. War cries and pounding footsteps rose up, sending clouds of dust billowing as they made their way toward the center of the map. At the same time, the hidden ambushes on the canyon walls began to make their move, paying attention to the situation below them as they made their way toward the center of the canyon as well. The audience could see all of this very clearly. But Yishio and Sun Strong were unaware. The two continued to stand there, unmoving. The two sides grew closer and closer. The sound carried through the canyon, and wavering forms began to appear at the very limits of their vision. The two still did not move. Right now, they were no longer competing in just patience or concentration. It was more a battle of willpower. With the interference of the NPCs, the two would have to move sooner or later. And now, they were about to see who could endure until the very last moment before moving. In a typical match, players were competing to be the first to do something, and they would fear that their controls weren't fast enough, that they couldn't beat the opponent in speed. But today, in this battle between Yishio and Sun Strong, the two of them had suppressed this match to this extent. It was as though they were playing a game where whoever moved first would lose. Reality, of course, wasn't that absolute. In fact, whoever moved first now might even be able to take the initiative. But neither of them took this risk. Yes, risk. The very simple action of breaking the unmoving situation to attack was actually considered a risk by the two of them. In this battle, the level of caution they were taking could be described as insane. If that weren't the case, they would have never become locked in a stalemate like this. But Yishio doing this was one thing, the pro players were shocked to see Sun Strong doing so as well. This haughty, impatient youth was actually able to restrain himself and compete in patience, compete in willpower. In their view, Sun Strong was competing with his weakness against the opponent's strength. In this kind of stalemate, he couldn't just toss his keyboard and mouse to the side. It required high concentration, maintaining a calm and steady mental state. Anyone could do this for a short bit of time. But maintaining this steady state for a long time was very difficult, especially for someone with a personality like Sun Strong's. Not many people felt that he could keep control. And right now, he was faced with a big test, the event refresh. The armies of NPCs approached, blocking the already narrow canyon so tightly that even water couldn't escape. This next test was no longer just the problem of the opponent. Time was running out, the distance was closing. The NPCs were lined up in battle formation. Glory's NPCs were also divided into the classes of Glory players, but their skill trees were much simpler. The more ordinary NPCs normally only had 1 or 2 skills, boss-level ones typically only had 3 or 5. Very few would have a complete skill tree. However, mixing skills across classes was fairly frequent. And the charge after the event activation had been shown by the map introduction earlier. If the players had been paying attention, they should have taken note of the NPC's class composition and battle methods. Neither Happy nor Samsara had overlooked this point, and right now the unfolding position of the NPCs was exactly the same as had been shown in the preview video. In the front row were knights. Once they had gotten close enough, they all lifted their shields. Instantly, there were no people to be seen on either side, only shields. It was as though Lord Grim and one autumn leaf were sealed in a rectangular box. And then, boom boom boom, the sound of cannon fire. Hidden behind the shields, the gunner classes of the two sides launched their attacks first, and they had all chosen the same skill, Stinger. Stinger, 10 of them. The number of shots was also something that the players had paid attention to during the map introduction, and indeed, there were this many. The timing of the fire was also exactly the same. As for the flight path, everyone had originally wondered whether they would adjust depending on the exact position of the two players, but now, they saw that they still followed the rhythm of the introduction. In other words, right now, the two armies of NPCs were still ignoring Lord Grim and one autumn leaf. They were not the major targets of the stingers. Bang 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 bang. Soon after, the stingers exploded like fireworks in the air. One artillery shell would explode into 8, making 160 stingers in total. Even though Lord Grim and one autumn leaf hadn't changed the attack rhythm of the NPCs, the wide AoE of this skill meant that their position would still be covered by this attack. These two were really enduring to this extent. The stingers were almost upon them. Were they still not moving? They moved. The first one who moved was actually Lord Grim. The one who couldn't last any longer was actually Yishio. Those who didn't understand the subtleties of this scene didn't think that this was a big deal, and in fact a number of people were thinking about how Yishio's reaction was faster. But the pro players were extremely surprised. Sun Strong was actually steadier than Yishio? Right now, Lord Grim moved first, and Sun Slong could finally begin to attack. But then, Lord Grim's arms came up, his hands moving in a blur. Sun Slong wanted to cry. Shadow Clone Technique. Lord Grim had actually used this technique. Standoff, restraint, both sides were waiting for the best chance to move, all the way until they had been surrounded by the NPCs. Yishio could endure no longer, he made the first move, and Lord Grim moved, to run. Dragon breaks the ranks. Sun Slong, who had already realized that something was wrong, used his fastest reaction and fastest hand speed. One autumn leaf lifted Evil Annihilation and rushed forward, instantly shattering Lord Grim. But Sun Slong's heart sank. Shattering meant that this was a shadow clone. The shadow clone technique had been successfully cast. Lord Grim had already left from this position. Where was he? Sun Slong lifted the view of one autumn leaf, and the first thing he saw was a stinger about to land right upon his face. There was no time to dodge. Boom! The explosive power of a stinger wasn't actually very large, but it could easily cover a head. In this moment, it was as though one autumn leaf's head exploded. Through his fire-blurred vision, Sun Slong could see Lord Grim land atop an outcropping on the cliff face, but in order to be well prepared, the ninjato in his right hand was also firmly stuck in the stone. Sun Slong had only managed one look before Lord Grim was moving again, nimbly using his ninjato to climb the wall. Stalemate? Restraint? Wait for the best moment to attack? Who moved first would lose. Sun Slong truly no longer knew if Yishio had even had these thoughts. Perhaps it had been like that at the start, but as the situation changed, his thought process had changed as well, or perhaps from the very beginning, he'd been purposefully putting on this act, all to lead him into this trap now. After the widespread explosions of the stingers, the two teams of NPCs continued to advance. According to the map introduction video, what came next would be the Knights' charge, and then the shields of both sides would brutally crash together. Indeed, that seemed to be what was happening. The lines of knights were already lowering their shields and rushing forward with charge. But unlike the video, this time there was an extra one autumn leaf in the middle. Sun Slong was like the layer of cream stuck between two cookies. Clang 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 clang. The shields clashed together, producing a deep, ringing sound. In the end, one autumn leaf did manage to escape being squished into cream. A dragon breaks the ranks allowed him to charge to the mountain wall, and then he jumped up, kicking against the cliffside. The second jump gave him the height he needed at the crucial moment to avoid the shields crashing below him. Dragon Tooth, double stab, and the stab from a normal attack. Mid-air for hit combo was instantly completed, striking against the wall, and they accurately struck against the same place. The razor-sharp evil annihilation ultimately pierced through, and just like that, one autumn leaf hung in the air. He still had to curl his lower body, lifting up his two legs in order to avoid the NPCs clashing beneath him. Not bad. Praise from Yishio flashed in the chat. Sun Strong lifted his camera view and saw that Yishio had already found another outcropping. Lord Grim stood steadily atop it, and this time he had retracted his ninjato. The myriad manifestations umbrella was balanced in his right hand, and at the tip of the umbrella, the gun's muzzle was a black hole. In his left hand he held a grenade, and just as Sun Strong controlled one autumn leaf to lift his head, that grenade came tumbling down, and immediately after, boom boom boom, 3 anti-tank missiles were flying toward him. One autumn leaf, dangling in midair, desperately hanging on to evil annihilation with legs curled, was pathetic enough. How could he avoid this kind of attack? But in the moment that the grenade and the missiles were about to strike, one autumn leaf's body suddenly shrunk into nothingness, as though he'd been squeezed into a void. Teleport. Last match, this was the skill that Sun Strong had chosen to add to one autumn leaf's weapon. This match, it was the same. The attack was dodged, and it seemed like one autumn leaf could use this move to find a temporary landing point. But suddenly, Lord Grim lifted his right leg and kicked out. Front kick. And then, everyone saw as a figure tore out of the void right into this foot. One autumn leaf was sent flying. The pro players watching this all sighed and shook their heads. When it came to mind games, even 10 Sun Strongs combined were no match for Yishio. Chapter 1644. True Initiative. Nomiami. Nomiami. Front kick, knockback effect, but right now one autumn leaf was in midair, so the knockback became a blow away. How had this attack been so accurate? How did Yishio make such a godly prediction? Most of the normal players were freaking out, but the pro players all understood that to call the prediction godly was a bit excessive. Yishio simply made a fairly good response to one possibility among many. If Yishio had truly completely predicted that Sun Strong would control one autumn leaf to teleport here, then a better move for him would have been to use a stronger attack. But instead, he only used a front kick, a short and fast skill. When using this skill, his first consideration was that even if Sun Strong hadn't controlled one autumn leaf to teleport here, it wasn't a big deal if the kick missed. This one kick wouldn't affect his own position. But right now, this kick had served a purpose. And if this front kick were only perfunctory, without any follow-up attack, that would be too unbefitting of his god level. The front kick landed, and then Lord Grim leapt forward, chasing after the flying one autumn leaf. But Sun Strong was no weakling. True, he was no match for Yishio when it came to playing mind games, and Yishio had predicted his actions this time. But when it came to a battle of technique, Sun Strong feared no expert. Even in this situation, he still completed an attack. Circle swing. Even as one autumn leaf was in midair, his attack was still that fast, that accurate, that fierce. The spear evil annihilation became a streak of dark light, striking toward the pursuer Lord Grim. But then, Lord Grim suddenly waved his hand, the myriad manifestations umbrella switched to ninjato form and stuck in the mountain wall. With that, Lord Grim's body halted. In the end, the dark streak that was evil annihilation just barely missed him. Smiley face. Yishio actually still had time to send an emoticon in the chat. The pro players who saw this screen couldn't help but hear Yishio's shameless laughter ringing in their ears. Their imaginations were enough to replicate his voice. But Sun Strong wouldn't accept defeat lying down. The circle swing missed, but the retracted evil annihilation swung behind him, jabbing out sideways, piercing the mountain wall. Flying backwards, one autumn leaf crashed into this obstacle that he'd created for himself. But to everyone's surprise, one autumn leaf actually curled his body, and used the force from colliding against evil annihilation to change direction, doing a roll. This was a quick recover? Not just the ordinary audience members, even the pro players were shocked. On the narrow shaft of the spear, Sunstrong had actually managed to control one autumn leaf to perform this quick recover roll. Like an acrobat, one autumn leaf ended up balanced on the spear's shaft. This definitely wasn't a control that a player would practice normally. This was something that Sunstrong had invented on the spot, demonstrating his incredible adaptability as well as his high hand speed and precise control. Like this, Sunstrong was actually able to control a battle mage to what a ninja did. But the ninja had this ability largely by relying on the special properties of the ninjato. That long rope attached to the end of the blade was the key to allowing one to climb. And Sunstrong's one autumn leaf could only perch on evil annihilation like this, because his hands needed to hold onto evil annihilation. Otherwise, he would be dropping the weapon. In this situation, it was relatively easy to jump out horizontally, and he could pull out the spear as he did so. But if he wanted to jump upward, then the spear firmly lodged in the mountain wall supporting the character's weight became an obstacle. This problem had been studied long before, and the conclusion had been that it was too difficult and probably wasn't worth it. In the end, no one wasted their energy to try to make it happen. What would Sunstrong do now? Everyone was suddenly very curious, and the stadium was already filled with thunderous applause just for that acrobatic feat Sunstrong had just completed. But was the important thing right now what Sunstrong would do? No. The one who had the initiative right now was definitely Yishio. What Yishio would do would direct the upcoming situation of this battle. So even though Yishio also very impressed at Sunstrong's quick recover, it didn't cause him to slow down the pace. Just as one autumn leaf stabilized himself atop the spear, Lord Grimm was already flying toward him. One autumn leaf was balanced on his weapon. If he pulled it out, the character would fall. If he didn't pull it out, how could he use skills to fight back? Everyone had just been praising Sunstrong's ingenuity with his move, but right now, it looked like his ingenuity had blocked him off in a dead end. At this moment, as one autumn leaf crouched on the spear, his left hand still tightly gripped evil annihilation, while his right palm thrust forward. Falling flower palm. An attack with decent priority and AoE. However, the attack distance was too short, which was the obvious mistake. The falling flower palm came out, but Lord Grimm was already slashing toward him with a sword. When it collided with the magic energy of falling flower palm, it didn't lose in priority at all. In fact, it could be said that it completely pierced through the magic energy from this palm. How evil! After this attack came out, the pro players all sighed. Wave Wheel Slasher! Yishio had actually controlled Lord Grimm to use this attack in midair. With the priority of this attack, how could the falling flower palm blast it aside? It was naturally at a large disadvantage. The sword light wiped past, the ripples of energy immediately locked onto one autumn leaf, and following the direction pointed by the sword, tore him in that direction. Evil annihilation was pulled out of the mountain wall, one autumn leaf was locked in midair by the rippling energy from Wave Wheel Slasher and began to take damage. But everyone could see that the key point right now wasn't this bit of damage, but that one autumn leaf had been completely sent into the air without a single bit of support. Left? Right? Even if evil annihilation had been another 1.5 times as long, he still wouldn't be able to reach either mountain wall. One autumn leaf could only hang there and wait for the Wave Wheel Slasher to finish, before free-falling down into the clashing armies of NPCs below him. After Yishio's Lord Grimm sent one autumn leaf flying with a Wave Wheel Slasher, the Myriad Manifestations umbrella changed form again. Lord Grimm, pressed against the mountain wall, stood steadily as one autumn leaf fell into the chaotic battle below. They were about to see what kind of attitude these two armies of NPCs would have toward a stranger that had snuck his way into their ranks. But for Samsara, this experiment was a bit cruel, as their player's character became the guinea pig. One autumn leaf falling. If one's eyes were sharp, they could see that one autumn leaf was making adjustments while in the air. The grab of a Wave Wheel Slasher didn't have as overwhelmingly high priority as a circle swing or the many grab attacks of a grappler. As soon as the damage ended, the character could be controlled by the player again. One autumn leaf stretched himself out in midair, the spear Evil Annihilation was already lifted to his head, and the instant he landed, Evil Annihilation came down, shaking the earth. Shattering the lands. This was Sun Slong's response. Chapter 1645. The Final Choice. Nomiami. Nomiami. In Season 7, Sun Slong stepped unstage for the first time and immediately received widespread attention. Even though he came from a weak team like Conquering Clouds, his performance was exceptional, breaking through the rookie wall and easily collecting the Best Rookie award. At that time, Prodigy, the star of hope, all sorts of extravagant praise rained down upon him. Sun Slong very quickly became pleased and satisfied by all this. Amidst all of this, there was much commentary about how if Sun Slong weren't held back by the rest of his team, or if he had a top god-level character, then perhaps Sun Slong would have had even better results in his first season or even made history. Sun Slong deeply appreciated this kind of talk. He also felt that his abilities hadn't reached their full potential and that he needed a bigger space to shine. He needed a better team, and he needed a top-notch character. Battle God One Autumn Leaf was undoubtedly the most godly character in Glory, and Yi Chio, called the Glory textbook, was the top god in Glory history. But Sun Slong didn't think that it was such a big deal. He of course knew of Yi Chio's past glory, but by the time he'd gotten into Glory, all he saw was the performance of Yi Chio and Excellent Era decline year by year. So, when Excellent Era extended an olive branch to him in Season 8, Sun Slong was overjoyed. He felt that this was a match made in heaven. He needed exactly this kind of team, this kind of character. He came to Excellent Era, replaced Yi Chio, accepted the Battle God One Autumn Leaf. Sun Slong was puffed up with pride. He felt that a new era was upon him. With this kind of top-notch team and character, he would immediately soar up into the sky. But that season, Excellent Era was relegated. No result was more painful than this. That season, even Conquering Clouds, who'd aspired for the playoffs while Sun Slong was still there, hadn't fallen to that extent after Sun Slong left. What had happened? Sun Slong, whose professional career was still only 2 years, would be lying if he said he hadn't panicked. He had a top-notch character, a championship team. How could their final result be relegation? Where had they gone wrong? Was his own skill not enough? No. Of course that couldn't be the reason. At that time, Sun Slong was already beginning to doubt himself, but he was unwilling to believe it. He was unwilling to ponder this question seriously. He was anxious to prove himself, and he had considered leaving Excellent Era sooner, but the team's quick actions after becoming relegated ultimately convinced him to place his expectations on this team. But then, that season, in the Challenger League finals, Excellent Era lost to Happy. He lost again. He lost to Yi Chio, lost to this person that he'd squeezed out of Excellent Era, the guy who'd lost everything. Top-tier characters? Happy had none. An incredible roster? Happy didn't have that, either. Just by relying on this kind of team, Yi Chio was able to defeat Sun Slong and Excellent Era. This wasn't just the victory and defeat of one match, nor the victory and defeat of an entire season. This completely destroyed Sun Slong's sense of what had value in Glory. With a top-tier character and strong teammates, he could soar right up into the sky. This was what Sun Slong had always believed. And Happy had none of these things. And yet, Happy won. From Best Rookie to transferring to a top powerhouse, in the span of a short year and a half, Sun Slong had experienced the shining peak of life that countless people would never reach. And then in the next year and a half, relegation, failure in the Challenger League, this was a blow that many pro players had never experienced. 3 years, in the first 3 years of his professional career, Sun Slong had experienced many things. But when he looked back, he discovered that he was still so far away from the playoffs, never mind the final stage. Wasn't he a prodigy? Wasn't he brimming with talent? Wasn't he the star of tomorrow? Excellent Era disbanded, and Sun Slong and One Autumn Leaf joined Samsara. He still controlled the top character, he had even stronger teammates by his side. This was the 2 consecutive championship Master of Kings. Amidst the grey of his professional career, a new chance came to turn things around. In fact, it could be said that he'd reached an even higher level. But this time, Sun Strong would not be the arrogant and complacent person he was before. He began to attentively scrutinize himself, study how he could become better. He did well. He swiftly integrated with the rest of Team Samsara. It wasn't like how many commentators had warned, where there might be internal conflicts because of issues about the core position. He and Juzakai, one close and one long range, their double-one partnership ultimately took the Best Partners award for this season. He finally fixed his attitude. And in this season's battles, he once again met Happy, once again met Yi Xiao. And again, they met in the finals, facing off directly against each other. This battle had even given them an appropriate map, Inevitable Confrontation. Sun Xiong wanted to win. He wanted to defeat Happy, and wanted to defeat Yi Xiao even more. He admitted that it was thanks to Yi Xiao and Happy that he had woken up, but this only made him want to defeat them even more. He hoped to let all of Happy, let Yi Xiao see, that he was no longer the Sun Xiong that they had defeated before. And so he was cautious, he was prudent, he didn't allow himself to make any mistake in this match. It was for the sake of Samsara's victory, and at the same time it was to fiercely prove himself in front of the person who had defeated him before. In the end, he had still ended up in such a pathetic position. But this time, he wasn't angry, wasn't resentful, wasn't like before, where he found fault in everything except himself. Immediately, he began to evaluate himself, and he realized, perhaps he had used the wrong method. Caution, psychological battle, these weren't his strengths, but in order to prove himself, he still chose to use this playstyle that didn't quite suit him. Even though he very much hoped that he could surpass Yi Xiao in all aspects, in reality, everyone had their strengths and weaknesses. Sun Xiong's strengths didn't lay in these areas. He should choose to use the playstyle that he was good at. Because, on the battlefield, his goal was to win, not to surpass. The only thing that people needed to surpass was themselves. Following his own footsteps, one step after another surpassing himself. Only then would he become stronger and stronger. Yi Xiao, or anyone, they should not be targets to be surpassed. Rather, they should be defeated. Shattering the lands. A level 75 skill, this was Sun Xiong's final choice. In the face of uncertainty regarding the NPC's attitude toward the players, he was no longer careful, he was no longer trying to think it over carefully, because those were not his strengths. He could not become one of those players who relied on their minds to fight. He took the initiative in attacking the NPCs. Shattering the land sent magic energy surging through the ground, causing these obstacles in front of him to go flying into the air. These people in my way, all of you can die. In this instant, the imposing aura that one autumn leaf displayed was just like the battle god under Yi Xiao's hands back in the day. Chapter 1646. One autumn leaf's strongest state. Nomiami. Nomiami. The event NPCs were interference, but at the same time they could be used. If used well, this could be an extremely intelligent match. In the past, Sun Xiong had thought that he was all-powerful, that there was nothing he couldn't do in glory. But now, he could admit that these games involving lots of calculations weren't his strong point. So, he didn't bother with thinking about whether these things could be any use to him. If it's interference, then wipe it away. Shattering the lands tossed the nearby NPCs into the air. Offstage, the players from the two teams were seizing the chance to observe. Without clashing with the NPCs like this, it would be very difficult to judge how strong they were. Aside from that, how would these NPCs react to someone taking the initiative to attack them? Before this, the two armies seemed to have mostly ignored the presence of Lord Grim and one autumn leaf. While the two of them had been climbing the mountain wall, the NPCs hadn't specifically directed any attacks toward the two of them. But right now, after being directly attacked like this, if the NPCs still had no reaction, then this event's design would be fairly boring. Glory, this classic game, would never have that kind of meaningless design, whether in-game or on a competitive map. Indeed, after being attacked by Sun Xiong's one autumn leaf, the two teams of NPCs no longer ignored them. Both sides suddenly had a clear attack target, one autumn leaf. Cannon shots, magic spells. One autumn leaf had already cleared the area immediately surrounding him, so the first attacks that arrived were all long-range. Aside from those that caused damage, there were also a few curses with controlling effects. The class composition of these NPCs was quite well-rounded. But Sun Strong had predicted this possibility. When the attacks reached him, the end animation of shattering the lands had completed. One autumn leaf darted forward like an arrow, leaving many attacks behind him. At the same time, he swung his arm again, tossing forth a tyrant's destruction toward the NPCs falling from the air like dumplings. A streak of dark light. The many NPCs tumbling in front of one autumn leaf were swept aside by the tyrant's destruction. Each of them flew backward toward the mountain wall, where Yishio's Lord Grim was still cheerfully watching the show. Sun Strong didn't forget who his opponent was, he didn't forget the goal of this battle. While sweeping away this disruption, he was already beginning to attack Yishio. Sun Strong had turned the NPCs into human cannonballs, but the blowback of the tyrant's destruction wasn't very strong. These human cannonballs didn't fly very quickly, and could be blocked by any casual attack. Even using a grab skill to throw these cannonballs back at one autumn leaf would be a very simple thing to do. But Yishio chose to dodge. Lord Grim jumped down from his original position, once again displaying the capabilities of the ninjato. Lord Grim climbed along the cliff face, carefully avoiding all of the NPCs that Sun Strong sent toward him. What is this guy doing? The pro players couldn't quite understand. Sun Strong was already suffering attacks from the NPCs that he'd been harassing. This was a perfect chance to add oil to the fire and grab victory. But Yishio still stayed out of it, looking like his only plan was to watch the show. The watching pro players were confused. And then, when those NPCs sent flying by the shattering the lands finally crashed back down against the ground, another wave of long-range attacks came toward him, and close-range fighters rushed toward him as well. Seeing the movements of the NPCs, the pro players suddenly understood. "This guy is too sneaky," everyone exclaimed. Yishio could have begun his offensive now, but he chose not to, solely because he didn't want to draw the aggro of the NPCs. Right now, the NPCs were already moving against one autumn leaf. If Lord Grim attacked one autumn leaf at a time like this, it would be very easy for Sun Strong to direct his attack onto an NPC. And so, he chose to avoid it all. He had no conflict with any of the NPCs, nor did he give Sun Strong the chance to create such conflict. This sort of sensitivity to the aggro of NPCs was really something that could only be trained after spending large amounts of time in-game. The high and mighty pro players clearly weren't sensitive enough to this, to the extent that not a single one of them had immediately recognized Yishio's intention. The battle continued. But it had already become a struggle between Sun Strong and the NPCs. Yishio's Lord Grim perched upon the wall unscathed as he watched the battle, and then it became time for his trash talk. Right, right. Left, left. Above. Nice reactions. 14 o'clock direction. That's just 2 o'clock. Ha, tricked you. You didn't believe it. Messages flashed non-stop in the channel. Looking down from above, Yishio gave pointers on the chaotic battle between Sun Strong and the NPCs. The Samsara fans felt tightness in their chest. Most of them felt that this battle wouldn't turn out well for Sun Strong. However, the pro players didn't have such a simple view of the problem. They quickly noticed that even though Sun Strong was amidst all this chaos, one autumn leaf wasn't suffering very serious injuries, and was in fact getting braver and braver as he fought. The NPCs aren't very strong, the pro players said. This was the reason why their opinion was different from that of ordinary gamers. Because their skill levels were different, their worldviews were different. Surrounded by so many NPCs, ordinary gamers would think that this was a death sentence. But for a pro player, this was still a situation that they could deal with. There was another point, too. The NPCs didn't forget about their own battle just because of the interference of Sun Strong. Right now, they were still attacking each other as well, and Sun Strong was very cleverly able to take advantage of this. That silhouette amidst the chaotic battle became clearer and clearer. Around him swirled all sorts of magic energy. Neutral chasers, light chasers, dark chasers, fire chasers, ice chasers. 5 types of chasers, 5 colors. right now, one autumn leaf was adding them up without interruption. Aside from this, there was a gold aura surrounding him, so bright that it practically outshone the light of those 5 types of chasers. Battle Spirit. The awakening skill of the Battle Mage, a status activated after enough combos. After the level 75 upgrade, it could reach 8 stages. It was a classic skill that was loved by countless players in-game. And right now, the blinding golden light that flashed around one autumn leaf was that of the 8th stage. It had been extremely rare to see in this professional season, especially in a 1v1. 8th stage Battle Spirit required a 150-hit combo. Such a steep requirement, there was practically no chance of it appearing in an individual battle. An opponent that you could hit a 150-hit combo on was basically a wooden dummy. By that point, activating Battle Spirit would basically be pointless. Because of this, many pro Battle Mage players wouldn't add many points to this skill. Awakening skills were all extremely strong, and costed a significant amount of skill points. But who was One Autumn Leaf? This was the character named the Battle God, the number 1 character in Glory. His battle spirit had definitely been leveled up to the maximum. Before, Yi Xiu had used this character. After Sun Song received it, with his kind of personality, he believed that he could do anything that Yi Xiu could, so he didn't adjust the points on Battle Spirit. The level 75 update came around, adding another rank to the skill, going from a max 7 stages to 8. The Sun Song that arrived at Samsara was already beginning to re-evaluate himself. Still, he didn't erase the points on the Battle Spirit skill. This kind of skill, relying on technique to increase battle power, he felt that it suited his style very well. It was very difficult to reach that high of a rank in a solo battle, but there was still a chance in a team round. It would still be difficult, but Yi Xiu had done it back in the day. Even though many people believed that Battle Spirit wasn't practical on the professional stage, in the hearts of the Battle Mage players, this was still a glory that belonged to them. To ignite the brilliant fire of the highest rank Battle Spirit on stage, this was something that every Battle Mage player had dreamed of, even though most would only put a few points into the skill in the end. And Sun Song, he dared turn this dream into reality. He wanted to light up with the flaming golden light of Battle Spirit. And today, he accomplished it. Even though it had been convenient with the setup of this map, if he hadn't had this kind of goal from the beginning, perhaps today's One Autumn Leaf would only have a 2nd or 3rd rank Battle Spirit. He wouldn't be aflame with such a glorious battle aura. This time, Yi Xiu played around for too long. Hey, the various pro players exclaimed. The NPC's battle ability wasn't anything incredible, they hadn't completely controlled Sun Song. One Autumn Leaf paid a bit of price in health, but he managed to ignite the strongest state of the Battle Mage. If this continued, these NPCs wouldn't be any obstacle at all, and Yi Xiu would have to face a One Autumn Leaf that had reached an incredible level of power. This was something that even he, as One Autumn Leaf's creator, had never witnessed before. Chapter 1647. What is your intent? Nomiami. Nomiami. Sky Strike, Falling Flower Palm. A small combo created from low-level skills. Falling Flower Palm's powerful blow-away sent one NPC into the air, crashing toward Lord Grimm, who was still hanging onto the wall. The offensive against Yi Xiu resumed. As the saying went, Yi Xiu had tried riding a tiger and now found it hard to get off. At least, this was what many pro players thought. He hadn't acted first because he'd been concerned about drawing the aggro of the NPCs. He'd hoped the NPC's battle ability could wear out Sun Song. But no one had thought that these NPCs were so weak. From the very start, they hadn't dealt much damage to One Autumn Leaf. Instead, they'd served to buff One Autumn Leaf. 5 types of chasers, Golden Battle Spirit. One Autumn Leaf was in his peak state right now, the highest peak he'd ever reached in these 10+ years. And right now, the one he was attacking was the one who had brought him into this world, Yi Xiu. What should Yi Xiu do? He hadn't attacked at first, and if he attacked now, he would still attract the NPC's aggro. If, under the interference of the NPCs, he was then attacked by this One Autumn Leaf in peak form, he really should have just acted earlier. Now that things were at this point, maybe his best option was just to continue avoiding battle. This was what everyone was thinking. But this time, Yishio didn't control Lord Grim to continue dodging. Even though falling flower palms blow-away effect was strong enough to send a character flying this high, the character would only fly slower and slower. By the time it arrived, it posed no threat. Lord Grim stretched out his hand and easily grabbed the NPC. With a fling, he tossed it back at one autumn leaf below. Everyone was caught off guard. They thought that this was the really worst decision. Yishio surely would have calculated this, right? What was this guy planning now? The pro players in the audience began to ponder this, but onstage, Sun Strong didn't think twice. He had already decided to stop trying to engage in mental battles against Yishio. He was focusing all of his energy in carrying out his offensive. No matter how Yishio would respond, there was only one plan in his heart: knock him down, get rid of obstacles, knock him down. Dodge. One autumn leaf dodged the NPC that Lord Grim tossed at him. Evil Annihilation flashed out, sweeping up another NPC, and throwing this human cannonball at Lord Grim once again. And when Lord Grim grabbed the NPC, he immediately attracted the attention of all the NPCs, and a few long-range attacks were already beginning to point toward him. Boom! A round of cannon fire came toward him first, but Yishio, who'd predicted this, was already controlling Lord Grim to dodge. When the NPC that one autumn leaf had thrown came toward him, Lord Grim dodged again. Sun Strong was already beginning to attack Yishio, but he wasn't in a hurry to rush up to him. He was continuing to spend a lot of effort dealing with the NPCs that came at him, and whenever he had the chance, he would keep throwing these NPCs at Lord Grim. No matter how good Yishio's technique was, this kind of struggle on the side of a mountain wall was still more difficult than the freedom of movement that being on the ground offered. Facing the combination of attacks thrown at him by Sun Strong and the NPCs, he soon found himself too busy to deal with them all. Why bother? The pro players once again expressed their confusion. If he was still going to dodge the attacks, then why do that grab and fling earlier, inviting so many attacks upon himself? It wasn't like he couldn't have dodged that, and if he dodged, then he'd only have to deal with Sun Strong right now. If he only had to deal with the human cannonballs that one autumn leaf was tossing at him, Yishio could easily keep controlling Lord Grim to dodge, all the way until the end. I don't understand. Practically everyone was shaking their heads. They couldn't figure out what Yishio was planning. As for the televised broadcast, the commentators were even quieter. If even the pro players couldn't see the intention, how could Panlin and Liebor dare discuss it? They might as well pretend that this question didn't exist. Only Zhong Xinjie, Teen Tyranny's Zhong Xinjie, the Zhong Xinjie who never overlooked any detail, appeared to have a thought. What is it? Han Wenqing asked. He understood his teammates, and seeing him like this, he knew that Zhong Xinjie had thought of something. When he asked this, the surrounding players who had heard all looked over. Everyone wanted an answer to this question. The ambushing troops atop the cliffs will likely act soon, Zhong Xinjie. Oh. Everyone looked at the screen. From the aerial viewpoint, they could see the NPCs atop the cliffs. After the two armies of NPCs had appeared, they had also started moving, but it looked like nothing but preparation. Even now, there was no sign that these NPCs were about to attack. How could Zhong Xinjie tell? It's not clear what the condition is for activating their ambush, but I imagine that it is one of two options. One, that it's time-based, and once a certain time is reached, they activate. Two, that it depends on the damage taken by the NPCs, and once they suffer enough damage, they come and sweep the field for good, Zhong Xinjie analyzed. Everyone had seen the map introduction earlier. The hidden troops weren't on equal footing as the two groups of NPCs down below. They could be considered the final victors of this battle. They were waiting for the two armies to wear each other down, and then without any risk to themselves, they could descend and wipe out both sides. Yishio is waiting for this, someone asked. It seems so. During the intro video, I took note of the time the ambush began and the number of NPCs left on both sides. Both conditions will be fulfilled soon, said Zhong Xinjie. But so what if he waits until these ambushing troops activate? How will that change the situation, someone wondered. Zhong Xinjie didn't answer. He simply continued to think deeply. Clearly, this was a question that he hadn't found the answer to yet, either. Judging from the time that Yixiao began to attack the NPCs, it should have something to do with the hidden troops, but Zhong Xinjie also couldn't determine how they could be useful to Yixiao. They were only ambushing troops, they weren't his reinforcements. They would attack all of their enemies, and they wouldn't go out of their way to avoid attacking Lord Grim or One Autumn Leaf. It was more likely that the ambushing troops would also treat them as targets to be destroyed. What was Yixiao thinking? At this moment, atop the canyon, a small rock was suddenly carelessly pushed by an NPC. The rock tumbled down without anyone noticing, and even when it reached the ground, it didn't attract any attention. However, it seemed as though this were a signal, for the NPCs hidden on both sides of the canyon suddenly began to move. They didn't make any greeting. As soon as they appeared, a wave of boulders was pushed down. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of tumbling boulders echoed through the canyon, and a number of NPCs were hit and directly smashed into pulp. The NPCs also began to use all sorts of long-range glory skills to attack. With this ambush, the canyon instantly fell into complete and utter chaos. But the two ground armies didn't seem to be in too much of a panic. Those who could were immediately counterattacking the NPCs above. The close-range NPCs were still fighting amongst each other below, and they didn't forget about Lord Grim and One Autumn Leaf, either. There were still NPCs tangled around One Autumn Leaf, but most of Sun Strong's attention was on Lord Grim. The activation of the ambushing troops, he'd seen this scene as well. The NPCs on the ground wouldn't be able to last too long, and after that, it was unclear whether or not the ambushing troops would continue to attack them. For now, it seemed like their attacks were aimed at the two players' characters as well as the other NPCs. Sun Strong didn't care about any of this, nor did he think about how he could use this situation to his advantage. He was focused entirely on Lord Grim. When this ambush rained down, Yixiao had no way of keeping Lord Grim perched on the cliffside, and Lord Grim finally landed on the ground. Charge! One Autumn Leaf charged. Lord Grim charged. Amidst the chaos, as attacks rained down upon them from all sides, the two of them were still focused on their true opponent. Swift and fierce, they rushed toward each other. Tyrant's destruction. Sun Strong had One Autumn Leaf to unleash a tyrant's destruction. A 180-degree sweep, pushing away 3 NPCs at once. But Yixiao wasn't that easy to deal with. Lord Grim unsheathed his sword, Collapsing Mountain. He actually used this skill to jump right over the tyrant's destruction, and came crashing down toward One Autumn Leaf. Retreat! One Autumn Leaf retracted the skill and backed away. 5 types of chasers, Stage 8 Battle Spirit. One Autumn Leaf's power and speed were both at the peak, and his movements were nimble like never before. Facing this kind of One Autumn Leaf, surrounded by hostile NPCs. Under these conditions, Yixiao actually still wanted to fight him directly? What was he thinking? The pro players were all incredibly anxious. They believed that Yixiao had calculations, they believed that he wouldn't just fight an unprepared battle like this. There must be something here that they had all overlooked. Upward slash. The collapsing mountain missed, so Lord Grim swiftly swung his sword into an upward slash. But Draconic Crusher. Evil Annihilation swung down with all the power of Mount Tai. The accumulation of so many buffs gave him incomparable speed. Under normal conditions, a battle mage would have no way of displaying a Draconic Crusher that was even faster than an upward slash. Draconic Crusher had very high priority. Never mind one upward slash, even if there had been 5 Blade Masters doing upward slash together, they would still be slammed down by this Draconic Crusher. Boom! Evil Annihilation struck the ground. This attack had cleaved Lord Grim from head to toe. But Lord Grim hadn't fallen, Evil Annihilation had simply passed right through his body. Shadow Steps. At last, the first skill that Yixiao had chosen to add to his weapon for the final match was revealed. The Blade Master skill Shadow Steps. But one Autumn Leaf's Draconic Crusher had come so quickly that there was no way Yishio had activated that skill then. Shadow Steps had perhaps been used even before the Collapsing Mountain. Yishio had simply used the skill so quickly that when the skill was used, the shadows hadn't even had the chance to fan out before he'd already completed the controls for Collapsing Mountain. With this Collapsing Mountain, the one who'd leapt forward was still one person, but by the time he came down, the Shadow Steps had fully taken effect, and the one Lord Grimm who finished the Collapsing Mountain was a shadow, one of 4 Lord Grimms. By the time Evil Annihilation had pierced Lord Grimm's head, Sun Slong already realized that something was wrong. He immediately wanted to cancel this skill and adjust, but by the time he did the controls to cancel the skill, the Draconic Crusher had already struck the ground. Moonlight Slash, Full Moonlight Slash. 2 streaks of blade light flashed, leaving 2 streaks of blood on one Autumn Leaf's body, lifting him up into the air. Do you have enough experience to control a one Autumn Leaf in this state? Yishio asked in the chat. Chapter 1648. A high-end that can't be appreciated. Nomiami. Nomiami. The message hung in the chat, just like that. If this were the key to victory, then this kind of statement should have been said only after victory was certain. Revealing this to the opponent halfway through was a bit amateur. But Yishio said it in the chat, and everyone had seen it, of course including his opponent Sun Strong. Because there was a key word in this sentence, experience. A word that would frequently be mentioned when analyzing a player's strength, a term that had no feeling of newness. A term that would be analyzed again and again, that always had a crucial impact on victory. Once again, in this peak, championship deciding match, it came up. Experience, experience, experience. Young people probably didn't like this term, because they were always criticized for their shortcoming in this area, and this thing was so difficult to obtain. It wasn't like talent or natural gifts, which one could be born with. Accumulate. Aside from accumulating, there was no other way. Sun Strong had debuted in Season 7, and after today he would have completed for full seasons. And starting from Season 7, he had always been the core of his team. True, he had spent Season 9 in the Challenger League. But after these 4 years, although Sun Strong was still young, he was far from being a rookie. Not enough experience? By now, this was something of the past. The Sun Strong of today could no longer be said to lack experience. He didn't lack it, but if comparing the total amount of experience, Sun Strong was still far inferior to Yishio, who had debuted a full 10 years ago. Although experience was important, and would sometimes become the key point in determining victory, it was not the only factor. Sun Strong's experience couldn't compare to that of Yishio or the other older players, but his experience was still enough to deal with professional matches. He would not make mistakes from his inexperience. Yet now, what Yishio pointed out about him was to experience, and it was a very particular type of experience. Do you have enough experience to control a one Autumn Leaf in this state? The message simply hung there, as Sun Strong had no chance to reply. As soon as Yishio sent that message, he immediately controlled Lord Grimm to attack. Sun Strong's one Autumn Leaf was forced on the defensive, hurriedly backing up. The attacks from the NPCs caused him even more confusion. A number of them were actually aimed at Lord Grimm, but under Yishio's purposeful direction, they also aimed towards Sun Strong in the end. Yishio was a bit better at handling this kind of chaotic situation than Sun Strong was, which wasn't too surprising. From the very beginning, many pro players had believed that Happy's best choice was to send Yishio up first, exactly for this reason. They believed that Yishio's experience was the best weapon in dealing with this kind of chaos. When they saw Sun Strong control one Autumn Leaf reach this peak state, their opinions changed. In front of such a powerful one Autumn Leaf, the interference of the NPCs was just that weak. No one doubted that Sun Strong had the ability to sweep all of these NPCs away like dust. So when Yishio controlled Lord Grimm to attack anyway, everyone felt that it was an unwise move. Because Yishio could do no more than deal with this chaos, while Sun Strong, in their eyes, could disregard the chaos completely. But in the end, once Yishio entered the fray, this one Autumn Leaf in peak form suddenly seemed as though he couldn't get his bearings. After that Draconic Crusher and being slashed twice by Lord Grimm, Sun Strong's rhythm was thrown off for good. And Yishio dared to write out Sun Strong's problem and send it in a message, precisely because even if Sun Strong was aware of the problem he faced, he had no way of addressing it. 5 types of chasers, plus Stage 8 battle spirit. Indeed, this was a peak form battle mage that up until now had never appeared on the professional stage. Not in the team competition, and certainly not in an individual battle. The other teams didn't know if Sun Strong had ever undergone training specifically to control a battle mage in this state. But from typical reasoning, it was unlikely that he'd practice a lot, because it was simply too difficult to reach this state. Even if a player were purposely aiming for it, they should be aware that wanting it wasn't enough to get it. Spending all that energy to train this very difficult to obtain state, this definitely was not a training plan that a pro player should follow. Nor would a team's training allow players to waste their precious time on training in this entirely unrealistic situation. Furthermore, even if Sun Strong had actually trained with this state, this was still the first time he'd been able to bring it on stage. And this time, the opponent he was facing was Yishio. The Yishio who had immersed himself in battle mage for no fewer than 10 years, the Yishio who had controlled one autumn leaf for no fewer than 10 years. Even if he didn't use battle mage after that, even if he no longer controlled one autumn leaf, just based on these no fewer than 10 years of experience, Yishio would be no worse than Sun Strong at understanding or controlling battle mage one autumn leaf in this condition. And no worse than logically led to better than. Lunge, knee strike, earthquake sword, falling flower palm. For consecutive skills, the myriad manifestations umbrella shifted between 4 forms, once again attacking the openings that one autumn leaf exposed. The last was a battle mage falling flower palm, blowing one autumn leaf away. Besides, you have an injury that everyone seems to have overlooked. Yishio was still speaking in the channel. You're a player who class changed to battle mage. Many people have probably forgotten this by now, no? Yishio said. Class change. Correct, Sun Strong had actually changed classes before. In the early days, the Sun Strong who had debuted with Conquering Clouds to win Best Rookie didn't play a battle mage. Berserker. That was the class that Sun Strong had used when he debuted, the class that helped him to break past the rookie wall and win Best Rookie. But in the end, in order to chase after the pinnacle god-level character, Sun Strong resolutely gave up his original class and trained his battle mage. Even though he'd immediately demonstrated an outstanding foundation, so much so that people hardly thought at all about the problem of his class change, now, after 2.5 years, Yishio brought up this old issue, and even called it an injury. In everyone's eyes, Sun Strong's class change had been a success. Everyone had practically forgotten that he had class change experience, forgotten that he debuted as a berserker. This could be said to be the greatest proof of a successful class change. But now, in Yishio's eyes, this was an injury. Everyone stared with eyes wide, including the most god-level players of the Alliance. If Yishio's words weren't meant to be deliberately mystifying, then all they could say was that Yishio was simply too far above them in terms of battle mage expertise, far above what they could even perceive. The peak form one autumn leaf, in Yishio's eyes, was simply a one autumn leaf that Sun Strong couldn't control, a one autumn leaf with deep injury. This was a high end that they couldn't appreciate at all. This blow is too much, the pro players discussed. Yishio really didn't need to say these kind of words, but to put them in the chat now, it was simply a psychological attack. Chapter 1649. Insurmountable Difference. Nomiami. Nomiami. A peak form reached, in a chance of a lifetime, only for it to be viewed as an injury, something that Sun Strong couldn't handle. Anyone would feel extremely embarrassed, never mind someone as prideful as Sun Strong. In the midst of countless things to worry about, Yishio still took the time to send this message. It was clearly more than just pure mockery, it was an extremely deep psychological attack. In response to these kinds of words, how would Sun Strong react? Go crazy? Fall into depression? The pro players were throwing around guesses. They felt that no response would be surprising, that they were all reasonable. But in the end, Sun Strong's response still managed to be outside all of their expectations. One autumn leaf, dragon breaks the ranks. But he wasn't charging forward to attack, he was running away. That confident, prideful Sun Slong, after bringing one autumn leaf to this peak state and then suffering this kind of embarrassment, didn't fall into chaos because of this, nor did he desperately try to prove himself. His ultimate choice was to control one autumn leaf to run away. This final answer caught everyone off guard. After reaching this level, after the words had gotten to this point, that prideful, self-important Sun Strong had actually chosen to flee. Never mind him, any pro player in his place under those conditions would want to fight to the death. Even if they'd lose in the end, they would refuse to be underestimated like this. But Sun Strong had chosen to flee. This meant that he agreed with Yishio's judgment, that he admitted that he couldn't control this peak form one autumn leaf. He set down his pride, set down his self-respect. Everything was for the sake of victory. Because, right now, running away was the wisest choice. He could escape the chaotic situation, wait for some of one autumn leaf's buffs to run out, allow one autumn leaf to remain in a state that Sun Strong could comfortably control. And then return again to fight. Applause rose up from the pro players. The sound wasn't loud, but it had real worth. Sun Strong wasn't a very well-liked player, and in the circle he wasn't very popular. As a Season 7 debut, he didn't have much seniority either. He had won Best Rookie, received all sorts of praise, but this was the first time he had received such genuine, weighty respect from the pro circle. Because he did what many people might have been unable to do. Pride, self-respect. Every pro player had these things, but not every player could set them down in this kind of difficult situation. Everyone had a certain understanding of Sun Strong, so they knew how difficult it was for this youth to do this. But as they watched, he set those things down. Whether or not it would be enough to win, the very fact that he had done this was enough for people to feel moved. Using Dragon Breaks the Ranks in this way was even more difficult than using it to charge the enemy line. Yishio was similarly surprised. Sun Strong's change this season had been obvious, but even Yishio hadn't thought that he would be able to throw away his pride and self-respect to this extent. Even though they were opponents, Yishio couldn't help but want to applaud Sun Strong, to raise a glass to him. But that was all. When it came to victory, Yishio would not back down a single step. Shining cut. Lord Grim was already chasing one autumn leaf silhouette. Yishio had no plans to let Sun Strong have a chance to breathe so easily. The two characters suddenly rushed out of the chaotic fighting. The NPCs had aggroed both of them, but it wasn't single-minded focus. Their fighting amongst themselves had never stopped. Now that the two of them had escaped, they only threw a few attacks their way when it was convenient. They didn't make any overall organizational changes to attack them specifically. But the NPCs that were hidden on the cliffs to ambush them, these NPCs immediately chased after the two of them to attack. Right now, they were the ones with the upper hand in this battle. No one had the ability to stop their attacks. Yishio and Sun Strong could only dodge the attacks that rained down upon them as they continued to control their characters. At last, Lord Grim managed to catch up to one autumn leaf, but Sun Strong had already delayed this to the greatest extent. When Lord Grim finally caught up, he didn't hastily initiate a desperate fight. The peak form one autumn leaf actually demonstrated a completely defensive stance. Too calm. Too rational. It doesn't feel like Sun Strong at all. Right, if we didn't already know, I really couldn't have guessed this was Sun Strong. The pro players all discussed amongst themselves. Sun Strong was the greatest talking point of this battlefield right now. His change, his attitude on the field right now, all of the players found it completely new. This season, Sun Strong had been constantly adjusting himself, and everyone couldn't help but wonder, when they met him in the future, how should they deal with him? This kind of Sun Strong, who could set down everything and focus only on victory, would only become harder to deal with. Yishio is also very steady. At this time, someone else spoke. Sun Strong's unexpected moves made him the center of the pro players' attention, and so to some extent they'd overlooked Yishio's constant focus. Sun Strong had made changes and adjustments, but he'd only been able to pull the situation back to the original starting point. Yishio hadn't suffered any turbulent waves because of this. The starting point was the starting point. Whether facing the Sun Strong who couldn't control his peak form character, or the Sun Strong would could set down his arrogance and give up on the peak form to return the situation to the starting point, Ishio had implemented nothing but a single-minded pursuit of victory. Nothing would cause him to change on this point, to waver on this point. Even if he was moved by Sun Strong's actions, he would now only become more determined and work even harder to win this match. The battle continued, their health bars whittled down. But during the time Sun Strong had been unable to control his character properly, one Autumn Leaf had lost some health when trapped in the encirclement and suffering attacks from Ishio. Right now, Sun Strong had readjusted himself, pulling himself together to battle anew, but this little disparity still hadn't evened out, because Ishio didn't give him the slightest chance to do so. Maintaining this difference, the health of the two characters continued to fall. There weren't any big drops, they just dripped away bit by bit. It was clear how carefully and meticulously both sides were playing. The entire audience was nervous, watching Sun Strong. When Ishio had sent his messages in the chat, they had thought that Sun Strong would lose for sure. None of them had thought that the battle would return to this kind of situation. They might not fully understand the significance of Sun Strong using that dragon breaks the ranks to run away, but right now, they could see Sun Strong's determination to win. Catch up! Samsara's fans stared desperately at that health difference. They cheered and hollered and hoped for it to wear away. But this difference remained stubborn and unsurmountable. The health of one Autumn Leaf and Lord Grim dropped and dropped, but when one side's health finally reached zero, the difference was still there. In the first match of the group arena, Ishio obtained victory. He finally established his legend of winning every single 1v1 in the entire season, including the playoffs. Chapter 1650. Killing Intent with Back to the Wall. Nomiami. Nomiami. The victor was Ishio. The Samsara fans in the stadium couldn't be too happy about this no matter what. But they couldn't blame Sun Strong. Ordinary viewers truly had no way of detecting a lot of the subtleties of this match. Sun Strong couldn't control the peak form one Autumn Leaf, Sun Strong had the injury of his class change. These were all words that Ishio had directly said in the chat, but for ordinary gamers, even searching with this guidance, they couldn't see how Sun Strong couldn't control his character, how he had this injury. They could only see from his dropping health how Sun Strong had been at a disadvantage at that point in time. But soon enough, Sun Strong's one Autumn Leaf had used a dragon breaks the ranks to break free. When he fought against Lord Grim, he had stabilized his position. In the subsequent battle, neither side could be said to have a great advantage, and that difference in health from before was maintained all the way until the battle ended. 13%. This was that difference, and was the amount of health that Lord Grim had remaining. Ishio had won, but Sun Strong's answer sheet was by no means ugly. In fact, in the eyes of the pro players, who understood things a bit better, Sun Strong had earned a very high score. Sun Strong, coming off stage, earned applause. Samsara's fans were encouraging Sun Strong not to be discouraged. They had no idea right now that Sun Strong had grown beyond their imagination. With Sun Strong coming off stage, it was time for Samsara's second player to step up. Because of the unique format of the third match, no one knew who would be the second player that Samsara sent up. Perhaps even Samsara themselves were waiting until Sun Strong lost and they could see the current situation to determine who would be their second player. At that moment, Samsara's captain Juzakai stood up to welcome the returning Sun Strong. No one paid much attention. Juzakai greeted Sun Strong, the two of them high-fived like in a relay, and still no one paid much attention. And then, the two of them brushed shoulders as they passed each other. Sun Strong returned to his team and sat down, while Juzakai continued to walk forward. The entire stadium went wild. Team Samsara, their second player was actually Juzakai, their captain Juzakai? This was even more shocking than Juzakai playing first in the previous group arena. In that round, Samsara had at least left Sun Strong as their fifth player. Their first player was very strong, but they still had a reliable anchor. Even though the final outcome wasn't what they'd hoped for, at least there was this kind of logic in their arrangement. But this match? Sun Slong had already gone first, so setting Juzakai as the fourth player was the most logical choice. Putting him in fifth would give more stability, putting him in third would be more aggressive. But now, they put him right in second. What was this? The order of the players was decided on the spot. If Sun Slong's performance as the first player had been especially strong, a 1v2 or even a 1v3, then sending up Juzakai second to aim for as many points as possible was still fairly logical. But right now, first player Sun Slong had fallen without any victories, yet Samsara didn't save Juzakai to anchor. Instead, they directly sent him up as their second player. Truly, not many people could understand this stance. They're sending up Juzakai second? This, in the broadcast, commentator Pan Lin faltered in his words. Can't understand it at all. Liebor, who always liked to save face, no longer tried to stay vague. He directly admitted this. What was Samsara thinking? In the end, the ones who could understand their logic were still the other pro players. After getting over their initial shock and thinking it over, they could understand the thought behind Samsara's arrangement. Sun Slong first, Juzakai second. This was a whole, these two things couldn't be considered separately. In this group arena where the battle order could be changed on the spot, Samsara hadn't taken full advantage of this point. From the very start, they had worked out an order, and the core of this roster was Sun Slong first, Juzakai second. So, at the very start of the match, Sun Slong hadn't cared about whether Happy had reported to the judge yet, he had simply directly walked to the competitor booth. This wasn't because he was careless and overconfident, nor was it because Samsara was trying to play any tricks. This was the plan that Samsara had decided upon for this final match from the very beginning, a roster order that was sharp to the extreme. Sun Slong first, that was necessary. Juzakai second, that was also necessary. This was a kind of back-to-the-wall killing intent. Even though Samsara wasn't facing that kind of desperate situation right now, they still brought out this kind of determination. So, Sun Slong didn't care at all whether Happy had reported to the judge. No matter who their first player was, he would be fighting them. Nor did Juzakai care about whether Sun Slong had played the opening match well. He resolutely continued as Samsara's second player. Fighting with their backs to the wall, that meant they could only advance, they could not retreat. Even though Sun Slong's loss meant that Samsara's arrangement was facing a very big difficulty, it was exactly for this reason that Juzakai couldn't back down. If he retreated now, if they made further adjustments, maybe they could create a seemingly more stable roster, but for Samsara, that back-to-the-wall determination and killing intent would disappear. Therefore, Juzakai didn't back down. This player, who was silent to the extreme offstage, had absolute confidence and courage when it came to battle. He had the determination to carry everything on his shoulders. Because he was the true core of this team, because he was the captain of this team, he led this team forward, lifting up everyone's morale, relying not on words, but on actions. Applause rose up. It was unknown how much of Juzakai's determination and conviction Samsara's fans could sense. They only knew that when it came to their captain, they needed to support him unconditionally, no matter the time or place. Second battle of the group arena, begin. Happy, Yi Xiao, Lord Grim, Samsara, Juzakai, Cloud Pisser. Yi Xiao could be said to be the last one in the whole stadium to know of Samsara's arrangement. When he saw Juzakai's Cloud Pisser appear on screen, he was very surprised as well. But very quickly, he was like those pro players who had determined Samsara's thought process. Yi Xiao sensed the back-to-the-wall killing intent of the other side. And right now, Sun Slong had already fallen. This killing intent was almost entirely reliant upon Juzakai to maintain. If he, the second player, also didn't play as well as they hoped, then Samsara's group arena today might be even more disastrous than last rounds. Samsara's energy was entirely gathered upon Juzakai right now. 13%. This was the health that Yi Xiao's Lord Grim had remaining. There was no chance that he could defeat Juzakai with this amount of health, but if he could cause even a bit of trouble to his opponent, then that would be a direct hit blow to Samsara. Stay firm, quick and forceful, no pretense. While many people were sure that Yi Xiao would have Lord Grim recover some health and then slowly wear down the opponent, Yisho had Lord Grim charge forward.